Chapter 467. Xiaoyang was tall and straight, with delicate features. His entire body was shrouded in a faint green glow. When he spoke, there was a bitter smile on his face. He rubbed his nose out of habit, as if he didn't see the strange looks the other mountain chieftains were giving him. Humph, what a scheming fellow. You're obviously saying that it's unfair. That Wudi is bullying you? Since you want to be fair, it's simple. I won't take advantage of you. 3 days later, you will fight with Wudi. He will suppress his realm to the same level as yours. If you can withstand 3 of his moves, then Wudi will admit defeat and the 9 mountains celestial seal will be yours. What do you think? The third mountain lord and the others were all shrewd people who had lived for countless years. How could they not understand the meaning behind Xiaoyang's words at this moment? He immediately waved his hand, snorted, and made his request. When the other mountain lords heard this, they all had different expressions and emotions. As the youngest junior brother of the 9 mountains, Xiaoyang was highly regarded by the second mountain lord. Although he had only been in the 9 mountains for 20 years, his cultivation was not to be underestimated. He had also learned all of the second mountain lord's skills. Gu Wudi was the publicly recognized Taoist of the 9 mountains and the third mountain lord's proud disciple. Except for a few disciples who had cultivated for a long time, the others were not his match at all. Now, Gu Wudi's cultivation was already at the supreme stage. Xiaoyang was only at the saint stage. The difference between the two could be described as the difference between heaven and earth. If Gu Wudi wanted to, he could even crush Xiaoyang with a finger. A 3-move agreement. When the second mountain lord heard this, his furrowed brows relaxed. He thought about it for a moment, then nodded. However, he still asked Xiaoyang, who was beside him, "What do you think of the third mountain lord's request? Can you accept it?" Hearing this, Xiaoyang smiled and said, "Since the third mountain master has said so, how could this disciple refuse? Although I'm not as talented as senior brother Wudi, I'm still confident in myself." As he spoke, he raised his eyebrows and couldn't help but reveal the vitality and confidence of a young man. This was also his goal. If he really fought with Gu Wudi, how could he be a match for him? When the mountain lords saw this, they all nodded inwardly. They felt that if Xiaoyang was given more time, his future achievements would not be lower than Gu Wudi's. All right, if that's the case, then let's meet at the second mountain's plaza in 3 days. The third mountain master coldly harumphed. Then he did not linger. His figure blurred as he disappeared from the hall. When the other mountain masters saw this, they also bid farewell to the second mountain master and planned to leave. As for the matter of sealing off the mountain, they had not yet made a decision. Right now, the most important thing was to decide the ownership of the 9 mountains' immortal seal. The distance between each of the 9 mountains was 1,000,000 miles, and between them was a vast sea of stars. However, with their cultivation, it only took them a short while to return to their original mountain range. Soon the hall quietened down. Only the second mountain master and Xiaoyang were left. "Actually, you didn't have to say anything just now. As long as I continued to suppress them, the third mountain lord wouldn't be able to do anything to me. Right now, the 9 mountains' immortal seal is in my hands. If we were to fight, he would not be a match for me." A warm smile appeared on the second mountain master's face as he spoke to Xiaoyang. "Your disciple doesn't want to make things difficult for you. Furthermore, your disciple is confident about the pact of 3 moves. Xiaoyang replied with a smile. He appeared to be very confident in himself. "Since you said so, your master is relieved." The second mountain master smiled with relief. Suddenly he lamented, "In the blink of an eye, you've grown up. Your master still remembers that when I first saw you, you were still in swaddling clothes." When Xiaoyang heard this, he asked curiously, "Master, are you saying this all of a sudden because you want to tell me about my past?" He understood the second mountain master's character. Normally, he would not say such things. Actually, when the upper realm invades the 8 desolates and 10 regions, I should have let you come out. However, the outside world is unpredictable. With your current cultivation, it's difficult for you to do anything. The second mountain master nodded. His gaze was complicated as he stared at Xiaoyang. Your disciple can understand that master is thinking for your disciple. Xiaoyang smiled. Although he also wanted to come out and see the outside world, he could understand his master's painstaking efforts. Do you know why I said that the 9-mountain celestial seal is more suitable for you and not Guwudi? The second mountain master asked again. Isn't this because master is biased towards me? Xiaoyang was a little surprised when he saw the second mountain master shake his head slightly. He thought for a while and said seriously, Guwudi's character are incompatible. He is headstrong and self-opinionated. It will be difficult for him to achieve great things. The most important thing is that if he takes control of the 9 mountains celestial seal, the 9 mountains will be in danger. Besides, the third mountain master is ambitious. He doesn't want the 9 mountains to live in seclusion. As his disciple, Guwudi will definitely listen to the third mountain master. You're smart. Hearing this, the second mountain master nodded and praised him. However, he quickly changed his tone and his expression turned serious. After you take control of the 9 mountains celestial seal, I will seal the mountain and send you out. The outside world is your home. What? Master, what do you mean? Please forgive me for not understanding. Hearing this, the smile on Xiaoyang's face suddenly froze. He was a little confused. He didn't understand the meaning of these words. Master wanted to send him out to the world and then seal off the mountain, but he said that the outside world was unpredictable. For a moment, Xiaoyang's mind was a little confused. He couldn't understand. Haven't you always wanted to know your background? The second mountain master seemed to have expected this. He sighed, and with a flash of light, an ancient jade pendant appeared in his hand. This jade pendant was only 2 fingers long, and ancient and complicated patterns were carved on it. It didn't belong to this era. On the other side, 2 ancient words were carved, Xiaoyang. This is the jade pendant you're wearing. It is also the origin of your name. All these years, this jade pendant has been in my hands. The second mountain master explained and handed the jade pendant to Xiaoyang at the same time. I know. Xiaoyang took the jade pendant with a complicated expression. He knew about this because Chan Suyun had mentioned it to him before. She said that this jade pendant might very well hide his background. However, he hadn't investigated it all these years. The reason why your family left you outside the 9 mountains is actually related to this jade pendant. The reason why I accepted you as my disciple is actually because I owe the owner of this jade pendant a favor, the second mountain master said again, revealing a fact that shocked Xiaoyang. All these years, master, you haven't told me, Xiaoyang smiled bitterly, rubbed his nose, and said, Are you telling me now because you want me to find my family? He didn't blame himself for being abandoned by his family. When Chun Suyun saw him under the 9 mountains waterfall, his life was in danger, and his body was covered in blood. It was obvious that the people who had escorted him all the way here had experienced many dangers. They didn't want to abandon him, but had no choice. You have the blood of the protectors flowing in your veins. When the 8 desolates and 10 regions encounter a great calamity, the protectors will reappear. I don't know what happened to your family, but you must know your own identity. You will face all of this sooner or later. The second mountain master's expression gradually became serious. The blood of the guardians? Xiaoyang's heart trembled. He suddenly remembered the strange dreams he had during this period of time. It was as if there was an ancient and indestructible heroic spirit calling out to him, wanting to fight side by side with him. It turned out that it wasn't a dream, but an indelible inheritance in his blood. He fell silent. The second mountain master looked at him and sighed. All these years, I have taught you what I should. You are very talented, and your blood contains unparalleled power. However, you still can't fully use it. I believe that one day you will let the glory of the Guardians spread throughout the 8 desolates and 10 regions once again. Just as Xiaoyang and the second Mountain Master were talking at the edge of the continent thousands of miles away, the azure cloud flying ship stretched across the sky like a mountain range. It was incomparably tall and ancient, hidden in the boundless clouds. Unless a cultivator came here personally, they wouldn't be able to discover the azure cloud flying ship's existence. At this moment, on the azure cloud flying ship, Guwudi and the others were covered in blood and looked extremely pathetic. Their hands and feet were chained, and their cultivation was sealed. They were thrown on the ground. Apart from Guwudi, everyone else had a look of fear and shock. Their souls were trembling, and their bodies seemed to be about to explode. This feeling was even more terrifying than when they faced the Mountain Master. Their legs couldn't help but go weak, and they were about to kneel on the ground. The white-robed man in front of them looked like an immortal. Although his expression was calm, he was like a supreme being who sat at the top of the universe, overlooking the vicissitudes of time. Even the void around him seemed to be about to collapse. Divine light shone brightly, and chaotic chi surged in his hair. In his eyes, it was as if the universe was about to be destroyed and turned to ashes. This was the sign of an unfathomably terrifying Tao. He could shatter the universe and tear the heavens apart with a flick of his finger. Even someone as strong as Guwudi was suppressed by the white-robed man in front of him with one palm and captured. The 9 mountains had existed for countless years, but this was the first time they had encountered an invasion. This was simply unimaginable before. Everyone felt a chill. They couldn't help but tremble, not daring to raise their heads. Who are you? What is your purpose in invading the 9 mountains? Guwudi's golden armor was shattered, and his injuries were severe. He was almost killed by one palm. There was still blood at the corner of his mouth, but he forced himself to calm down and asked about Gu Changa's background. After all, this was the 9 mountains territory. If there was a commotion, or if the mountain masters sensed that their chi had disappeared, they would quickly find this place. His heart calmed down a little. Who I am is not important. Gu Changa lightly shook his head. His expression was calm. If you don't want to die, then answer my question obediently. What if I don't agree? Guwudi stared at him coldly. He could feel that the Gu Changa in front of him was actually not that old. At most, he was about the same age as his little brother, Xiaoyang. But the opponent almost killed him with one palm. That terrifying power made him feel like he was facing a mountain master. If you don't agree, then I will kill you and search your soul. After all, I will destroy the 9 mountains behind you very soon. Gu Changa's expression did not change much as he spoke lightly. Annihilating the 9 great mountains sounded like it was the same as stepping on an ant. There wasn't much difference. This caused everyone to shiver involuntarily and feel a bit terrified. Guwudi's expression also changed. He gritted his teeth. He could feel Gu Changa's disdainful attitude. If the opponent didn't have complete confidence, he wouldn't say such a thing. He wouldn't have barged into the 9 skies without considering the consequences. This is the token of the path. He should be the descendant of the 9 mountains. Just then, the heaven's dear mystic maiden, who had been behind Gu Changa, walked over. Her gaze landed on the jade token hanging on Guwudi's waist. She recognized that token. It was the symbol of the descendant of the 9 mountains. But in this life, before the descendant of the 9 mountains was born, he was captured by Gu Changa and suppressed here. This made her gaze strange. It was like she was mocking but also disdainful. Token of the path. Gu Changa frowned slightly. Just now, he felt that there was something different about the 9 mountains. It was the feeling of the Son of Destiny. He thought that the Son of Destiny this time would be the descendant of the 9 mountains, but now it seemed that he had guessed wrong. Although Guwudi's cultivation was not bad, his luck points were far from that of the Son of Destiny. He couldn't even be considered a person of great luck. At most, he could be considered a promising genius. And judging from the degree of decline of his luck, he might have formed a grudge with the son of destiny. You're the heaven's dear mystic maiden? At this moment, Guwudi carefully stared at the heaven's dear mystic maiden as if he was seriously sizing her up. Then his expression changed drastically as he blurted out in shock. He had seen the true appearance of the heaven's dear mystic maiden from Chun Suyun. Because Chun Suyun had almost become the heaven's dear mystic maiden, she had a talented junior sister. Hearing this, the rest of the people of the 9 mountains also widened their eyes in shock as they looked at the beauty in white in front of them. Her beauty was indeed indescribable. Her beauty was unparalleled and her skin was glowing. It was almost dreamy without a single flaw, like a fairy from heaven. Gu Changa stood side by side with her, like a pair of immortal companions. They didn't doubt Guwudi's words, but they didn't expect to see the heaven's dear mystic maiden here. And she was so close to the man in white in front of them. You recognize me? It seems that you have seen my portrait. Who is Chun Suyun to you? The heaven's dear mystic maiden seemed to be a little surprised when she heard this. She looked at Guwudi carefully and asked with a smile, giving off a refreshing feeling. However, when the others heard Chun Suyun's name, they couldn't help but shiver as they felt a terrifying chill. It was rumored that the eldest senior sister Chun Suyun and the heaven's dear mystic maiden had a deep grudge. When Chun Suyun left the heaven's dear city and came to the 9 mountains, there seemed to be some unknown secret. For a moment, everyone thought that the heaven's dear mystic maiden brought Gu Changa to the 9 mountains. But when did the 8 barren 10 regions have such a terrifying young man? Chun Suyun is no one to me. She is only the eldest senior sister of the 9 mountains, Guwudi said. At the same time, he was guessing the heaven's dear mystic maiden's purpose in coming here. Could it be that she came here to settle the grudge with Chun Suyun? But why did Gu Changa say that he wanted to destroy the 9 mountains? Oh, eldest senior sister? It seems that she has been doing well these past few years. Then, as your junior sister, I can rest assured. The heaven's dear mystic maiden was still smiling. She was both pure and evil. Then his eyes turned and landed on Gu Changa's face with a bewitching look. Young Master Gu, it seems that we have a good bargaining chip, she said. Bargaining chip? I just don't know how valuable this bargaining chip is. Gu Changa shook his head and directly reached out to draw in the void. Streaks of black divine light spread out and turned into brilliant runes of the great path, condensing into an ancient word slave. Buzz! In the next moment, the word slave flew out and turned into a ray of black light. It directly fell between Guwudi's eyebrows and quickly disappeared. What is this? Guwudi couldn't avoid it at all. The expression on his face became somewhat difficult to hide, and he could no longer maintain his composure like before. Even if he didn't know what kind of method this was, he could feel that Gu Changa was up to no good. Moreover, after the mysterious mark disappeared between his eyebrows, he felt that his life was not in his control. This feeling made him uneasy. It was as if at this moment he had become the other party's slave. If you don't want to die, then don't try to go against my words, Gu Changa said indifferently. He had no intention of wasting time with him. He had already seen that Guwudi in front of him was not the kind of person who was not afraid of death. Therefore, it was easier to control his life and death with the slave seal to make him obedient. You planted a slave seal on me. Guwudi's expression was a little pale with fear. He couldn't believe it. He was a supreme existence. At this level, even if his body was torn apart and buried in the world, he could still recover to his original state. The strength of his vitality was incomparably terrifying and indescribable. Unless he encountered a crushing force, it was very difficult to kill him. Therefore, methods like the slave seal were very difficult to work on supreme existences, unless they had special secret methods or methods. Looks like you're not stupid, Gu Changa glanced at him casually. Gu Wudi's expression instantly became hopeless. Even a supreme would be planted with a slave seal. It was obvious that Gu Changa's methods were powerful. Moreover, he had already vaguely guessed Gu Changa's identity. It was impossible for such a terrifying young man to exist in the 8 Desolates' 10 regions, so he must be from the upper realm. Even the Fairy of Heaven's deer was so close to him. What happened in the 8 Desolates' 10 regions? Gu Wudi couldn't imagine. Just now, when he had just thought of disrespectful resistance, a destructive aura came from his sea of consciousness, almost shattering his god soul. This made Gu Wudi feel hopeless and powerless. He was proud and arrogant, and his ambition was greater than those who had attained the Tao. He did not want to put his life on the line because of this. Therefore, no matter how unwilling Gu Wudi was, he could only choose to submit. He didn't dare to show any disrespect or resistance. I like smart people because smart people are more tactful. It seems that you are also a smart person. Gu Changa noticed the change in Gu Wudi's attitude and nodded slightly. Gu Wudi's heart was filled with helplessness and bitterness. He was the descendant of the 9 mountains, a supreme. Once he was born, his name would shake the world, and everyone would respect him. But now, before he was born, he was a slave, his life and death controlled by others. This feeling simply made him mad with hatred, and he couldn't wait to roar to the sky. As for the rest of the people he caught, Gu Changa also planted a slave seal in them to prevent them from spreading the news here and causing a commotion in the 9 mountains. Judging from Gu Wudi's cultivation, the 9 mountains' strength should not be simple. There were at least 8 people who had achieved the Tao, and he couldn't rule out the existence that had gone further on this path. Gu Changa didn't care about them, but he had to guard against the other means of the 9 mountains. And before that, he wanted to know the identity of the 9 mountains' child of destiny. From now on, I'm here to accompany you to see Senior's sister. Then Gu Changa ordered the people on the azure cloud flying ship to stay here, and then let Gu Wudi and the others take him and the Fairy of Heaven's deer into the depths of the 9 mountains. As a guard, Ada, who had now broken through to the 2nd layer of the quasi-emperor realm, followed closely behind him. And Gu Changa naturally said this to the Fairy of Heaven's deer. Got it. Young Master Gu is here to accompany me to see Senior's sister. The Fairy of Heaven's deer smiled, the light of wisdom shining brightly between her eyebrows, and there was a flirtatious expression on her face. She had already guessed Gu Changa's intention. Soon, Gu Wudi and the others led the way in front, and a golden path stretched out under their feet, passing through great swamps and mountains, and hurried to the real location of the 9 mountains. It had to be said that the environment of the Cloud Tomb was very different from the outside world. There were many ancient fierce beasts here, and wild birds were everywhere, but they were not fierce and were even somewhat docile. Primitive ancient forests were densely packed, and the mountains were magnificent. Along the way, many disciples of the 9 mountains saw Gu Wudi and the others, and all bowed, respectfully, very afraid of him. But they were a little curious about Gu Changa and the Fairy of Heaven's deer who were following behind. For countless years, no outsider had come to the 9 mountains, but they all regarded the 2 as Tao, child Gu Wudi's friends, and dared not ask too much. Young Master, which mountain are we going to first? Halfway, Gu Wudi suddenly asked respectfully. Whichever mountain you are at, that's where we'll go. Gu Changa said casually, and withdrew his gaze from the place. Yes. Gu Wudi nodded, and the golden path stretched out under his feet, descending from the sky, and landing on a majestic immortal mountain in the depths. The sea of stars around them was vast, and specks of starlight gathered. It had a magnificent beauty that made one feel like they were in a fairyland. This was the 3rd mountain. Greetings, Tao child. The 3rd mountain lord is looking for you. When they saw that Gu Wudi had returned, divine rainbows rushed over from the mountains. Someone looked at Gu Changa and the Fairy of Heaven's deer in confusion, and then said to Gu Wudi, among these people there were men and women, and they were all very old, not young. "I know. I'll bring the honored guest to see Master now." Gu Wudi nodded and regained his former majesty. There was a golden divine light in his hair, and he looked like a god. Everyone was very afraid of him, and they were even more curious about the honored guest he mentioned, but they dared not ask too much. "Young master, this way, please." Gu Wudi led the way in front to the main hall of the third mountain. Gu Changa nodded slightly, not worried that Gu Wudi was up to anything. Moreover, he wanted to see what kind of cultivation this so-called third mountain lord had. At the peak of the third mountain, clouds and mist were boundless, and a majestic and ancient palace stood there. Chaotic, immortal waterfalls fell, floating between the various peaks. Immortal mist filled the air, and immortal light intertwined. There were thousands of rays of light and thousands of auspicious colors. This was a shocking scene. It was like a real paradise, a paradise on earth. The spiritual beasts and immortal birds here all had a kind of immortal charm, and their auras were exceptionally powerful. It could be said that they were completely different from those who lived outside the world. When they saw Gu Changa and the others arrive, they were not frightened. Accompanied by the multicolored light, their colorful feathers shone brilliantly. There should be some kind of secret treasure that maintains the environment of this place. Gu Changa noticed this scene and understood something in his heart. The 9 great mountains were rather extraordinary. Compared to his inner universe, they had an additional Qian Xian creation and an endless cycle of life. "Wudi, who are these people?" Soon, Gu Changa and the others, under Gu Wudi's lead, met the so-called third mountain lord in the hall. This was an old man in a black robe, and his spirit was bright. When he opened and closed his eyes, there was a supreme aura lingering around him. However, he was also looking at Gu Changa in confusion. Emperor Dao runes flowed in his eyes, and finally they fell on the Empyrean deer, mystic maiden. "Master, this is the distinguished guest I met outside the mountain gate," Gu Wudi said respectfully, not daring to reveal what had happened before. "You are this generation's Empyrean deer, mystic maiden?" The third mountain lord's voice was a little surprised. It was obvious that he recognized the Empyrean deer, mystic maiden. The Empyrean deer, mystic maiden smiled and said, "Greetings, fellow Taoist. Then this is—" He looked at Gu Changa, a little uncertain of this young man's cultivation. He clearly gave off a young feeling, but why did he feel incomparably dangerous, even more so than the Empyrean deer, mystic maiden? "His name is Changa, and he is my husband." However, before Gu Changa could speak, the Empyrean deer, mystic maiden smiled and said first. At the same time, she naturally held his arm. Her eyebrows were curved, and she stood there like a divine lotus. There was a kind of holy aura around her, as if she had returned to her previous appearance. "Husband?" The third mountain lord's eyebrows twitched, and he was a little shocked. When did the Empyrean deer, mystic maiden have a husband? Since ancient times, the Empyrean deer, mystic maiden had been the representative of purity. There had never been a man by her side. "Yes, but I am only my husband's concubine," the Empyrean deer, mystic maiden said again, but this time there was a hint of resentment. Chapter 468. The Empyrean deer, mystic maiden's appearance was undeniable. She was intelligent, and her eyes were pure and holy. She gave people the feeling that she was a goddess from the 9 heavens. She was so beautiful that it was like a dream. But now she said that she was someone else's concubine, and there was a hint of resentment in her voice. This shocked the third Mount Master. He could not believe it, and his eyes almost popped out of their sockets. But this emotion and expression did not seem to be fake. The Empyrean deer, mystic maiden's identity was so noble to the 8 barren 10 regions. How could she say such a thing so easily? However, Gu Wudi somewhat believed what he said. Otherwise, how could she explain why she, as the Empyrean deer, mystic maiden, would accompany Gu Changa, someone from the upper world? From this, it could be seen how terrifying Gu Changa's identity was. Even the Empyrean deer mystic maiden was willing to say such a thing. Even he could not help but feel envious. Even as the successor of the 9 mountains, he had to treat the Empyrean deer mystic maiden with respect. Empyrean deer mystic maiden, you're not joking? The 3rd mountain master's expression quickly returned to normal, but there was still shock in his eyes. I don't think I need to joke at this time. The Empyrean deer mystic maiden replied with a smile. It was impossible to find any flaws in her words. Isn't that right, husband? Then she blinked her eyes and looked at Gu Changa beside her. Her delicate fragrance filled the air, stirring one's soul. Can't you be more dignified and pure in front of outsiders? Gu Changa seemed to be a little helpless, and there was a trace of doting in her eyes. She gently put her arms around her slender waist. He understood the Empyrean deer mystic maiden's intention. She knew that he would not eat her because of the 9 abstruse yearning body. That was why she was so fearless and deliberately put on a show in front of outsiders. But Gu Changa was never a person who would be taken advantage of. Even if the 9 abstruse yearning body's trouble could not be solved, it was easy to take advantage of her. A faint blush appeared on the Empyrean deer mystic maiden's face. She felt a warm feeling coming from her waist. In particular, there was a faint, refreshing smell at the tip of his nose, like an ice-cold Dali jade. She snorted softly and struggled free from Gu Changa's embrace. Is my husband's hand so dishonest in front of outsiders? Seeing this, the 3rd mountain master no longer had any doubts. His expression turned serious as he tried to guess Gu Changa's identity. After all, for the heavenly deer Empyrean maiden to say such words personally, this person's identity and origin were probably extremely shocking. If news of the Empyrean deer mystic maiden becoming someone's concubine got out, it would cause a huge commotion. The entire 8 desolates and 10 regions would be shaken by this. Who is this young master? The 3rd mountain master asked with a slightly solemn expression. Fellow Taoist, you can just call my husband young master. You don't have to worry about his identity. Hearing this, the heavenly deer mystic maiden smiled again and explained. I understand. Greetings, young master. The 3rd mountain master was also a shrewd person. He could roughly guess from these words and cupped his hands at Gu Changa. Although the 9 mountains had a transcendent status, who knew if there were hidden ancient families in the 8 desolates and 10 regions that had contact with the real immortal region and had the blood of immortals flowing in their veins? He subconsciously thought of Gu Changa's identity from the upper world and did not guess that he was from the upper world. This was impossible. How could the Empyrean deer mystic maiden have contact with the upper world? That was the enemy that had always attacked and invaded Heavenly Deer City. The Empyrean deer mystic maiden, who was responsible for protecting Heavenly Deer City, could not have any contact with the upper world. May I know why the Empyrean deer mystic maiden has come to the 9 mountains this time? The 3rd mountain master then collected his emotions and returned to normal as he asked. He guessed that the Empyrean deer mystic maiden had come because the 8 desolates and 10 regions were being invaded by the upper world. After all, Heavenly Deer City needed the help of the 9 mountains. Thinking of this, it could be used as a reason to force the 2nd mountain master. The main reason I came this time is to visit my senior sister, who left Heavenly Deer City and came here. I want to know how she is doing. The Empyrean deer mystic maiden smiled as she answered. Her answer was flawless and flawless. Of course, it could be said that this was also one of her goals. You mean Qin Siyun? The 3rd mountain master frowned slightly. He did not know much about the feud between Qin Siyun and the Empyrean deer mystic maiden. He only knew that they were both senior sister and junior sister, and were both candidates to be the next Empyrean deer mystic maiden. Although Qin Siyun had been in the sect for a long time, her cultivation talent was not as good as her junior sister's. Then, for some reason, Chun Suyun betrayed Heavenly Deer City and came to the Nine Mountains to become the second Mountain Master's disciple. Yes, the Empyrean Deer Mystic Maiden nodded slightly. The third Mountain Master's eyes flashed slightly as he calculated the gains and losses in his heart. Now that Chun Suyun was the eldest senior sister of the Nine Mountains, her prestige among the disciples was not weak. If the Empyrean Deer Mystic Maiden came to seek revenge, it would be a disgrace to the Nine Mountains. However, the Empyrean Deer Mystic Maiden probably knew how troublesome this matter was, which was why she asked her husband to accompany her. From this, it could be seen that her husband's identity was the reason why she was so confident. The third Mountain Master smiled and said, Chun Suyun is the second Mountain Master's disciple. If the Empyrean Deer Mystic Maiden wants to find her, it seems that she will have to go to the second mountain. However, since you came from afar, why don't you rest here for today? I will ask my disciple to report this matter to the second Mountain Master. What do you think, Empyrean Deer Mystic Maiden? Hearing this, the Empyrean Deer Mystic Maiden seemed to think for a while. Then, she looked at Gu Changa beside her and blinked. Husband, what do you think? This kind of matter required Gu Changa to make the decision. She could not do it. Why don't we do as the third Mountain Master says? After all, you're not in a hurry. Gu Changa said with a slight smile. The expression on her face had always been gentle and natural, like jade. In that case, why don't the two of you rest first? I will ask my disciple to report to the second mountain. The third Mountain Master smiled and asked Guwudi to arrange a place for Gu Changa and the Empyrean Deer Mystic Maiden to rest. Around the second mountain, there were many divine mountains and palaces. They were grand and ancient, and had a style that was completely different from the current era. Multicolored light lingered between the mountains, and colorful fog flowed. All kinds of divine herbs were planted in the medicinal fields, and there were disciples looking after them. Young master, please rest here for now. Gu Wudi led Gu Changa and the Empyrean Deer Mystic Maiden to a magnificent hall, then left respectfully. His life was in Gu Changa's hands, so he did not dare to have any disrespectful thoughts. Furthermore, on the way to the third mountain, he had already told Meng how everything he knew about the secrets of the Nine Mountains. He didn't hold anything back. After Gu Wudi left, Gu Changa pondered for a while in the hall. Then he took out the Hong Meng purple mirror, intending to deduce the son of fate this time. Although he had not seen it with his own eyes, he already knew who it was from Gu Wudi's words. Buzz! A burst of purple light appeared on the Hong Meng purple mirror, and an inexplicable aura descended. Suddenly, an image appeared on the blurry mirror. What kind of secret treasure is this? The Empyrean Deer Mystic Maiden looked over with a strange expression. She could feel that this secret treasure was extraordinary. It even involved karma and fate, and seemed to be able to deduce the past and future. However, Gu Changa did not pay attention to her. Instead, he looked at the image that appeared on the Hong Meng purple mirror. It was a night of thunder and rain. Heaven and earth were shrouded in darkness. Occasionally, lightning flashed across the sky, baring its fangs and brandishing its claws, illuminating the world. A terrifying massacre was taking place in a palace pavilion that was hidden in the clouds of a mountain forest. Within a radius of hundreds of thousands of miles, divine light flickered, runes were like a sea, and a terrifying aura swept in all directions, destroying everything. It could be said to be earth-shattering. Many cultivators died tragically in this battle, resisting the invasion of foreign enemies together. It could be said to be tragic, and a team was quietly escorting a baby hidden in swaddling clothes away, intending to tear open space and leave this place. Could that baby be the son of fate this time, the Ninth Mountain's junior brother Xiaoyang? Gu Changa's gaze also fell on the baby in the image, and he seemed to be deep in thought. It could be seen that the family behind Xiaoyang seemed to have encountered a terrifying attack. Those cultivators came aggressively, tearing open space and descending. They were obviously prepared, and the cultivation of the powerful ones had even surpassed the supreme realm. This battle had almost destroyed Xiao Yang's family, leaving only ruins and wreckage. Of course, there were still some fish that escaped the net and did not die in this attack. In the end, they were lucky enough to escape. However, in Gu Chang's opinion, this was in line with the usual pattern of a son of fate with deep hatred. I just don't know if the cultivators who attacked Xiao Yang's family back then were from the upper realm or the 8 Desolates 10 regions. Gu Chang'e narrowed his eyes, various thoughts flashing through his mind. Generally speaking, a son of fate with such a pattern would have a special family. Either they had some kind of precious treasure, and a man's wealth would arouse the envy of others, or they had a special bloodline physique, and would be hated or feared by others. A green bloodline. When fighting to the point of madness, their eyes will turn golden, and their strength will increase tremendously. Could it be from that family? In that case, it might be related to the Gu family in countless ways. More than 20 years ago, it was really amazing. At that thought, Gu Chang'e suddenly thought of something, intending to find an opportunity to send a message back to the family to ask. He guessed that Xiaoyang was related to the guardian clan of the 8 Desolates 10 regions, or rather, he was a fish that escaped the net. Gu Chang'e still remembered that more than 20 years ago, the longevity Gu family planted a clan in the 8 Desolates 10 regions, was ordered to annihilate the guardian clan. If it was really that matter, the timeline could still coincide. As the guardian clan of the 8 Desolates 10 regions, the strength of their bloodline was that they could summon the indestructible heroic spirits of heaven and earth. As long as the bloodline was not extinguished, the heroic spirits would not be extinguished. This clan even built a cemetery in their own spirit sea to bury generations of powerhouses. Even if they had fallen countless years ago, they could still summon their traces from heaven and earth and fight side by side again. Once, in a great battle with the upper realm, the guardian clan even summoned an immortal soul. Although it was a remnant immortal, it still caused extremely terrifying damage to the army of the upper realm. More than 20 years ago, the longevity Gu family had also calculated for a long time to annihilate the guardian clan. In the end, they chose to attack when they were at their weakest, because at that time the clan leader of the guardian clan failed to break through and was severely injured. Coupled with the birth of his child, his wife was weak. Although their bloodline was strong, only very few people could summon the heroic spirits. Moreover, there were not many clansmen, and they had always been in a state of seclusion. Under such a well-prepared, thunderous attack, there were still some fish that managed to escape the net. But now that I've encountered it, I don't know if this Xiao Yang will be so lucky. Gu Chang'e waved his sleeve and put away the primordial purple mirror. Although the heavenly deer mystic fairy was curious about the image that appeared in the primordial purple mirror, she tactfully did not ask more. Some things were not better the more you knew. In 3 days, the little disciple of the second mountain lord will compete with Gu Wudi for the right to control the 9 mountains' immortal seal. Now, 9 mountains does not doubt our intentions at all. Perhaps then it will be the best time to make a move, she said with a smile. Divine light sparkled in her eyes, holy and demonic at the same time. Her words showed that she did not care about 9 mountains at all. 9 mountains, immortal seal. Where did this item come from? Hearing this, Gu Chang'e was quite interested in this item. Moreover, in the competition in 3 days, Gu Wudi would suppress his cultivation to the same level as Xiaoyang and promise to use 3 moves. However, in Gu Chang'e's opinion, Gu Wudi would lose without a doubt. After all, when it came to a bet with the Son of Destiny, especially when it was the most familiar promise of 3 moves, there was no exception. The Son of Destiny would forcefully slap everyone in the face and win the bet when no one was optimistic about him. He had seen this kind of trick too many times. Fate itself was illusory, and there were too many coincidental factors. Not to mention, Xiaoyang himself was not simple and had many hidden tricks. Therefore, in 3 days, according to the normal pattern, Guwudi would be defeated due to carelessness, and the 9 Mountains Immortal Seal would fall into Xiaoyang's hands. I've only heard of the 9 Mountains Immortal Seal. It is the foundation of the 9 Mountains. It gathers the faith, fate, and other things of the 9 Mountains for countless years. It is indescribably mysterious. The level of this supreme treasure has surpassed that of an emperor weapon. It has a lot to do with the 9 Mountains being able to hide here for so long. The Empyrean deer mystic maiden thought about it and told Gu Changa what she knew. In other words, if the 9 Mountains are an independent world, then the 9 Mountains Immortal Seal is similar to a world treasure, an item that suppresses fate. Gu Changa nodded and felt a little enlightened. Soon, the news of the Empyrean deer mystic maiden's arrival spread from the 3rd mountain, causing a huge commotion. Even though the disciples of the 9 Mountains had not left this place for many years, they were not unfamiliar with the Empyrean deer mystic maiden. In many people's eyes, she was the guardian of the Empyrean deer city. Like the 9 Mountains, she had the responsibility of protecting the 8 desolates' 10 regions. However, this time, the Empyrean deer mystic maiden seemed to have bad intentions. The reason seemed to be related to one of her senior sisters. That senior sister was the current senior sister of the 9 Mountains, Chen Suyun. The Empyrean deer mystic maiden and Chen Suyun had a deep grudge. Now, she seemed to have come to resolve this matter. Many disciples of the 9 Mountains were incomparably shocked by this. Some were even angrier, thinking that the Empyrean deer mystic maiden had come to seek revenge. Moreover, she had brought along a young man who was said to be her husband. However, the young man's identity was very mysterious. Even the 3rd Mountain Master treated him with respect and did not dare to slight him. This news quickly spread among the 9 Mountains, causing a huge commotion. Chapter 469. The appearance of the Empyrean deer mystic fairy and Gu Changa in the 9 Mountains shocked all the disciples. Even the mountain masters were very concerned about this and were all guessing Gu Changa's identity. From the words of the Empyrean deer mystic fairy, Gu Changa's background was very terrifying. His cultivation was even more unpredictable at such a young age. Even she admitted that she was his concubine. Because of these rumors, many disciples went to the 3rd mountain in an attempt to see the truth. Of course, many people also wanted to know how the grudge between the Empyrean deer mystic fairy and eldest senior sister Chen Suyun would end. After all, this was a huge matter that involved the Empyrean deer city and the 9 Mountains. In the majestic 2nd mountain, Chen Suyun, who had received the news, frowned. She had a conflicted expression on her face, which turned into a sigh in the end. In the end, it still came. Her expression became very complicated. Many memories flashed past her mind, and finally, it stopped at the face of a beautiful girl. Actually, she should have expected this. All these years, she had been waiting for the Empyrean deer mystic fairy to come to her. Eldest senior sister, are you really the Empyrean deer mystic fairy senior sister? Are you going to settle your grudge with her? At this moment, a young man walked in from outside the palace. His body was surrounded by a green glow, and he looked exceptionally tall and confident. It was Xiaoyang, but now he looked anxious and worried. He had also received this news and was shocked by it. If Chen Suyun had not found him under the waterfall when he was young, he would have been eaten by the fierce beasts nearby. It could be said that without Chen Suyun, he would not be where he was now. Moreover, Chen Suyun had taken care of him all these years and taught him many things. She was like a sister and a mother to him. He was grateful to Chen Suyun from the bottom of his heart and planned to protect her for the rest of his life when he had the ability. Now that he received the news, he was shocked. He had never heard of such a huge matter. Chen Suyun had never mentioned it to him. As for the rumors about the Empyrean deer mystic fairy, he had heard about it. He knew that many years ago, an army from the upper world besieged the city. A terrifying existence who had achieved the Tao was killed in front of the Empyrean deer city. The battle shocked the world and shocked everyone. The strength of the heavenly deer mystic maiden was not weak. Before this, He didn't know the relationship between the Empyrean, dear mystic maiden, and Qin Xuyun. You heard about this too? Facing Xiaoyang, Qin Xuyun's expression was gentle for a long time, and she also revealed a rare smile. Eldest senior sister, the sky dear mystic maiden is a Tao enlightened being, and you are only a quasi-emperor. If you want to settle your grudges, you are no match for her. Xiaoyang couldn't help but ask with concern in his heart. This matter concerned him more than the battle between him and Gu Wudi 3 days later. After all, Qin Xuyun was like his master to him. They were both family members. This is a grudge between me and her. It will be resolved sooner or later. You don't have to worry, Qin Xuyun said gently. Besides, junior sister is more talented than me. I should have figured it out long ago. After all, she succeeded in her nirvana Tao very early on and became a Tao enlightened one. I'm afraid she's about to reach the late stage while I've been stuck at the sixth heaven of the quasi-emperor realm for countless years without any breakthrough. Speaking of this, she sighed, and her expression became more and more complicated. This was the first time Xiaoyang saw a guilty expression on eldest senior sister Qin Xuyun. This made him open his mouth, but he didn't know what to say for a moment. He didn't understand the grudge between Qin Xuyun and the sky dear mystic maiden. But from the current situation, it was likely that Qin Xuyun had done something wrong back then and came to the Nine Mountains. However, even if Qin Xuyun had done something wrong, she was still his eldest senior sister. He wouldn't allow anyone to hurt her. Thinking of this, Xiaoyang fell silent and secretly clenched his fists. Master was right when he said 543 years ago. Junior sister is the most suitable candidate for the next sky, dear mystic maiden. She is also the most talented sky, dear mystic maiden in countless years. If it wasn't for the fact that heaven and earth didn't allow it, I'm afraid she could have really touched the next level. Qin Xuyun sighed and felt a little emotional. She had cultivated her body and mind over the years and had thought it through. Therefore, she regretted what had happened back then, but there was no medicine for regret in this world. She also didn't have the ability to reverse the river of time and change what had happened back then. Eldest senior sister, what happened back then? Why did you sisters fight each other and go against each other? Xiaoyang couldn't help but ask. Qin Xuyun shook her head and said with a guilty look, I let her down. I was jealous of her talent back then. When I knew that Master intended to make her the next sky, dear mystic maiden, I couldn't accept it. Then, when Master was out, I took the young her away from Sky Deer City and tried to use a secret technique to steal her talent at the shore of the Boundary Monument Sea. Unfortunately, just as I was about to succeed, Master noticed and rushed over to save my dying junior sister. In order to save my junior sister and protect her talent, Master didn't hesitate to sacrifice his own life to use a supreme, secret technique. It was because of this that Master passed away so quickly. Qin Xuyun didn't say anything about how she had escaped from Sky Deer City and came to the Nine Mountains to beg the second Mountain Master to take her in, because it didn't matter anymore. She knew that her junior sister would hate her, but it could be that before Master passed away, he didn't want her to fight with her family and let go of her hatred. Or maybe her junior sister knew that if she came to the Nine Mountains alone to seek revenge, she would very likely die. That was why she didn't seek revenge all these years. After hearing this, Xiaoyang also fell into silence. But soon he raised his head and said in a low voice, Everyone makes mistakes. Senior sister, since you have already recognized your mistake, I think that if I were the sky dear mystic maiden, I would forgive you. After so many years, how can there be a threshold that can't be crossed in this world? If the sky dear mystic maiden was magnanimous, she wouldn't have held on to it. Moreover, you are senior sister and junior sister. There is no one in this world who is closer to you than you. I hope so too. But this time, it seems that things aren't so simple. Junior sister has a young man beside her. Qin Xuyun smiled when she heard this and understood what Xiaoyang meant. But she felt that her junior sister wouldn't let him go so easily. With her junior sister's personality, how could she be so close to a young man? So the biggest possibility was that she wanted to use the young man's power to intimidate the 9 mountains and not interfere in this matter. The 2 of them should settle their grudges by themselves. From this, it could be seen that her junior sister was determined to take revenge. You don't have to worry about this matter. Prepare for your battle with Guwudi in 3 days. The 2nd mountain lord has already told me about you. Eldest senior sister believes that you will win the bet in 3 days. Then, Chun Siyun's face showed some fatigue as she waved her hand. Xiao Yang knew that his senior sister was asking him to leave. He nodded silently and clenched his fists. But in his heart he said, "Senior sister, don't worry. I won't allow anyone to hurt you." Then he left the palace and went to the peak where the 2nd mountain lord was. He wanted to ask him to help his senior sister. Xiao Yang knew that for his sake, his master, the 2nd mountain lord, would definitely not stand by and do nothing about eldest senior sister Chun Siyun's matter. So this is the grudge between you and that senior sister? At the same time, in the palace of the 3rd mountain, Gu Changa listened to the grudge between the Sky Deer Mystic Maiden and his senior sister Chun Siyun without missing a word. He raised his eyebrows with interest. It was not because he was suddenly interested in the grudge between the Sky Deer Mystic Maiden. It was because the person who adopted Xiao Yang 20 years ago was his senior sister Chun Siyun. Gu Changa naturally would not refuse such a thing that could hurt the son of fate and take advantage of him. Why? Does young master Gu sympathize with my situation? The Sky Deer Mystic Maiden still had a faint smile on her face. She was wearing a snow-white feather robe. She was tall and her skin was delicate and flawless. When she blinked, there was an extremely seductive look. It was completely different from her pure and holy appearance. I don't sympathize with you. Aren't you living well now? Gu Changa's expression was casual. He shook his head and said, "It seems that you still want to come to the 9 mountains to take revenge on her." Before my senior sister passed away, I promised her that I would put aside my hatred and protect Sky Deer City. Sky Deer City is her blood and sweat. I will do my best to protect it, but I will not allow a person who betrayed her sect and hurt my senior sister to continue living. The Sky Deer Mystic Maiden walked to the window of the palace and raised her head to look at the vast and magnificent Milky Way in the distance. Her beautiful eyes reflected the magnificent starlight. Her black hair was like a waterfall, flowing with a moving luster. In her opinion, the reason why her senior sister passed away was that she had used her lifespan to preserve her talent and life. And all this was because of her senior sister Chun Siyun. Then I will wait and watch a good show. Gu Changa poured a cup of wine and drank by himself. His expression was casual and leisurely. I thought young Master Gu would persuade me to put aside my hatred. After all, she is my senior sister. The Sky Deer Mystic Maiden suddenly turned around and stared at him with an inexplicable look in her eyes. If you don't know the suffering of others, don't persuade others to be magnanimous. What right do I have to persuade you to put aside your hatred? Gu Changa shook his head. Of course, these were just words. Whether or not the Sky Deer Mystic Maiden took revenge had nothing to do with him. Most importantly, if the Sky Deer Mystic Maiden did not take revenge and did not have a conflict with Chun Siyun, then how could the child of fate's hatred be filled? How could he take advantage of her and gain fate points? Young Master Gu's method of coaxing women is truly brilliant. If I didn't know you very well, I would have been moved by your words. The Sky Deer Mystic Maiden's eyes were sparkling. She couldn't help but smile faintly. Suddenly, she walked in front of Gu Changa and sat down with her arms around his neck. A delicate fragrance wafted, tugging at one's heartstrings. He could even feel the slight coolness of her hair brushing past his skin. If you weren't sure that I wouldn't dare to eat you, I don't think you would be so bold. Guchanga was unmoved and continued to drink by himself. However, the Sky Deer mystic maiden didn't care and took the initiative to come closer. Guchanga raised his eyebrows. He didn't think that this girl would be so bold in order to protect Sky Deer City. If I can't eat you, isn't there another way? The Sky Deer mystic maiden lifted her head and smiled faintly. She was very confident and seemed to be taunting him. Her eyes were bright and her teeth were white. Her neck was white and flawless, flowing with a jade-like glow. Her entire being was demonic and holy at the same time. She was so beautiful that it was almost unreal. It made people wonder if this was her real appearance. I'm getting more and more reluctant to kill you. Guchanga sighed and placed his hand on her flawless face. In the blink of an eye, it was already the next day. Many disciples of the 9 mountains gathered at the main peak of the second mountain. Even a few mountain lords were present. The mountain was majestic, surrounded by green light. The cliffs were as smooth as a mirror, as if they were cut down by a heavenly blade from the sky. The spiritual energy here was dense and colorful. All kinds of ancient trees and divine medicines grew here, filling the air with a thick medicinal fragrance. At this moment, on the plaza of the main peak, runes flickered and various rules fell, as if they had existed since ancient times. This was an ancient battlefield hidden in the void, shrouded in a hazy glow. It had been set up by the 9 mountains for generations, engraved with many powerful formation patterns. Usually it would only be activated when something big happened, such as when the mountain lords were sparring. It was able to withstand the energy waves of a battle between emperors, but now it was obviously not because of this. I heard that the Sky Deer Mystic Maiden and senior sister Chinsuyun are going to settle their grudge here. Even the Emperor battlefield has been activated. It seems that there will be a terrifying battle, but many people don't think that senior sister Chinsuyun will win. After all, the Sky Deer Mystic Maiden is a Tao enlightened cultivator, while senior sister Chinsuyun is only a quasi-emperor. The gap between the two is too big. Is that so? Then senior sister Chinsuyun is likely to be in trouble. The other party is clearly bullying her. Many disciples of the 9 mountains who had heard the news long ago gathered and looked at the hazy battlefield in the plaza. They were whispering to each other about the major events that had happened in the 9 mountains these days. The Sky Deer Mystic Maiden had come to seek revenge and wanted to settle her grudge with senior sister Chinsuyun. When they found out that the Sky Deer Mystic Maiden's cultivation was much higher than Chinsuyun's, they were shocked. Then they were indignant and felt that the other party was bullying them. After all, the Sky Deer Mystic Maiden was obviously stronger and wanted to bully the weaker senior sister Chinsuyun. For a time, many people were filled with righteous indignation. Especially under the instigation of junior brother Xiaoyang, many people couldn't help but feel angry at the Sky Deer Mystic Maiden, who they had never met before. However, there were also rational people who felt that this matter was not simple. If the other party really intended to oppress them with their cultivation, the mountain lords would not sit back and let the other party bully the 9 mountains. Therefore, it was very likely that senior sister Chinsuyun was in the wrong. Of course, there were also people who thought that the mountain lords were afraid of the mysterious man beside the Sky Deer Mystic Maiden and did not want to interfere. Soon, in the midst of the crowd's discussion, a divine rainbow descended from the sky in the east and turned into a woman with a somewhat cold expression. It was senior sister Chinsuyun. She was quite reputable among the disciples of the 9 mountains. So when she looked around, all the disciples couldn't help but fall silent. The enmity between Chinsuyun and Sky Deer City is not something we can interfere in. Look at her expression. It seems that she has thought it through and is so calm. On the high platform, a few blurry figures stood. Chaotic chi surged on their bodies as if they were in another, distant world. They were the mountain lords of the 9 mountains. As they spoke, their gazes fell on Chinsuyun. They felt that her cultivation was the same as usual and there was not much change. Senior sister, On the other side, Xiaoyang was also watching everything closely. His expression was solemn and he was worried. Although he had already asked his master, the second mountain lord, to help his senior sister, the second mountain lord had also agreed. His master, the second mountain lord, had also agreed to his request. He had also bestowed upon Qin Suyun a secret treasure that could save her life at a critical moment. However, he still didn't have much confidence in Qin Suyun. The Sky Deer Mystic Maiden was an experienced cultivator. If she attacked with her full strength, she could kill Qin Suyun with one finger. If anything happens to senior sister, even if you are the Sky Deer Mystic Maiden, I will not let you go, Xiaoyang thought to himself. At the same time, he looked to the west and waited for the Sky Deer Mystic Maiden to appear. Boom! At this moment, everyone noticed that there was a sound coming from the west. They couldn't help but look over. It was a bright and dazzling golden light. A golden path spread out from afar and extended all the way to this place. Golden lotuses bloomed on it. Each of them was sparkling and translucent, as if the flowers of the great Tao were blooming. A man and a woman stood on it. They were both dressed in white, and their sleeves fluttered in the wind. They looked otherworldly and were very compatible, like a pair of immortal couples. The Sky Deer Mystic Maiden took a step forward and descended from the golden path. She arrived at the square and was about to enter the ancient battlefield. Her face was fair and flawless. She was a head taller than the average woman and had a holy aura. She was like a goddess above the 9 heavens, untainted by dust. Her appearance instantly attracted the attention of all the disciples. It was the first time they saw the Sky Deer Mystic Maiden, and their eyes flashed with amazement. However, there were also people who were sizing up Guchanga. They wanted to know who this mysterious young man was. Even the Sky Deer Mystic Maiden, who had such a noble status, was accompanying him. The mountain lords also did not dare to be negligent. In the past few days, although there were disciples who went to the third mountain in an attempt to see his face, they all failed and were refused entry. The young man's bodyguard was a quasi-emperor expert wearing a black metal armor. His strength was extremely terrifying, and no one dared to get close to him. Behind Guchanga, the 3 mountain lords, Guwudi, and the others also appeared to watch the battle. This is that mysterious young man. Where did he come from? Why does he give me such a dangerous feeling? One of the mountain lords stared at Guchanga in shock. The other mountain lords also had different expressions as they pondered in their hearts. They had lived for countless years and had seen the changes of the 8 desolates and 10 regions. What kind of forces had they not seen before? However, this was the first time they saw such a mysterious young man. If not for the Sky Deer Mystic Maiden accompanying him, they would have suspected that Guchanga came from the upper domain. Master, what do you think senior sister's chances of winning are? Xiaoyang came to the second mountain lord's side and frowned. He glanced at Guchanga and then at the Sky Deer Mystic Maiden. He could not help but ask. He did not know Guchanga and did not want to know him. However, the other party's deep and terrifying aura and his condescending expression made him feel uncomfortable. Hearing Xiaoyang's words, the second mountain lord stopped sizing up Guchanga and shook his head. No chance of winning, but she should be able to save her life. It was not that he did not think highly of Qin Suyun, but the gap between the two was too big. His main attention was still on Guchanga. This was a young man that even he could not see through. Regardless of whether it was his aura or his strength, they all revealed an unfathomable mystery. No wonder the third mountain lord is so cautious and does not dare to be careless. The second mountain lord looked deeply at Guchanga again. Even you don't think highly of senior sister, master? Xiaoyang frowned even more. There was indeed a huge gap between the quasi-emperor realm and those who had achieved the Tao. Now it seemed that he could only hope that senior sister would not be injured. Senior sister, I haven't seen you for so many years. It seems that you are doing well. On the square, the Sky Deer Mystic Maiden looked at Qin Suyun with a faint smile on her face. She was as pure as a Buddhist lotus, graceful and beautiful. Chun Suyun had a complicated expression on her face. I did not expect you to become like this. As she spoke, she could not help but look at Guchanga, who was not far away inside. Oh, what do you think of me? The sky deer mystic maiden was still smiling, as if she was reminiscing with her. In the past, you wouldn't have sought help from others, especially a man, for the sake of revenge. You were a proud and confident person. In Chun Suyun's opinion, the sky deer mystic maiden did not hesitate to give herself to others for revenge. Moreover, the sky deer mystic maiden's temperament and personality were poles apart from the junior sister that she knew. If not for the fact that her face had not changed, she would not believe that this was the junior sister of the past. Senior sister, it seems that you still do not know me well enough. Besides, Changa is very good to me. The sky deer mystic maiden had a faint smile on her face. She was not angry and was very sacred and aloof. Is that so? In that case, it is time for us to settle the grudge between us. Chun Suyun's face darkened slightly. Her figure flashed, and she entered the ancient battlefield in front of her, ready to fight to the death. The sky deer mystic maiden was not in a hurry. Instead, she looked back at Guchanga. Blinking her eyes, she said, "My husband, I will do as you ask." Seeing this, many lords were shocked. They could not help but look toward Guchanga. They felt this matter had become tricky. However, Guchanga did not change his expression. Standing on the golden path, he did not land on the ground. Instead, he was looking down coldly and calmly. "He is the son of luck with a purple luck," he murmured to himself. Then he looked away from Xiaoyang. This was the first time he had seen Xiaoyang. He was not disappointed. Red, orange, yellow, green, cyan, blue, and purple karmas had 7 colors. Cyan karmas were rare. Even Jiang Qin, the reincarnation of the celestial boat's weapon spirit, only had blue karmas. However, Xiaoyang's karmas were purple. Although it was very thin, it was still purple. Then the sky deer mystic maiden flashed and entered the ancient battlefield in front of her, too. It was full of gray fog and chaotic fog. It was like the beginning of the world. It was boundless. Many big stars were floating in the sky. Dreadful energies were intertwined. Some weapon remains could even be seen. The divine power in the air was strong enough to hurt supreme venerables. This ancient battlefield had existed for an unknown period of time. It was big enough for people who had achieved the doctrine to fight. It was like an ancient universe had been refined. The two showed their strongest techniques as soon as they entered the battlefield. Chun Suyun showed her strength as a Cloud 6 prospective emperor. At the same time, she threw out her weapon. It was a small purple tower with a round top. It was shining as brightly as stars. It enlarged quickly. It was like a small mountain floating in the air. The prospective emperor's light seemed to be able to penetrate the universe. Many stars were shaking, as if they would collapse at any time. However, the sky deer mystic maiden did not show much emotion. She only waved her sleeve. A divine light was thrown over. It turned into a sword energy and struck toward Chun Suyun. Chi! Chi! In the next moment, the small purple tower in front of Chun Suyun burst into a dazzling light. It tried to resist, but it was almost shattered by the sword energy. She coughed up blood and was sent flying. She was severely injured. In just a single exchange of blows, he was defeated and his life was in danger. Senior sister, you are still as weak as before. You really disappoint me. The Empyrean deer mystic maiden still looked indifferent. She waved her sleeve again, and terrifying divine light turned into sword chi, slashing Chun Suyun. Chun Suyun kept coughing up blood. Her body collapsed, and thick blood mist spread out. This scene made Xiaoyang's eyes turn red. He clenched his fists and stood up. He could not help but shout, "Stop!" However, the sky deer mystic maiden turned a deaf ear to his words. She did not intend to kill Chinsuyun so easily. Her divine power was not fatal, but each time Chinsuyun coughed up blood, her injuries worsened. She could barely stand up. Chapter 470. The ancient battlefield was shrouded in gray fog. Terrifying auras intertwined, making one's heart palpitate. The Empyrean deer mystic maiden was dressed in white, and her hair was as smooth as silk. However, she showed no mercy in her attacks, and was very decisive. Puff, puff! Sword Chi slashed down with just the right amount of power. It was not life-threatening, but it was enough to make Chinsuyun groan and cough up blood. All her attacks collapsed, and even the quasi-emperor that had accompanied her for her entire life almost cracked. The gap between the two was very big. There was no suspense in this battle from the beginning to the end. Outside the square, all the disciples of the 9 Mountains were shocked at this scene, then angry. They did not expect their eldest senior sister to be defeated so quickly, and they did not expect the Empyrean deer mystic maiden to be so holy. However, she showed no mercy in her attacks and was very ruthless. If it were anyone else who entered, they would have exploded. No one could stop the Empyrean deer mystic maiden unless the real Mountain Lord intervened. The Mountain Lords frowned, but did not say anything. Instead, they looked at Gu Changa on the other side. They could not guess Gu Changa's identity, and did not dare to offend him. Therefore, although Chinsuyun was a disciple of the 9 Mountains, this was a personal grudge, and they could not intervene. Stop! Empyrean deer mystic maiden, you are the guardian of Empyrean Deer City, but you are so ruthless. You don't care about your relationship with your fellow disciples. Even if eldest senior sister did wrong you in the past, so many years have passed. She has already lost and is severely injured. There is no threshold in this world that cannot be crossed. As the Empyrean deer mystic maiden and a fellow disciple, shouldn't you be more magnanimous? At this moment, they saw that Chinsuyun was severely injured. Xiao Yang's eyes were a little red. He finally stood up and asked the Empyrean deer mystic maiden who was attacking. He knew that Chinsuyun had let the Empyrean deer mystic maiden down and could not stand up for what happened back then. However, that was his eldest senior sister. How could he watch her be tortured? First senior sister is no match for the Empyrean deer mystic maiden. That Empyrean deer mystic maiden has gone too far. She's using her cultivation to bully and torture first senior sister. That's right, coming to the territory of the 9 Mountains and bullying others like this. This is simply not putting the 9 Mountains in their eyes. I wonder what the Mountain Lords are thinking. How could you allow the heaven deer mystic maiden to bully the people of the 9 Mountains? When the disciples heard Xiao Yang's words, they were filled with righteous indignation. Eldest senior sister Chinsuyun had a lot of prestige among the disciples. Many disciples were very afraid of her. Now that they saw her in such a miserable state, they naturally couldn't bear it. On the Golden Avenue, Gu Changa watched the show with great interest. He did not intend to interfere. With the strength of the Empyrean deer mystic maiden, it would not be a problem for her to resolve the enmity of the past. However, Xiao Yang's attitude caused him to narrow his eyes. This was really the character of the son of destiny. He was self-centered and felt that everything he did was right. To put it nicely, it was called being ignorant of the current situation. To put it bluntly, it was commonly known as a double-standard dog. However, such a character was the best to harvest and make use of. How foolish! Gu Wudi, who was dressed in golden armor, could not help but look at the crowd with a cold smile. Then, when he looked at the cold and calm Gu Changa, fear grew in his heart. He knew that Gu Changa's purpose of coming here was not to avenge the Empyrean deer mystic maiden, but to destroy the 9 Mountains. These fools were all so self-righteous. They did not know that this matter would not be peaceful for more than a few days. You're advising me to be magnanimous. At this moment, she seemed to have heard Xiao Yang's words. The Empyrean deer mystic maiden stopped and looked at him with a slight smile on her flawless face. It seems that you know what she did back then." For some reason, Xiaoyang did not like the smile on her face. It seemed to hide a deep mockery. However, he still frowned and said in a deep voice, "So what if you know? Aren't you alive and well now? Don't tell me you really want to kill your former senior sister?" In his opinion, what happened back then was already in the past. Senior sister Chen Suyun had wronged the Emperorian, dear, mystic maiden. However, she was still her senior sister. Moreover, she already regretted what she did back then. Why not give her a chance to repent and make amends and turn over a new leaf? Is that so? If I kill her, what will you do? The Emperorian, dear mystic maiden asked with a smile, giving off a refreshing feeling. Xiaoyang's expression turned cold. He was about to speak. However, Qin Suyun, who was covered in blood, swallowed a few pills. Her body shone brightly as she began to recover. She waved her hand and said, "Junior brother, don't worry about me. This is between me and her. She does not intend to forgive me. This is what I deserve. If I forgive you, then who will avenge Master?" The Emperorian, dear mystic maiden still had a faint smile on her face. It was hard to guess her true emotions. Chen Suyun looked a little guilty as she said, "Back then, I didn't want to cause Master to become like this, but Master has already passed away. I promised her that I would protect the Emperorian, dear mystic maiden and give up on my hatred for you. I did it. I let go of my hatred, but I cannot let go of Master's hatred." The Emperorian, dear mystic maiden shook her head. Her expression did not change. "So Master still has such a promise?" Chun Siyun seemed to be stunned when she heard this. Then, the bitter smile on her face grew even stronger. She said, "I've let Master down and I've also let you down. Just do it. If the enmity between us can be settled like this, it will be a relief for both of us. I can understand if you do not forgive me. I was jealous of your talent and Master's love for you. Is there any use saying all this now?" The Emperorian, dear mystic maiden still shook her head. A trace of mockery flashed across her eyes. She knew her senior sister very well. Now, she was just trying to soften her attitude. She was very smart. If she really regretted it and wanted to make up for it, why did she not leave the 9 mountains and kowtow in front of Master's tomb all these years? Whoosh, whoosh! In the next moment, the sword Qi filled the sky again. With a sharp intent, it fell from the sky and slashed Qin Suyun. It made her feel the pain of the Emperorian, dear, mystic maiden. However, she could not understand how the Emperorian, dear mystic maiden felt back then. Qin Suyun groaned continuously. She wanted to grit her teeth and bear the pain, but in the end, she could not bear it anymore and took out her quasi-emperor weapon. However, in the face of the Emperorian, dear, mystic maiden's sword Qi, her pseudo-monarch weapon did not last long before it let out a cry of agony and exploded into pieces that filled the air. When the disciples around the square saw this scene, their expressions changed drastically. They were both angry and worried. From the conversation just now, they could vaguely guess who was in the wrong back then. However, as Xiaoyang had said, so many years had passed. Why couldn't they give first senior sister a chance to repent and make up for it? However, the Emperorian, dear mystic maiden's actions made it difficult for them to link her to the legendary guardian of the Emperorian, dear mystic maiden. Moreover, now that the quasi-emperor weapon had shattered, how much longer could Chun Suyun resist? They instinctively looked at the mountain masters, hoping that they would stand up and stop this. However, other than the second mountain master, who was frowning, the others were very calm and did not have any attitude. Could it be that the mountain masters are afraid of that young man? Is that why they are not willing to interfere? Their hearts skipped a beat. They felt that things were not going well. Could it be that first senior sister was going to die today? It seems that you are determined to kill me. Qin Suyun coughed up blood. Her body was almost full of wounds. She laughed bitterly and finally took out a palm-sized golden bell. Accompanied by surging golden light, This golden bell enlarged in the air. The aura of the great path flowed on it, and Emperor Tao precepts intertwined. It was obvious that this was an emperor weapon. Xiaoyang had asked the second Mountain Master to give it to her because he was worried that she would die in this battle. He gave it to her to save her life. After taking out this emperor weapon, she finally blocked the Empyrean Dear Mystic Maiden's sword chi. However, it was still uncomfortable. Her body felt like it was going to explode. Your master's spirit in heaven doesn't want to see you fight against each other. Why can't you understand your master's intentions, Empyrean Dear Mystic Maiden? Xiaoyang couldn't help but ask again. His expression was ugly and he clenched his fists. He couldn't wait to go up and help Qin Suyun. However, his words really angered the Empyrean Dear Mystic Maiden. She didn't intend to be serious, but coldness appeared in her eyes. Vast emperor aura raged. A wisp of it was enough to change the color of heaven and earth. It swept out from the ancient battlefield. The formation patterns in the surroundings couldn't resist and rushed toward Xiaoyang. The nearby palaces trembled and swayed as if they were going to collapse under this aura. All the disciples were horrified. Their faces were pale, and their souls were trembling. They were terrified from the bottom of their hearts. This was the anger of a person who had achieved the Tao. If it weren't for this special place, it would have swept to the outer realm and spread thousands of miles. Xiaoyang didn't expect the Empyrean Dear Mystic Maiden to be so ruthless in front of so many mountain masters. His expression became uglier. However, he wasn't worried because his master, the second mountain master, was behind him. In the next moment, a gentle wind with a gentle aura of extreme yin and extreme yang suppressed the Empyrean Dear Mystic Maiden's emperor aura. Xiaoyang, don't interfere in this matter. The second mountain master waved his sleeve, and the void blurred. He appeared outside the ancient warship, blocking the fluctuations of the battle. She begged for fresh flowers. Master, but eldest senior sister is really going to be killed by the Empyrean Dear Mystic Maiden. Xiaoyang frowned. He was very unwilling to see eldest senior sister's miserable state with his own eyes. What? Is the second mountain master going to interfere in this matter? The moment the second mountain master made his move, a faint voice suddenly sounded. A golden path extended out and landed in front of the second mountain master. Gu Chang'e looked calm and composed as she walked down from it. It was the first time that all the disciples of the 9 mountains saw him speak. At this moment, almost all of them held their breaths and felt the atmosphere become heavy. This young man, who looked like a banished immortal, had a terrifying aura that was as vast as the sea. No one dared to look directly at him. Even the mountain masters were slightly inferior in front of him. Everyone, including the 3 mountain masters, saw this scene and their eyes flashed. They all looked over with different expressions. In fact, they also wanted to know what tricks Gu Chang'e had up his sleeve. What do you mean by that, young master? I'm just advising my disciples not to interfere. The second mountain master shook his head. He didn't want to fight with Gu Chang'e and chose to retreat. However, Gu Chang'e had no intention of letting it go. A terrifying divine light appeared in his eyes and fell on Xiaoyang. Xiaoyang's expression changed, and he was a little frightened. He couldn't help but take a step back. This boy has interfered time and time again, but you didn't stop him. Now that he's in danger, you can't help but make a move? Such temperaments are really from the same lineage. His words didn't fluctuate much, and they were cold and emotionless. The second mountain master's expression changed slightly, and then he shook his head and said, Xiaoyang is just advising the Empyrean Maiden to let go of her hatred. With his strength, why would he interfere with her? Is that so? Gu Chang'e looked at Xiaoyang and saw him looking at her unyieldingly. He suddenly smiled, but he was still very cold. If that's the case, then what if I ask her to let go of her hatred? In the ancient battlefield, when Gu Chang'e appeared, The Emperorian dear Emperorian maiden stopped and didn't continue to torture Qin Siyun. She was waiting for Gu Changa's orders. Today's matter could be said to have been within Gu Changa's plan from beginning to end. She wasn't surprised by this at all. "I'll listen to you, young master." Hearing this, she smiled and walked out with Qin Siyun, who was covered in blood. Her white clothes were not stained with a speck of dust. She was as beautiful as a flawless divine lotus. There were no traces of fighting at all. Qin Siyun's injuries were very serious. Even though she had taken out an emperor weapon, she still didn't feel good, and her body almost exploded. However, as a quasi-emperor, her qi and blood were astonishing. When she left the ancient battlefield, her injuries were already healing, and there was a rumbling sound in her body. That was her qi and blood surging. She couldn't help but smile and let out a sigh of relief, thinking that today's matter was over. Everyone looked at this scene in shock, and for a moment they couldn't wrap their heads around it. Could it be that it's over? The other mountain lords also frowned. They couldn't figure out what Gu Changa was up to. They felt that this matter might not be so simple. "Young master, you're so magnanimous. This old man admires you greatly." The second mountain master's expression was stunned, and he couldn't help but say. He also didn't expect Gu Changa to suddenly say this, and directly asked the heavenly dear mystic fairy to let go of her hatred and choose to stop. The heavenly dear mystic fairy was also very obedient and directly let go of her hatred, which was really unexpected and even surprising. Eldest senior sister, Xiaoyang obviously didn't expect this either. At first, he was stunned and subconsciously thought that Gu Changa was giving face to his master. He was pleasantly surprised and was about to go forward to support Qin Siyun, who was covered in blood. "Thank you for forgiving me, junior sister." At this moment, Qin Siyun's face surged with a smile, as if she was relieved of her burden. However, in the next moment, her smile suddenly froze on her face, and there were still traces of shock, confusion, horror, and disbelief in her eyes. Koof! A long golden spear condensed and appeared in the void, and like a flash of lightning, it suddenly pierced between her eyebrows. Accompanied by white bone fragments and a mist of blood, she exploded in the air. She didn't even have time to scream before she was annihilated by the spear, and her body and soul were instantly destroyed. "Now, it's your turn to be magnanimous. What do you think?" Gu Changa looked at the stunned Xiaoyang, who seemed to have lost his mind, and his expression was very cold as he spoke casually. The spear's speed was so fast that it even surpassed the speed of time and space. Even the second mountain master could only see it with his own eyes and couldn't catch a trace of it, so he couldn't stop it at all. For a time, the surroundings fell deathly silent. Everyone stared blankly at this scene with astonishment, and they didn't dare believe their eyes at all. Gu Changa killed eldest senior sister just like that? Ordinary. Chapter 471. White bone fragments, mixed with a bloody mist, filled the void. There was still a terrifying aura that made people tremble in fear, telling of the terrifying thunderous strike just now. Puff! A sixth heaven quasi-emperor expert was instantly pierced between his eyebrows by a golden spear and exploded on the spot, his body and soul destroyed. Everyone was unable to react as they stared blankly at the scene before them. Qin Siyun did not have time to resist until the last moment. Her eyes were still filled with shock, confusion, fear, and disbelief. She could not believe that she would die here, and not at the hands of the heavenly dear mystic fairy. In her opinion, today's matter was already over. The heavenly dear mystic fairy had promised to let go of her hatred, so why did she still die? The other mountain lords also looked at this scene in shock. Many people even stood up involuntarily, their faces as dark as water. Their eyes shone with a terrifying golden light, and there was a soul-stirring pressure. "You killed a disciple of the 9 mountains." A mountain lord who was on good terms with eldest senior sister Qin Siyun spoke in a low voice. His eyes were fixed on Gu Changa, and there was anger and coldness in them. Although the other mountain lords did not speak, Their eyes were also flickering with different emotions. Some were angry, some were shocked, and some were confused. You, the second mountain lord, who realized what had happened, looked at Guchanga with an extremely ugly expression. He was somewhat livid, and he was desperately suppressing his anger. His disciple was killed by Guchanga so powerfully in front of everyone, and as a master he could not stop it in time. In his opinion, this was a slap to his master's face. What about me? At this time, shouldn't you be persuading your disciple to let go of her hatred? Although I killed his eldest senior sister, there is no threshold in this world that cannot be crossed. I feel guilty and want to make it up to him. I wonder if he can be magnanimous for once. Give me a chance to turn over a new leaf. Guchanga's expression did not change much when he heard this, and he said casually. However, everyone could feel the mockery in his words. Hearing this, the second mountain lord's expression froze, and he suddenly could not find the words to refute. The mountain masters were silent for a while. Their eyes flickered as they too did not know how to refute. Many disciples of the 9 mountains turned pale as anger and helplessness rose in their hearts. Wasn't this Xiao Yang's original words? That was how Xiao Yang persuaded the heavenly deer mystic maiden to let go of her hatred. But if such a thing were to happen to him, would he be able to do as he was advised and let go of his hatred? After all, what happened to him and what happened to others were 2 very different things. Husband, why do you have to do it yourself? Don't let the blood of such people stain your hands. The eyes of the Empyrean deer mystic maiden gently blinked. They were sparkling and translucent like flawless jade stones. It's nothing. I just wanted to know if this disciple of the second mountain master could be magnanimous for once. When Guchanga heard this, he seemed to smile, a faint mocking curve at the corner of his mouth. My husband is so nice. The heavenly deer, mystic maiden smiled. She was tall and slender, elegant and pure. This smile had an extremely bewitching flavor, to the extent that many male disciples were stunned, unable to shift their gazes away. At this moment, Xiaoyang, who had been in a daze for a long time, finally reacted. He looked at the blood mist and the white bone fragments in front of him. Terrifying anger and hatred surged in his eyes as he stared at Guchanga. His whole body was trembling. He clenched his fists and his eyes were scarlet. You killed eldest senior sister, he said almost word by word. His words were filled with monstrous anger and coldness, as if he couldn't wait to cut Guchanga into pieces. So what if I killed her? What, if it were you? Couldn't you be magnanimous for once? If you want to avenge your senior sister, you can try. Guchanga's eyes fell on him. His expression was still understated, as if he had just crushed an ant. This contemptuous and casual attitude caused Xiao Yang's anger to surge, making it difficult for him to suppress it. Buzz! Faint green lines appeared under his skin. There was a mysterious aura. At this moment, he was so angry that his hair stood on end. His eyes were red, like a ferocious beast that was about to charge at any time. I'm going to kill you. Xiao Yang gritted his teeth. His voice was cold, as if he couldn't live under the same sky with this hatred. Eldest senior's sister had been with him for more than 20 years. They were very close, like sisters and mothers. How could he watch eldest senior's sister be killed without doing anything? Magnanimity and forgiveness were all *T at this moment. Xiaoyang, don't be rash. However, the second mountain master frowned and sighed. He pulled Xiaoyang back. If Xiaoyang and Guchanga had a conflict, he couldn't sit by and do nothing. The difference in strength between Xiaoyang and Guchanga was too big. Xiaoyang couldn't be a match for him. Then the 9 mountains would be involved. During this period, he had been carefully avoiding everything, afraid that the signs in his deduction would happen. Since Guchanga was able to kill Qin Siyun in front of all the mountain masters and disciples without any fear, she must have a lot of confidence and foundation, and was not afraid of the 9 mountains. Therefore, he didn't want to tolerate this, but he had to. In terms of reason, they couldn't stand on the side of reason. Master, Xiao Yang gritted his teeth. He was extremely unwilling. However, if he fought with Gu Changa, he wouldn't be able to kill him even if he had 100 lives. Today's matter is between your eldest senior sister and the Empyrean dear mystic fairy. As outsiders, we have no right to interfere. The second mountain master sighed. He was also unwilling. After all, when Chun Suyun left Sky Deer City, he was the one who took her in. After so many years of being together, how could he not have feelings for her? Then he rolled up his sleeves. The golden ancient bell in the ancient battlefield turned into a ray of light and flew back into his sleeve. Then he turned into a divine rainbow and left with Xiaoyang. He didn't want to stay any longer. Seeing that the second mountain master had chosen to retreat and leave, all the disciples who were filled with righteous indignation were stunned. They didn't expect the second mountain master to be so tolerant after seeing his own disciple killed by an outsider. He didn't do anything and just left with Xiaoyang. Many people felt that it was inconceivable. They were extremely angry and sullen. However, under Ah Da's cold gaze, they couldn't help but shiver. They didn't dare to say anything. The terrifying black shadow that looked like an iron tower gave people a great sense of fear. The pressure was so great that it could make people's skin crack. This made them feel sullen. They were clearly in their own territory, but they didn't dare to say anything. After the second mountain master left, the other mountain masters looked deeply at Gu Changa. Then they disappeared. They couldn't guess his purpose in coming here. Hearing the system's notification, Gu Changa narrowed his eyes. It seemed that killing Qin Suyun was a big blow to the Sun of Destiny. Once the Sun of Destiny was full, his luck points would slowly decrease. However, when dealing with a Son of Providence with such a character, there was nothing more effective than letting him experience the pain himself. As the saying goes, if you don't know the pain of others, don't persuade them to be magnanimous. Now that he understood the pain of others, he didn't know if he could really be magnanimous this time. Congratulations on avenging the Empyrean dear mystic fairy. The third mountain master's eyes flashed. At this moment, he walked over from behind. He cupped his hands and smiled at the Empyrean dear mystic fairy and Gu Changa. He obviously didn't care much about Chun Suyun's death. When Chun Suyun fled to the 9 mountains and knelt in front of the mountain gate, he was the first to refuse. Unfortunately, he couldn't persuade the second mountain master and accepted her. Now that he saw Gu Changa's cultivation with his own eyes, he was shocked. At least that casual attack just now could be blocked by someone who was at least at the Tao attainment realm. A Tao attainment realm cultivator at such a young age really made his heart tremble. He couldn't help but wonder if Gu Changa came from the legendary celestial realm. However, even in the legendary celestial realm, there probably wasn't a Tao attainment realm cultivator at such a young age. This was simply unbelievable. Even the ancient books didn't dare to record this. Therefore, the third mountain master wanted to befriend him and didn't dare to underestimate him. "You're too polite, fellow Taoist. It's all thanks to my husband that I got my revenge. Otherwise, I wouldn't know when I would be able to avenge my master." The Empyrean dear mystic fairy shook her head and smiled. At the same time, she naturally held onto Gu Changa's arm as if they were very loving and didn't want to let go for a moment. "Young master, your strength is so terrifying at such a young age. This old man admires you. Compared to you, this old man has lived for so many years in vain." The third mountain master's attitude towards Gu Changa was also very respectful. There was no lack of politeness and goodwill in his words. Even though he was a veteran Tao attainment realm cultivator who had attained Tao longer than the Heaven Deer Mystic Maiden, he still felt that Gu Changa was unfathomable. Wudi passed down the order. "The third mountain will hold a banquet today to celebrate fellow Taoist mystic maiden's revenge." Then the third mountain master ordered Gu Wudi, who was behind him, As for whether this would offend the second mountain and infuriate the second mountain master, he didn't care at all. After all, the two of them had already shed all pretense of cordiality a long time ago. Most of the time, they didn't care about each other at all. For example, the matter of the 9 mountains celestial seal. If he hadn't insisted on the competition, the second mountain master would have ignored the third mountain and passed the 9 mountains celestial seal to Xiaoyang. Yes, master. After receiving the order, Guwudi looked up at Gu Chang'e, then quickly left. From the third mountain master's attitude, it was obvious that he didn't know Gu Chang'e's identity. This made him feel complicated. He only hoped that when Gu Chang'e destroyed the 9 mountains, the third mountain master would be smart and not try to resist. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. Soon, what happened today spread throughout the 9 mountains. Even the disciples who were in seclusion and didn't go to watch the battle were extremely shocked. They didn't expect that eldest senior sister Qin Suyin would be killed in such a way. This made them sigh and angry. However, the other mountain masters didn't say anything. What could the disciples do? If they went up to provoke Gu Chang'e, judging from how ruthless he was, he probably wouldn't let them live. In the third mountain master's palace, celestial mist rose in spirals. It was a dazzling sight like a fairyland. Rich spiritual qi filled the air, and runes flickered and intertwined on the walls and jade pillars. At the banquet, the guests and the host were enjoying themselves. Many beautiful female disciples danced in their long sleeves. Their appearances were moving, and their figures were graceful. It was a feast for the eyes. The third mountain master specially ordered the disciples to prepare the many saint fruits and spirit birds they had collected over the years and cook them into food. Multicolored light shone brightly, and multicolored qi filled the air. There was a shocking divine light on the meat, emitting a dazzling brilliance. Some of the food even had illusions floating on the surface. A terrifying aura seemed to be evolving from the void, causing the faces of many disciples to turn pale. These were ancient ferocious beasts that lived in the sea of stars behind the third mountain. They had lived for millions of years, and their strength was monstrous. Now they were being killed for food. If an ordinary cultivator were to approach this meat, they would probably explode. This old man proposes a toast to young Master Chang'e. If we leave the 9 mountains in the future, I hope that young Master Chang'e will take care of us. The third mountain master was dressed in black. He sat to the side, leaving the main seat for Gu Chang'e. At this moment he smiled and raised the bronze wine cup in his hand to propose a toast to Gu Chang'e. Chapter 472. A strange light flashed in Gu Chang'e's eyes. He nodded slightly and said, "If there's a chance, of course." Then he raised his head and drank the wine in one gulp. The heavenly deer, mystic fairy, sat sideways. Her hair was soft and her face was flawless. Even her long dress could not hide her slender and fair legs. She saw this and gently filled his cup with wine, looking virtuous and docile. From time to time, she would pick up pieces of meat with her jade chopsticks and send them to Gu Chang'e's mouth. Seeing this, even the third mountain master was a little envious. This was the heavenly deer mystic fairy, a Taoist who was no weaker than him. She was peerless and peerless. In the eyes of billions of living beings and cultivators in the 8 desolates and 10 regions, she was a goddess who was not even qualified to be seen from afar. Mr. Chang'e and the heavenly deer mystic fairy are a good match. He could not help but praise sincerely. In this world, except for a man like Gu Chang'e, no one was worthy of her. The heavenly deer mystic fairy pursed her lips and smiled. "I think so too." Then she looked at Gu Chang'e. Divine light flashed in her eyes. "Husband, do you think I'm right?" Gu Chang'e knew what she was planning. Before he got the 9 mountains celestial seal, he could not be bothered with her. However, he still showed a gentle expression and said, "You're right. Of course, the prerequisite is that you're always obedient and don't have any bad thoughts." "Husband, what are you saying? Do you still not believe me?" The heavenly dear mystic fairy looked at him with some resentment. "Why wouldn't I believe you?" Gu Changa laughed, but his expression did not change much. The third mountain master felt like he had heard a secret between the two, but he did not dare to ask. He looked a little embarrassed. At the same time, unlike the lively atmosphere of the third mountain, the second mountain was cold and lonely. It seemed a little sad. After the second mountain master brought Xiaoyang back, he returned to the palace where he usually cultivated. However, all of the disciples from the second mountain knew exactly what had happened, and didn't dare to ask any questions. The enormous mountain range was rather quiet. Even the usual cries of beasts and birds had disappeared. The starlight was dim, and in the distant sea of stars there was a sea of clouds rolling, and a magnificent Milky Way was falling. Xiaoyang was dressed in plain clothes. He had a silent expression on his face, but there was some unconcealable grief on his face. He stood quietly in a grave at the back of the mountain. Qin Suyin was killed by a single spear strike from Gu Changa. Her body and soul were completely destroyed, leaving nothing behind. Even the quasi-emperor weapon that she usually carried had been shattered in that battle, turning into fragments. Therefore, the tomb in front of them was actually just a cenotaph. "Eldest senior sister, don't worry. I will definitely avenge you. If I, Xiaoyang, don't take revenge for what happened today, I swear that I am not human." At this moment he had already calmed down, but he still could not hide the grief and hatred in his heart. Xiaoyang swore in his heart. He clenched his fist so tightly that cracking sounds could be heard because he used too much strength. His mind was still filled with the tragic scene of his eldest senior sister being killed, and Gu Changa's casual look of disdain as if he was stepping on an ant. This made it difficult for him to calm down. Buzz! At this moment, a wave of energy came from behind Xiaoyang, and the second mountain master appeared. He looked at the cenotaph in front of him with a complicated expression. "Master." Xiaoyang turned to look at the second mountain master. Although he knew that the second mountain master had his reasons for retreating today, he still could not hide the disappointment in his heart. He originally thought that the second mountain master, as the master, would take revenge for his eldest senior sister. However, the master chose to retreat and not fight with Gu Changa. In the eyes of many disciples, this was because the second mountain master was afraid of him. Now, there were such rumors in every mountain. I know what you are thinking, but you must know that before you become a Tao Enlightened One, you must not seek revenge. That young man's strength was so strong that even I felt a trace of danger. The second mountain master knew what Xiaoyang was thinking. Then he took out a shiny and dazzling silver battle suit from his sleeve and handed it to him. This silver armor was extremely simple and unadorned. There were many complicated symbols on it, and it was shining brilliantly like a silver moon in the night sky. "I understand, master, but this is?" Xiaoyang took the silver battle suit in front of him and nodded. However, he was still a little confused. He did not understand why the master would give him such a protective item at this time. The master had given him many treasures and weapons on a daily basis. "This is the silver moon battle suit. I made it after killing a silver moon wolf god of the Tao Enlightened One. With your current strength, although you can't fully activate it, it should not be a problem for you to defend against ordinary attacks." The second mountain master explained. "Thank you, master." Xiaoyang quickly put on the silver moon battle suit. It was covered by a robe, so no one could tell that he was wearing an emperor-level battle suit. "I just made another deduction. I feel that there will be a sudden change in the battle between you and Gu Wudi the day after tomorrow. The heavenly secrets are in chaos. I am a little worried. If you have one more protective item, you will have a better chance of winning." The second mountain master nodded with satisfaction. Then he said earnestly, "I suspect that young man today will intervene in this matter. His purpose in coming to the 9 mountains should not be simple. Master, don't worry. I will not lose. If Gu Wudi is suppressed to the same level as me, I will have the confidence to defeat him. Why should I be afraid of his 3 moves? At this moment, Xiao Yang's confidence was spontaneously born. His words were sonorous and powerful. Seeing this, the second mountain master nodded with satisfaction. However, he still took out a few powerful weapons and handed them to Xiaoyang. Your bloodline is very strong, but you need to find your former clansmen as soon as possible. With their help, you can use the advantage of your bloodline. I only know about this, but I can't help you. If you can find the mountain master, that would be even better. However, even I don't know where he has been living in seclusion all these years. At the same time, he began to tell Xiaoyang about another matter. It was quite serious. Xiaoyang nodded. He understood the importance of this matter. While the second mountain master was telling Xiaoyang about this matter, in the third mountain, in a magnificent hall, Gu Chang'e was also telling Gu Wudi something. Young master, don't worry. Xiaoyang is only a saint. Even if I suppress my cultivation to the same level as him, he will not be a match for me. Gu Wudi was dressed in a golden battle robe. His entire body seemed to be glowing like a golden sun. It was incomparably dazzling. However, in front of Gu Chang'e, he was still very respectful. Although he was far from being a match for Gu Chang'e, dealing with Xiaoyang was a piece of cake. He did not know why Gu Chang'e had called him here alone to tell him about this matter. You are not a match for him. However, Gu Chang'e only shook his head. There was an inexplicable look in his eyes. He was thinking about something. The 9 Mountains celestial seal was related to his destruction of the 9 mountains. If it was in the second mountain master's hands, it would inevitably cause a lot of trouble for him. Therefore, he needed Gu Wudi to get the 9 Mountains celestial seal. Otherwise, he would not be interested in the competition between Gu Wudi and Xiaoyang. Young master, I am a supreme. Even if I suppress my cultivation to the saint realm, my comprehension of the laws of divine powers is not something Xiaoyang can compare to. How can I not be a match for him? Gu Wudi clearly did not expect Gu Chang'e to say this to him. He was stunned for a moment and could not help but refute. He was proud and arrogant. Although his life was controlled by Gu Chang'e, he did not want to admit that he was inferior to Xiaoyang. Gu Chang'e looked at him indifferently and said, If you don't believe me, you can try the day after tomorrow. If you can't get the 9 Mountains celestial seal, you don't need to live anymore. Gu Wudi's expression changed dramatically. He was a little frightened, and a chill ran down his back. He felt the importance of this matter to Gu Chang'e. I dare not. I will definitely risk my life to get the 9 Mountains celestial seal for you, young master, he hurriedly said. Gu Chang'e nodded slightly, then stretched out his hand and began to draw in the void. Brilliant runes of the great path appeared, and there was an inexplicable aura. Faintly, there seemed to be a ferocious golden figure walking through the layers of space. It was very blurry, and there was a strong fluctuation that made the nearby void blur, as if it was about to collapse. Open your mind, Gu Chang'e said. Gu Wudi trembled and looked at the scene in front of him in horror. He could not help but want to worship the little figure in front of him and kneel down. This was a terrifying power that made his spiritual soul tremble and his physical body on the verge of collapse. It was simply unparalleled. Hearing this, he did not dare to refuse. Although he did not know what this thing was, now that his life and death were in Gu Chang'e's hands, what was there to fear? Soon he opened his mind, and the golden figure stepped in. It appeared in the Soul Palace with a terrifying ferocity. The terrifying aura that filled the void also dissipated. When you fight with Xiaoyang the day after tomorrow, I will take control of your body. Gu Chang'e saw the unconcealable fear in his heart and said lightly, I understand. Gu Wudi nodded, and his expression returned to normal. He sensed for a while, but there was nothing strange. However, he was even more afraid of Gu Chang'e's mysterious means and methods. He had never seen such means before. He could even control the body of others with a thought. It was simply unheard of. 2 days passed quickly. Many people gathered on an incomparably tall mountain peak in the 9 Mountains. It was different from the battle 3 days ago between Lu Zuin and eldest senior sister Qin Xun. This time, the competition came from within the 9 mountains, and it was a matter of who would own the 9 mountains' celestial seal. On one side was Xiaoyang, the last disciple of the second mountain master, and on the other side was the proud disciple of the third mountain master, who was also a Taoist Guwudi. The two of them had agreed to fight for the right to control the 9 mountains' celestial seal. Guwudi suppressed his cultivation to the same level as Xiaoyang. If Xiaoyang could withstand 3 moves from him, he would give up the 9 mountains' celestial seal. Almost all the mountain masters showed their true forms, which showed how much importance they attached to this matter. 550 disciples gathered around the mountain peak. Beams of divine light descended from all directions. Some disciples who did not watch the battle 3 days ago also showed up. Today's matter could be said to be the most important thing in the 9 mountains in this era, because the 9 mountains' celestial seal was the symbol of the 9 mountains' luck and fate. Within the territory of the 9 mountains, one could obtain luck and fate and have invincible battle strength. Soon, the disciples of the second mountain arrived at the end of the sky. Among them was Xiaoyang, who wore a long green robe. He was tall and straight, and his bearing was steady. Clearly, the events of 3 days ago had affected him greatly. However, when he looked in the direction of the third mountain, his eyes flickered with coldness. After Gu Chang'e killed his eldest sister, the mountain master of the third mountain didn't care. He even threw a banquet to congratulate dear Emperor Maiden on her revenge. During the past 2 days, word of the matter had spread throughout the 9 mountains, and many disciples of the second mountain were enraged. Therefore, Xiaoyang decided to teach Guwudi a profound lesson and make the third mountain regret their actions. "Remember what Master has entrusted you with," said the second mountain master. Behind Xiaoyang was the second mountain master. He wore a white robe with wide sleeves and had the demeanor of a transcendent being. However, his expression was not relaxed. "Please don't worry, Master," said Xiaoyang, nodding. "Apprentice has his own plans." His figure flickered as he appeared in the arena. Off in the distance, Guwudi and the other cultivators from the third mountain arrived, accompanied by beams of divine light. A golden path stretched out, and Gu Chang'e, dear Emperor Maiden, third mountain master, and the others appeared on the high platform. All of the disciples and mountain masters looked at them with different expressions. Some were angry, some were gloomy, some were fearful, and most had complicated expressions. They never would have thought that the third mountain master would be so close to Gu Chang'e and the others. That was not a good sign at all. On the high platform, Gu Chang'e looked at the mountain masters with a strange expression. When he saw that everyone was present, he smiled inwardly and waited for the final moment. "Junior brother Xiaoyang, don't regret your decision." After landing on the arena, a cold smile appeared on Guwudi's face. His body shone with a dazzling golden light, making him look like a god. He gave off a feeling of unparalleled power. He was very confident that no matter how confident Xiaoyang was, he would lose today. "Cut the crap. Let's begin," said Xiaoyang coldly. He glanced at Gu Chang'e, who was looking down at him from the high platform. His eyes were cold, and he had the same idea as Guwudi. Chapter 473. In the arena, Xiaoyang and Guwudi stood facing each other, separated by 100 feet. Powerful auras rose from both of them. Almost all the disciples and mountain chieftains were looking at them. They were carefully observing this battle to ensure that it was fair. However, before the battle began, a palm-sized, mountain-like cyan seal descended from the sky. Vast and mighty auras intertwined with each other. Strands of primal chaos, qi, fell from its surface. At the same time, the fate of the entire 9 mountains gathered. Wisps of silver were extremely dazzling, like a galaxy. One could even see 9 towering and ancient mountain phantoms, flowing with celestial light, floating together in the sky. This was an extremely vast and majestic power, like 9 real celestial mountains that could suppress the world and be invincible. The gazes of all the disciples and mountain chieftains were involuntarily attracted to the large seal floating in the air, revealing looks of reverence. Even Gu Changa looked over. Runes of the Great Path flashed in his eyes as he tried to deduce this item. In the end, he narrowed his eyes, deep in thought. This item is the 9 Mountains Celestial Seal. It has congenital patterns and is not inferior to the Immortal Slaying Gourd and the Taishang Scroll. Perhaps it is even more mysterious? Is it related to the world before the Forbidden Era? Gu Changa had some speculations in her heart that this thing should not have been refined after birth. It was congenital and had a lot to do with the origin of the 9 mountains. It was because of the 9 Mountains Celestial Seal that the 9 mountains were built in later generations. That kind of brilliant natural energy that could not be looked at directly could easily suppress post-celestial objects, and the chaotic energy that surrounded it was even more dense and boundless. This item is related to the evolution of the 9 mountains, maintaining the mystery and transcendence of the 9 mountains for countless years. There is even a saying that if one controls the 9 Mountains Celestial Seal, they will be invincible in the 9 mountains. Seeing that Gu Changa had been paying attention to this item, the heavenly deer mystic maiden smiled faintly and said. Gu Changa nodded. He knew that the 9 mountains had been collecting the power of faith from the 8 Desolation 10 regions all these years. The existence of the 9 Mountains Celestial Seal allowed the disciples and cultivators of the 9 mountains to better cultivate with the power of faith. In this regard, it was somewhat similar to the human ancestor hall in the upper realm. However, at the human ancestors' temple, Gu Changa had placed the golden cauldron of providence, which allowed him to collect the faith of the upper realm for his own use. On the 9 Mountains Immortal Seal, he saw the power of faith gathered by the 9 mountains over countless years. According to our agreement, this old man will suppress your cultivation to the same level as Xiaoyang. Do you have any objections? At that moment, the second Mountain Master appeared in the arena. His face was expressionless as he asked Guwudi. With so many mountain chieftains present, Guwudi was naturally not worried that the second mountain chieftain would play any tricks. He smiled and nodded, saying, Second Mountain Chieftain, feel free to do as you wish. In the same realm, I am confident that I can suppress Xiaoyang in 3 moves. Seeing how confident he was, the second Mountain Master's eyes narrowed. He looked at him carefully, but didn't find anything unusual. Whether it was in terms of aura or strength, there was not much difference from the previous Guwudi. However, he was still very cautious. When he suppressed Guwudi's cultivation, he also probed his body. He didn't find anything wrong. This old man is still secretly probing. Humph. The third mountain chieftain obviously noticed the second mountain master's little trick. He couldn't help but sneer with some disdain. He was still very confident in his disciple. There would be no problem in defeating Xiaoyang in 3 moves. Soon, under the watchful eyes of everyone, Guwudi's cultivation was suppressed to the same level as Xiaoyang by the second mountain master, unless an enlightened master intervened. No one could undo this restriction. If that's the case, then let's cut the crap and begin. Xiaoyang didn't have a good impression of Gu Changa. This guy had made things difficult for him many times, and now he was acting like Gu Changa's lackey. As soon as he finished speaking, a terrifying aura surged out from his body. Divine talismans intertwined and appeared under his skin. They were ancient symbols as mysterious and vast as galaxies. This was a supreme magical power that belonged to the 9 mountains. It was extremely powerful. The moment it appeared, it was as if mountains and rivers were rolling and the sun and moon were collapsing, drowning Guwudi. He stood proudly in the void like a god. At the same time, he took out his own Dharma artifact. It was a green pearl. With a crackling sound of thunder, Dharma laws fell down and protected him. What? Little junior brother actually took the initiative to attack? Didn't they say that he would win the bet if he could withstand 3 moves from the enlightened master? It seems that we all underestimated little junior brother. He actually dared to take the initiative at this time. As expected of little junior brother, he has received the second mountain chieftain's true teachings. When we were at the same level, we definitely didn't have such power. Little junior brother's strength can't be underestimated. It seems that if he is given more time, it won't be a problem for him to catch up to the enlightened master. Many disciples were shocked and couldn't help but discuss. It was obvious that they hadn't seen Xiaoyang fight before. Many people thought that he didn't have a high chance of winning this battle, but now they were a little shaken. Even the mountain chieftains narrowed their eyes. As enlightened masters, they could naturally see that Xiaoyang's aura was different. You actually took the initiative to attack me. However, it was different from Xiaoyang's high-spirited attitude. A golden light flashed in Gu Wudi's eyes, and his expression suddenly became cold and detached, especially his temperament, which was completely different from before. All the mountain chieftains narrowed their eyes as they watched this scene. They felt that Gu Wudi seemed to have used a secret technique. However, they didn't know what kind of secret technique it was. They could only assume that Gu Wudi had other opportunities. What's with this feeling? The second mountain chieftain's expression was a little strange. He glanced at Gu Changa, who was not far away. Seeing that his expression was still full of interest, he didn't know why, but he felt uneasy. He had clearly asked Xiaoyang to be fully prepared, and even gave him many powerful Dharma artifacts and a silver moon battle armor to protect himself. However, he still felt uneasy. At his level, many premonitions were not groundless. He had caught a glimpse of the changes in the unseen world. Gu Wudi, this move is to let you understand your disrespect to eldest senior sister. Xiaoyang didn't notice that something was wrong with Gu Wudi. At this moment, he was shrouded in dazzling runes. Light flowed on the silver moon battle armor, and even his hair was covered in a layer of blue light. His eyes shone brightly. With a roar, he displayed his powerful techniques and charged toward Gu Wudi. He didn't choose to resist, but to take the initiative to attack. It was to avenge eldest senior sister. Ridiculous. But at this moment, Gu Wudi appeared exceptionally cold. The moment Xiaoyang made his move, Gu Wudi's eyes lit up. When Xiaoyang attacked, he raised his fist, and a vast and terrifying wave spread out. One could even see the faint shadow of a true dragon appear behind him. It came proudly and stretched out its claws. Its scales were dense and seemed to be able to tear apart the heavens. Its power was astonishing. That's the dragon fist of the true dragon technique. As expected of a Taoist, it's completely different from ours. It has an invincible power. Too strong. All the disciples were shocked and watched this scene with rapt attention. They could recognize that this technique was the ultimate technique of the 9 mountains. Almost everyone knew it. However, they felt that it was completely different from when they used it themselves. The Taoist's attainment in this technique is quite shocking. The mountain lord's eyes narrowed in surprise. Boom! In the next moment, under everyone's shocked gazes, Gu Wudi's fist suddenly smashed down. There was no extra wave, but it was as if the heavens and earth were collapsing. A dazzling light burst out. A true dragon seemed to have traveled through ancient times and reappeared in the sky. Its vast dragon might could destroy the heavens. With a rumble, the void trembled as if it was about to collapse, directly destroying all of Xiaoyang's attacks. The runes dimmed one after another, and in the end they were obliterated. Even the precious pearl that guarded the top of his head trembled incessantly and almost fell off. Wah! He spat out a mouthful of blood in disbelief. His eyes widened in shock as he flew backward and crashed to the ground. If it wasn't for the silver moon battle armor, he wouldn't have just coughed up blood. All the disciples and mountain lords were shocked and couldn't believe it. Even some mountain lords knew that they couldn't use this technique to such an extent when they were in the same realm. It seems that the Taoist has hidden his strength well. The mountain lords instantly thought of something and looked at the third mountain lord. In their opinion, the third mountain lord was scheming and deliberately didn't let Guwudi reveal his true strength in order to wait for this day. However, the third mountain lord was also a little surprised, but he quickly recovered. He knew his disciple very well, so he was indeed shocked just now. Normally, Guwudi had never displayed such a powerful strength. Of course, he thought that Guwudi had hidden his strength so well that even his master didn't know about it. It seems that Brother Wudi's strength is not to be underestimated. Gu Changa couldn't help but chuckle at this moment, as if he was praising Guwudi. Hearing this, the Empyrean dear mystic maiden couldn't help but look at him. She didn't know what Gu Changa did to Guwudi. However, Guwudi's current strength was probably related to him. Impossible! How can you be so strong? Xiao Yang got up from the ground with blood at the corner of his mouth. He felt humiliated and even more disbelief. His move was obviously much stronger than the disciples of the 9 mountains at the same level. He could even use this divine power to fight above his level. However, when facing Guwudi, he was a little scared and couldn't defeat him. This was completely different from what he had expected. You can't even block my first move. How are you going to block my second move? You're such a piece of trash and you want to take revenge? Guwudi's expression was cold and mocking as he walked towards him unhurriedly. His entire body was shrouded in golden light. Strands of golden light hung down, making him look extremely hazy. This was the universal Taoist body of the ancient, invincible realm. Suddenly, everyone saw a terrifying scene. Meteorites appeared behind him and gathered continuously. Finally, they turned into the universal heaven and earth. They were like countless swords and knives, slashing toward Xiaoyang in front of them. He didn't make a move, but only used the strength of his body to display his powerful talent. This was a terrifying method. The meteorites turned into weapons and suddenly fell toward Xiaoyang, wanting to kill him. What's going on with Guwudi? The second mountain lord felt that, at this moment, Guwudi was very different from the person he knew. However, he couldn't tell where the difference was. Xiaoyang's expression changed. He couldn't believe that this was something that Guwudi, who was at the same level as him, could use. In particular, his current expression made him think of Gu Changa for some reason. No, this person is definitely not Guwudi. It's him. Thinking of this, Xiaoyang was extremely certain. He looked at Gu Changa angrily. However, Gu Changa still looked interested, giving him the feeling that he was watching a little ant jumping around. In the next moment, amidst the rumbling, meteorites appeared, densely packed and smashed toward Xiaoyang. There were so many of them that it was like a misty rain, making all the disciples' hearts palpitate. For the first time, they experienced how terrifying Guwudi was. Xiaoyang's expression was cold. He took out one ritual implement after another, and thousands of divine lights shot out. At the same time, the power of his bloodline was triggered. Suddenly, a fiery red phantom rushed out of his body. It was an immortal phoenix, extremely ancient. Although it was blurry, it couldn't hide its noble and proud aura. It spread its wings, and a red light scattered like a sea of fire to resist this attack. Rumble! Everyone watched this in horror. They could only see Guwudi walking toward Xiaoyang, his face full of indifference. Meteorites appeared behind him one after another, seemingly endless. They turned into sword chi and saber light, incomparably huge, and fell in front of him. For a moment, the place was incomparably dazzling. The terrifying fluctuations shocked everyone. It was enough to tear any saint apart. Even though Xiaoyang had many ritual implements, it was difficult for him to resist now. His expression kept changing, and his body shook violently. Before his injury had healed, he coughed up blood again. In the end, even the pearl on his head was sent flying. In the next moment, Xiaoyang's eyes suddenly widened. With a muffled groan, he was sent flying. He didn't know when, but Gu Wuti had already appeared in front of him. With a punch, it was so powerful that it collapsed the void. The terrifying power made Xiao Yang's internal organs tremble. Accompanied by the sound of bones breaking, cracks appeared. His injuries were shocking. He kept coughing up blood, mixed with fragments of his internal organs. Although he had the Silver Moon battle armor to protect him, he couldn't really use its power. It could only save his life. Otherwise, this punch would have caused him to explode into a cloud of bloody mist. 3 moves have passed. What else do you have to say now? Gu Wuti's expression was cold. Suddenly, he stepped on Xiao Yang's head, making it impossible for him to raise his head. His voice was filled with a shuddering chill. Xiao Yang only felt incomparably humiliated. He gritted his teeth because he knew that the one stepping on him was not Gu Wuti, but Gu Chang'e. Gu Wuti was definitely not that strong. All the disciples felt that the Taoist at this moment was very strange, but there was no doubt about his strength. 3 moves had passed, and Xiao Yang was completely defeated. If it weren't for the Silver Moon battle armor, he would have died long ago. Looks like there's no more suspense in this battle. The Mountain Lords' gazes were complicated as they stared at Gu Wuti, as if they wanted to see through him. However, with their ability, they could only see that Gu Wuti's condition was very different from usual. But he had used the 9 Mountains' secret arts and his own talent to crush Xiao Yang in 3 moves in the same realm. The outcome has been decided. Second Mountain Lord, don't you admit it now? Looking at the Second Mountain Lord's extremely ugly expression, the Third Mountain Lord couldn't help but sneer. A terrifying aura emerged from his body. It was as if he was ready to fight at any moment. Today's battle has indeed opened my eyes. Second Mountain Lord's disciple is indeed extraordinary, but compared to Brother Wuti, he's still lacking. Gu Chang'e walked over with a smile, but his tone was somewhat mocking. You! The Second Mountain Lord stared at him, his expression extremely ugly. He had always suspected that Gu Chang'e was behind this, but he had no evidence. P.S. By the way, because the author is lazy and doesn't like to divide chapters, there will often be a situation where a chapter has a lot of words and is censored, resulting in the app not being able to see the latest chapter. In this kind of situation, the subscription won't deduct money if you can't see it. If you don't believe it, you can check the subscription platform. So in this kind of situation, I would usually split up the big chapter and not give out all the money again. Chapter 474. On the square, shrouded in chaotic fog, Xiao Yang was being stepped on by Gu Wuti. His face was full of grievance and anger, and his body was covered in blood. However, he could not raise his head. His injuries were very serious, and wisps of green light flowed on the surface of his body, as if they were going to spread under his skin. At this moment, his bloodline power was suppressed and awakened on its own. There was a surge of power that seemed to be about to rush out. Second Mountain Lord, are you not going to admit it now? At this moment, Gu Wuti's expression was a little dazed. However, he quickly recovered and let go of Xiao Yang. He strode over with a cold smile on his face. He clearly remembered everything that had just happened. At that time, although his body was not under his control. However, he could clearly feel every single one of his movements, including the use of every single one of his divine abilities and spells. That was a level that he could never reach in the past. Even the control of his body and the exploration of his potential had reached an unprecedented level. Before this, he had never thought that his physique could actually possess such a terrifying divine ability. This was simply unimaginable. Thinking of this, Gu Wuti was even more in awe of Gu Chang'e. You're quite skilled. Second Mountain Lord snorted and stared at Gu Wuti with an unfriendly gaze. Under the watchful eyes of everyone, although he was unwilling, he did not dare to go back on his word. The other Mountain Lords would not stand by and ignore this matter. After all, this was a major event that involved the handover of the 9 Mountains' immortal seal. It seems that Second Mountain Lord's disciple is only SOO. He's skilled, but he's far from being invincible in the same realm. Heavenly dear mystic maiden smiled and glanced at Guchanga, as if she was hinting at something. After all, it depends on who his opponent is, Guchanga smiled casually. Disciple, you've hidden your strength so well. You've really given me a big surprise. Third Mountain Lord glanced at Second Mountain Lord proudly, then looked at Guwudi with great satisfaction. He really did not expect Guwudi to give him such a big surprise. When Xiaoyang displayed his powerful strength, his heart skipped a beat, and he knew that things were not going well. But what Guwudi displayed afterwards shocked and delighted him. He had never thought that this disciple of his would have such a deep understanding of her strength. Today, in front of all the disciples and mountain chieftains, he had forcefully suppressed Xiaoyang and seized control of the 9 mountains' immortal seal. Then, for the next tens of millions of years, the immortal seal of the 9 mountains would be controlled by the Third Mountain. Congratulations to the Third Mountain Lord for winning the right to wield the 9 mountains' immortal seal. The heavenly dear mystic maiden walked over with a smile on her face and congratulated the Third Mountain Master. When the other mountain masters heard this, they also appeared and congratulated the Third Mountain Master. In the 9 mountains, whoever controlled the 9 mountains' immortal seal would have the greatest say in the 9 mountains. The reason why the Second Mountain Lord dared to bully the Third Mountain and propose such a challenge was because the immortal seal of the 9 mountains was in his hands. Now that he had lost, the 9 mountains' immortal seal naturally fell into the hands of the Third Mountain Master. Therefore, in the next 10 million years, the entire 9 mountains would be under the control of the 3 Mountain Masters. The Second Mountain Master did not dare to break the rules of the 9 mountains. This disciple will definitely not disappoint Master's expectations. After being in the limelight, Guwudi's face was filled with pride. However, when his gaze fell on Guchanga, he shivered and became even more respectful toward Guchanga. Since Xiaoyang has lost, then this old man will naturally accept the loss of this bet. The Second Mountain Master's expression was ugly. Just as everyone had said, in front of all the disciples and mountain chieftains, he did not dare to go back on his word, let alone break the rules of the 9 mountains. Master, wait. Just as the Second Mountain Master finished speaking, Xiaoyang, who had stumbled over, suddenly interrupted him. He could not hide the coldness, anger, and humiliation on his face. Originally, today was supposed to be the day he defeated Guwudi, washing away his humiliation and protecting his eldest senior sister's last dignity. However, the result was the opposite of what he had expected. In front of all the disciples and mountain chieftains, he was forcefully suppressed by Guwudi and even stepped on. Xiaoyang had never experienced such humiliation before, and this made him even angrier. Moreover, Xiaoyang was completely sure that the person who had attacked just now was definitely not Guwudi, but Guchanga on the other side. Guwudi definitely did not have such powerful strength. What's wrong, Xiaoyang? The Second Mountain Master looked over and asked in confusion. Although he was disappointed, he also knew that he could not blame Xiaoyang for what happened today. Guwudi's strength was a little beyond everyone's expectations. Master, the competition just now did not count. The person who fought with me was not Guwudi, but someone else who interfered. Xiaoyang's angry and cold gaze fell on Guchanga as he spoke through gritted teeth. If Guchanga had not interfered, how could he have lost so miserably? As soon as he said that, the place immediately fell silent. The expressions of all the disciples and mountain chieftains changed slightly. They were all a little shocked and looked at Xiaoyang in disbelief. Some people even frowned, feeling displeased, thinking that they had misjudged Xiaoyang. A win is a win and a loss is a loss. He actually said that the competition just now did not count. How disappointing. I thought that junior brother Xiaoyang would be a magnanimous person. I didn't expect him to be such a sore loser. Yeah, why would he say such a thing? Many female disciples usually had a good relationship with Xiaoyang, but now they were frowning. Their faces were filled with displeasure, as if they were extremely unfamiliar with him. Many people nodded in agreement, not understanding why Xiaoyang would say such a thing. Could it be that he felt that he had not lost enough face just now? After all, everyone had seen with their own eyes that Tao disciple Guwudi had used his powerful divine ability to defeat Xiaoyang. They even recognized the divine ability, and some of them had even cultivated it before. But now, Xiaoyang was saying that the person who fought with him was actually someone else. How could they believe that? Ha! Second Mountain Master, this is the good disciple you taught? Hearing that, the third Mountain Master was stunned, and anger appeared on his face. Then he could not help but sneer. He did not expect Xiaoyang to say such a thing. This was no longer a matter of winning or losing, but a matter of a person's character. How did Xiaoyang agree to this competition, and how confident he was? But now, after losing, he turned around and refused to admit it? This would only make people feel ashamed. Xiaoyang, there's no need to say any more. The second Mountain Master also understood what Xiaoyang meant. He sighed and waved his hand. So what if they knew? How could they show evidence? Another round of competition? Not to mention the consequences. Who knew if Guwudi still had some tricks up his sleeve? What if he lost again? They had already lost enough face today. Master, Xiaoyang was extremely unwilling. If this matter was over, how could he wash away the humiliation today? Loser, is that all you can do? Guwudi sneered, his words full of disdain and mockery. If it weren't for this person, how could you have defeated me so easily? Xiaoyang's eyes were angry and cold as he looked at him coldly. If looks could kill, he would have already torn Guwudi to shreds and cut him into 1,000 pieces. So this is the disciple of the second Mountain Master. Today, it has been an eye-opener for me. At this time, Gu Chang'e did not forget to smile faintly and said with a playful tone, "From today's matter, Xiaoyang had gradually lost the hearts of the disciples of the 9 mountains. Although Gu Chang'e would begin to make a move on the 9 mountains after obtaining the 9 mountains immortal seal, at this time it was only a matter of convenience for him to take advantage of Xiaoyang. The person who fought with me just now, was actually you, not Guwudi at all. You despicable person. You actually helped him in this way. He won with an unfair advantage." Xiaoyang did not expect Gu Chang'e to stand up and speak at this time. He was even more furious and his eyes were cold. This great enemy in front of him not only killed eldest senior sister, but also secretly helped Guwudi and the third Mountain Master to obtain the 9 mountains immortal seal. He looked like a villain intoxicated by success. If he did not take revenge in this life, then he was not human. He was not a match for the Taoist, even with an emperor-level battlesuit, and now he keeps saying that he won with an unfair advantage. We did not see the Taoist take out a single Dharma artifact, but Xiaoyang used many methods and weapons. Fortunately, a treasure like the 9 mountains immortal seal did not fall into his hands. Otherwise, it would be like a pearl covered in dust. Hearing Xiaoyang's angry words, many disciples spoke one after another, their faces filled with anger and dissatisfaction. After all, everyone had seen that the second Mountain Master had even bestowed a martial emperor-level battlesuit to Xiaoyang for this competition. After the 2 strength was suppressed to the same level, Xiaoyang had a slight advantage. Now that he said that the Taoist had won with an unfair advantage, it instantly triggered the anger of the crowd. "Junior brother Xiaoyang, why do you have to be like this? If you can't afford to lose, why did you agree? All these years I've been bitterly cultivating day and night, working tirelessly, all for the sake of taking back the 9 mountains celestial seal on this day." At this moment, Guwudi saw the situation and sneered, then he returned to normal and shook his head with a sigh. Many disciples were affected by his words, and their emotions surged. From the battle between Guwudi and Xiaoyang today, they witnessed the huge change in Guwudi's strength, and many people were encouraged. Even the Taoist was working so hard, how could they, as ordinary disciples, slack off? On the other hand, Xiaoyang had lost, but he still refused to admit it? "Little junior brother, turned out to be such a person. We really misjudged him. The Taoist had worked hard day and night to show his strength today, but he deliberately slandered him. It's bad enough that he can't afford to lose, but he's also jealous. Such a person will never become a great person in his life. For a moment, many disciples spoke and mocked him, causing Xiaoyang to be stunned. His eyes widened, and he could not believe that everyone had such an attitude. His face suddenly turned green and white as he clenched his fists tightly. He was extremely unwilling to accept this. The disciples who were on good terms with him now had cold and mocking expressions. The entire 9 mountains seemed to be rejecting him. Xiaoyang, you don't have to say anything about what happened today. We lost, and that's that. The 9 mountains' immortal seal belongs to the Taoist. Seeing this, the second mountain lord sighed and waved his sleeve. A misty green light fell, and a gentle force entered Xiaoyang's body, waking him up from his state. At the same time, it helped Xiaoyang recover from his injuries. He knew that after today, the entire 9 mountains would change their opinion of Xiaoyang because of what happened today. The 9 mountains' immortal seal had fallen into the hands of the 3rd mountain. After sending Xiaoyang away, he decided to enter seclusion and no longer care about the matters of the 9 mountains. Then the 2nd mountain lord waved his sleeve and left with Xiaoyang and the other disciples of the 2nd mountain. A path extended and disappeared into the horizon. All the mountain lords had different emotions when they saw this. Some sighed, while others sneered at Xiaoyang's misfortune. Gu Wudi's sudden display of power surprised them, but they did not think about it like the 2nd mountain lord. Because the 9 mountains' immortal seal would only fall into the hands of the 2nd and 3rd mountains, there was no need for them to get involved. It would only be a waste of time and offend people. Soon, with a buzzing sound, the 9 mountains' immortal seal in the sky trembled violently. Then it retracted all of its light and descended. Finally, it turned into a palm-sized green seal. It flowed with light, and strands of chaotic qi fell into Gu Wudi's hand. This is the 9 mountains' immortal seal. Gu Wudi was excited and trembling. He felt the vast and majestic power contained in it, as if it could be used at any time to suppress and destroy everything. At that moment, he felt as if he could control the entire 9 mountains. Good disciple! The 3rd mountain lord could not hide his excitement as he stared at the 9 mountains' immortal seal in front of him. After all, it was the supreme treasure of the 9 mountains. He had coveted it for nearly 10 million years, and today it was finally in his hands. How could he not be excited? However, what made the 3rd mountain lord's smile stiffen was that after Gu Wudi obtained the 9 mountains' immortal seal, he did not immediately hand it to his master. Instead, he respectfully handed it to Gu Chang'e. This scene not only stunned the 3rd mountain lord and the others, but also the many disciples who had yet to leave. They could not react in time. This is the supreme treasure of the 9 mountains. With young Master Chang'e status, I'm sure you've seen many similar things. However, the 3rd mountain lord quickly reacted. He felt that Gu Wudi was trying to curry favor with Gu Chang'e. Although he was a little angry, he still smiled and prepared to explain to Gu Chang'e. The other 6 mountain lords suddenly felt that the atmosphere was a little strange. After obtaining the 9 mountains' immortal seal, Gu Wudi did not give it to his master. Instead, he gave it to Gu Chang'e. What did this mean? Their expressions became a little playful. It seemed that in Gu Wudi's heart, his master's position was not as high as this mysterious young man in front of them. I've indeed seen many similar things. So the 9 mountains' immortal seal was condensed from a strange stone. Gu Chang'e nodded. The black and white divine light in his eyes was very dazzling. He carefully examined the 9 mountains' immortal seal in his hand. Although it looked very heavy and majestic, it was unexpectedly light. However, it was surprisingly light and graceful, strands of chaotic energy falling from his palm. The terrifying power that could have crushed mountains seemed to have disappeared. He understood that this was caused by the innate runes contained within it. In addition, the Nine Mountains Immortal Seal was a connate treasure with many innate Tao patterns. It contained a terrifying power that could easily suppress those who had attained the Tao. Young Master Chang'e is really knowledgeable. It is said that the Nine Mountains Immortal Seal was formed from a connate immortal stone that came from the end of the world. It was born in the Chaos Sea and has an incomparably long history. From countless eras ago, the third Mountain Lord could not help but praise. However, his eyes were still fixed on the Nine Mountains Immortal Seal. Is that so? Gu Chang'e laughed softly and shook his sleeves. Brilliant and dazzling runes of the great Tao suddenly turned into the shape of chains and imprinted themselves on the Nine Mountains Immortal Seal in his hand. The originally surging and vast aura gradually calmed down and turned into an ordinary stone seal. In the next moment, the Nine Mountains Immortal Seal suddenly disappeared from his hand. It seemed to have silently fallen into another world. What does young Master Chang'e mean by this? The smile on the third Mountain Lord's face disappeared and his expression froze. He could not understand Gu Chang'e's actions. The other Mountain Lords also frowned and looked at this scene in shock and confusion. Could it be that even now, the third Mountain Lord still does not know the purpose of my visit? Seeing the shocked expressions of the crowd, Gu Chang'e continued to speak unhurriedly and asked with a somewhat interested expression, "Wudi, what does that mean?" The third Mountain Lord had a bad feeling and could not help but ask Gu Wudi. However, Gu Wudi, who was usually extremely respectful to him, did not seem to hear him at this moment. Instead, he stood respectfully behind Gu Chang'e. His golden armor shone brightly, and a powerful aura appeared, breaking through the restriction just now. Something's not right. The expressions of the other Mountain Lords changed drastically as they sensed that something was wrong. They had lived for countless years and were at the level of Tao attainment. Almost instantly, they felt a terrifying, murderous aura from afar, suddenly sweeping across and enveloping the entire continent. Boom! At this moment, a monstrous, murderous aura suddenly rushed out from the horizon in the distance. The terrifying aura swept in all directions like the sound of a heavenly drum, causing one's eardrums to be torn and one's heart to tremble. Black clouds billowed, covering the sky and the sun. Terrifying knights holding heavenly sabers, halberds, and long spears rode ferocious beasts and charged over. Thousands of soldiers and horses galloped over, covering the sky and covering the earth. The murderous aura seemed to be able to shatter the heavens. Enemy attack! Someone from the Nine Mountains reacted and could not help but shout. Their eyes were about to pop out of their sockets as they shouted at everyone. At this moment, almost all the disciples on the continent were horrified. Looking from afar, they were almost shattered by that terrifying aura. Their bodies could not withstand it at all. Who are you? At this moment, no matter how slow they were to react, they understood that this was definitely related to Gu Chang'e. A terrifying pressure surged from the bodies of the Mountain Lords. Their expressions were ugly and cold as they stared at Gu Chang'e. Killing intent soared into the sky, and the Emperor's might raged. The moment it erupted, it almost tore apart the world, causing mountains and rivers to overturn and the universe to collapse. They were all Tao attainments and had cultivated in the Nine Mountains for countless years. At this moment, they were furious in their hearts and did not hide it at all. As monstrous waves spread out, the world changed colors and the sun and moon dimmed. A wisp of emperors' might could destroy thousands of miles of mountains and rivers. All the living beings and cultivators on the continent trembled. In the distant outer realm, the stars in the heavens trembled and were about to fall together. Since ancient times, a true emperor's battle would always affect hundreds of millions of miles, not to mention that there were 7 Tao attainments in front of them. Each of their Tao was incomparably profound and vast, and they usually did not show it. Once they showed it, their might would be unparalleled, surging like a river of stars. Their chi and blood were like the universe, capable of swallowing the sun and moon and destroying the stars in the heavens with a single hand. So this is your goal." The third mountain lord also reacted. His voice was trembling, and his face was ashen, unable to hide his anger. He did not know about Gu Changa's wild ambition. These days he even treated him as a distinguished guest, eating and drinking well. He was incomparably cautious and did not dare to be negligent. But in the end, he actually led people to attack the 9 mountains. This made the third mountain lord's anger surge. He was so depressed that he almost vomited blood. All the disciples were dumbstruck and astounded as they watched all this. They had never imagined that the 9 mountains that had been peaceful for countless years would actually have such a grand army charging over today. The momentum was so great that it simply caused one to be terrified. And the source of all this was the young man who came a few days ago. The dagger was revealed, and now he still had that casual and indifferent expression, as if he did not care at all. "I will give you all a chance. Those who surrender can live, but those who resist will die. After today, the 9 mountains will no longer exist in this world." Gu Changa did not seem to care about everyone's angry and cold expressions. His gaze swept across the 6 mountain lords in front of him, and the smile on his face gradually disappeared as he spoke coldly. Chapter 475. Don't even think about it. Don't think that you can intimidate us just because you took the 9 mountains deity seal. How dare you talk about destroying the 9 mountains with just the 2 of you? You're delusional. In the face of absolute power, it doesn't matter how many people you have. As soon as Gu Changa said that, all the mountain lords were enraged, and a terrifying light beam appeared in their eyes. That was the power of the Emperor realm, and it even penetrated the sky. Under this terrifying light beam, even the stars exploded in an instant. A terrifying and world-shaking war broke out. Except for the second mountain lord, almost all the Tao enlightened cultivators of the 9 mountains appeared here, especially the third mountain lord, who felt that he was played by Gu Changa. For so many days, he had been polite to him. This made him extremely angry and sullen at the same time. "Heavenly dear mystic lady, are you with him too?" A mountain lord shouted and stared at the heavenly dear mystic lady on the other side. He was also angry and cold. Divine light surged in his eyes, and a hazy 5-colored divine light shrouded him. It was shocking and fierce. A pitch-black divine furnace appeared above his head, and torrential true fire fell from it. It could drown a part of the universe. "Of course, I'm with my husband." The heavenly dear mystic lady shook her head slightly. She was holy and otherworldly. She didn't expect Gu Changa to choose to attack when the 9 mountains deity seal was in his hands. However, her tone didn't change much. She waved her hand gently. Golden divine lotuses bloomed under her feet, and they were incomparably gorgeous. The lotuses were like ancient worlds. They revolved there, accompanied by a terrifying rumbling sound, and the power to suppress the world was overwhelming. Her strength was very strong, and ordinary Tao enlightened cultivators were far from being her match. Therefore, almost instantly, 3 people rushed in front of her and displayed their fierce skills. They were all Tao enlightened cultivators, although there was a difference in how far they walked on the Tao. However, their understanding of Tao, spells, and rules had reached a level that ordinary cultivators didn't dare to imagine. Lines of emperor runes appeared, golden and dazzling. They were bigger than the stars and contained the strongest divine power. They were dazzling and shocking, and a trace of fluctuation could cut down countless suns, moons, and stars. Rumble! The battle broke out, and it instantly swept out of this continent, destroying the heavens and the earth. The nearby mountain range collapsed, the ancient peaks collapsed, and many mountain rocks turned into ashes. Normally, with the 9 mountains immortal seal supporting this continent, it could stabilize the spatial field. But now, the immortal seal of the 9 mountains had been seized by Gu Changa. Even if they did not want to affect this place, it was impossible. The 3 mountain lords immediately charged toward the Empyrean dear mystic fairy, intending to suppress her first. 3 terrifyingly large hands descended from the sky, grabbing at her. It was as if a sun had swept over, shaking the heavens and the earth. It was boundlessly terrifying. However, a golden lotus bloomed beside the Empyrean maiden. It wasn't a simple illusion, but a real lotus with immeasurable divine might. At the same time that it blocked the attacks of those huge hands, it released a deafening and terrifying sound that reverberated throughout the universe. The rest of the people also unleashed their own powerful techniques. Some of them held 5-colored divine cauldrons, stepped on divine swords, and some waved the 3 golden spears. Streaks of divine light danced in the air, transforming into all kinds of terrifying divine weapons. They were incomparably powerful and could easily cut through the universe. Boom! In the next moment, someone took the initiative to attack Guchanga. A peerless aura surged. It was the mountain lord of the 9th mountain. The power of a Tao attainment expert was like a Wang Yang drowning down, terrifying and invincible, swift and shocking. The stars in the outer realm kept trembling under this power, as fragile as dust. Looks like you insist on going against me. I gave you a way out, but you didn't take it. Guchanga shook his head gently, as if he was sighing for them. However, his eyes were cold and deep, without any change in emotion. He didn't care about the joint attack of several Tao attainments experts. During this period of time, he had absorbed and refined the drop of true blood, and his cultivation had broken through again. Not to mention, his own methods had long surpassed the level that could be reached in this realm. What Guchanga was slightly worried about was that with the support of the 9 Mountains Immortal Seal, it would make it difficult to attack the 9 mountains, which would cause other unknown changes, such as excessive losses. He had already calculated all of this, and he was full of confidence. He was just waiting for this opportunity. After finding the cloud tomb where the 9 mountains were, he ordered the many experts on the ancient warship to be prepared. He was waiting for this moment. In the next moment, he attacked. In the face of the 9th Mountain Lord's peerless attack, a monstrous, chaotic aura and 5-colored divine light rose from his body. His palm was like that of an undying god, golden and vast, covering everything. It surged violently and immediately blasted the figure in front of him. Boom! A dazzling and brilliant brilliance erupted, as if many stars had exploded, sweeping through heaven and earth, directly causing the figure to tremble violently. His physical body was in intense pain, and terrifying cracks appeared on his body. How can he be so strong? He's clearly not a Tao attainment expert. He looked at Guchanga in front of him in shock. This vast and surging chaotic aura was like a Wang Yang. At this moment, he suddenly saw an object appear in Guchanga's hand. It was a yellow gourd the size of a palm. Its surface was entwined with green patterns and crimson light. There were at least 10 million streaks, and it was a terrifying, murderous, and bloody intent. The immortal slaying gourd. How did this thing end up in your hands? The 9th Mountain Lord recognized this object, and his heart trembled. He was frightened, and he naturally knew how terrifying this object was. He didn't dare to be careless. Imperial runes rose from his body, and the laws of the Emperor realm surged, turning into an indestructible shield in an attempt to resist. The other mountain lords' expressions also changed dramatically. They knew more about the power and mystery of this object than ordinary people. They also didn't know how the immortal slaying gourd, which was lost, ended up in Guchanga's hands. I haven't seen the strength of this object yet. Today, I'll test it on you. Guchanga's expression didn't change. With a slight thought, a crimson light appeared on the surface of the immortal slaying gourd, as if it was formed by 10 million streaks of sword chi. From the mouth of the gourd, a crimson light could be seen. It seemed to pierce through the universe, tearing through time and space, carrying with it endless murderous and bloody intent. It was as fast as lightning, and it was unimaginable. Then, with a swoosh, it pierced through, bringing with it a spray of blood. The 9th Mountain Lord's head was suddenly cut in the middle. Blood gushed out of the wound like a fountain, and his eyes were still filled with horror and disbelief. Even his soul was cut in half. It was forcibly cut in half. The other mountain lords couldn't help but feel their scalps go numb. It was as if they felt a chill on their necks. This wasn't as simple as cutting off the head, but cutting off the life force at the same time. Killing the weakest Dao attainment expert is no problem. Seeing this, Gu Changa was somewhat satisfied. The strength of the immortal slaying gourd depended on its owner's cultivation level. After all, he was still far from becoming a Dao attainment expert. The 9th mountain lord in front of him could only be considered a weakling among the Dao attainment experts. This was an unparalleled and peerless sharpness. Using it would be like spilling blood. However, it was impossible to use it again in a short time. Let's attack together. He's alone. He's definitely not a match for us. The 3rd mountain lord's expression was somewhat fearful. He also knew how terrifying the immortal slaying gourd was. Moreover, until now, they didn't know what other tricks Gu Changa had. Therefore, the only way now was for everyone to attack together. He didn't believe that with so many of them, they couldn't kill Gu Changa. Master, you're not a match for the young master. Your disciple advises you to stop. Seeing the 3rd mountain lord charging towards Gu Changa, Gu Wudi's expression was conflicted. He couldn't help but advise. You traitor! The 3rd mountain lord didn't know when Gu Wudi betrayed him and the entire 9 mountains. His face was incomparably pale. At this moment, he had already guessed Gu Changa's origin. The upper world and the 8 desolates' 10 regions could be said to be enemies. The 9 mountains also belonged to the 8 desolates' 10 regions. They had sent disciples out many times to stop the upper world's invasion. If the upper world's army came, they would definitely not let them go. Don't forget what I asked you to do. Seeing so many mountain lords charging towards him, Gu Changa's expression didn't change. Instead, he looked deeply at Gu Wudi. Young master, don't worry. Gu Wudi's expression changed. Now that his life was still in Gu Changa's hands, he didn't dare to stay for long. He hurriedly turned into a divine rainbow and flew towards the 2nd mountain. Just as Gu Changa and the Empyrean deer mystic maiden were fighting with the 9 mountains mountain lords, at the edge of the continent, the mighty Gu clan army was also charging over. Along the way, many 9 mountains disciples took out all kinds of artifacts and activated all kinds of formations. Light soared into the sky as they resisted. An unimaginable battle had also erupted here. It could be said to be unstoppable. Under the young master's orders, we're attacking the 9 mountains. A tall and burly middle-aged man rushed at the front. His expression was cold, and his aura was terrifying. He wore armor, and under his feet was a golden lion that was completely golden, as if it was made of divine iron. He held a long spear in his hand. He was a terrifying existence of the supreme realm. Behind them, there was a tide of knights charging over. Their auras were powerful and holy light flowed. Murderous intent surged. Among them, the weakest had the strength of a supreme saint. Most of them were supreme saints and quasi-supreme saints. There were also a few supreme saints and quasi-emperors. They held heavenly swords and killed in all directions. Their auras were as powerful as demonic mountains. The strange beasts under everyone's feet were incomparably powerful. They spat out clouds, murderous intent, and dazzling black light. It was as if they had come from the ancient battlefield. Quietly following behind him, this terrifying force came from the other side of the continent, continuously descending. Along the way, the divine mountains and ancient peaks collapsed. Many ruins exploded, unable to resist for even a moment. That supreme being's golden spear was like a true dragon, swinging its tail. Runes surged and directly destroyed all the shocking formation patterns in front of him. All the 9 mountains' disciples coughed up blood, and their bodies were about to explode. However, at the crucial moment, a quasi-emperor realm existence tried to make a move. However, Ada charged over from another place. Divine light flowed on the nether iron battle armor, and the black spear swept out. Black light overflowed, submerging the heavens as he fought with this quasi-emperor realm existence. This great battle was indescribable, terrifying to the point of making one's heart tremble. A strand of the quasi-emperor realm existence's aura, apart from the quasi-emperor. No one could withstand it. That quasi-supreme being disciple who had just appeared was swept by this spear tip with a boom. His body trembled violently, and he was blasted apart. Then he coughed out large mouthfuls of blood, smashed down and broke into pieces. Dust filled the sky. Woo-woo! Meanwhile, at this time, outside the heavens, a vast and terrifying aura sounded. That was an ancient warship, swirling with immortal energy. It smashed through the sky, arriving from the horizon. At the same time, it was accompanied by chaotic energy, incomparably majestic. This ship was too enormous, as if it could compare to the stars, sun, and moon. Countless divine runes surrounded it. It was as if the heavens smashed down. Heaven and earth were vast and mighty, rumbling everywhere. All the disciples of the 9 mountains trembled when they saw the scene. Then they fell into despair, facing the vast and mighty army in front of them. They already did not have much power to resist. If more people came, how could they resist? The 9 mountains did not have many disciples to begin with. They had been isolated from the world for too long. All these years, the only disciple they had accepted was Xiaoyang. The smell of blood filled the air. The continent that was originally like a paradise became fragmented. This was a slaughter without any suspense. Finally, some people chose to surrender out of fear. However, the terrifying army in the sky showed no mercy. The armored cavalry crushed through like a torrent. Within the second mountain, the mountains were majestic and the ancient trees were verdant. A dense fog flickered with many brilliant lights. All the disciples were waiting in formation. Their expressions were incomparably solemn. They naturally felt the fluctuations of the great battle coming from afar. That kind of aura made people tremble in fear. Even their souls seemed to want to bow down and submit under it. They had just been brought back to the second mountain by the second mountain master. Before they could react to what had happened, they saw a bloody light rushing into the sky from the edge of the continent. It was as if an endless slaughter had swept over from there. At this time, a streak of light suddenly descended. It was the pale-faced and terrified Guwudi. "Where is the second mountain master? There's an enemy attack. Take me to him." "My master and the others can't hold on for much longer." His face was pale, and he was still in shock. His voice was trembling. The disciples of the second mountain, who had been on high alert, were shocked when they saw him. They did not understand why Guwudi had come at this time. However, when they heard this, they did not dare to be negligent. No matter what had happened during the competition, Guwudi was still a Tao disciple of the 9 mountains. Soon, they brought Guwudi to a palace in the second mountain. The second mountain master's expression was grave as he explained something to Xiaoyang. When the two saw Guwudi, their expressions turned ugly. This was especially so for Xiaoyang, who could not hide his coldness and hatred. "What are you doing here in the second mountain?" Xiaoyang's words were incomparably cold. When he thought about how Guwudi had used despicable means to win against him in the competition, he felt a wave of anger and resentment in his heart. Naturally, he did not have a good expression. However, Guwudi did not seem to hear him. Instead, he looked at the second mountain master in front of him with a look of despair. At the same time, he knelt down with a thud. His face was full of regret, and his voice trembled. "Second mountain master, I know I was wrong. Please go there and save master. He was deceived by that young master Chang'e, and now even the 9 mountains immortal seal is in his hands. I shouldn't have listened to young master Chang'e and defeated junior brother Xiaoyang using the method he taught me. I know I was wrong. I hope you and junior brother Xiaoyang can forgive me. If you don't do anything now, master and the others will be in danger." The terrifying army and ancient warships from the outside world have already arrived at the 9 mountains. We can't stop them at all. His expression was filled with pain and regret. However, Xiao Chen's words stunned Xiaoyang. He did not dare to believe it. With his strength, he could only sense that something was wrong, but he had no idea what had happened. He never expected that even the 9 mountains' immortal seal would fall into Gu Changa's hands. Didn't that mean that the 9 mountains were now in a defenseless state? Only the second Mountain Master seemed to know what Guwudi was going to say. He sighed softly and looked outside. With his strength, he could easily sense the terrifying battle that was taking place there. Many of the Mountain Masters had not fought for countless years. Now that they were all fighting together, it could only mean one thing. That was the 9 mountains had encountered an unprecedented crisis. I already know what you said, but I still have things to do now. The second Mountain Master did not have the time to blame Guwudi. He looked at Xiaoyang with a complicated expression and said, "I'll send you off first." Master, Xiaoyang could not hide his reluctance, especially when the 9 mountains were facing a great crisis. He did not know when he would be able to return. "Remember your identity," the second Mountain Master said, shaking his head. "I've already taught you what I need to teach you. You have to rely on yourself for the rest of the journey. If possible, go find the Mountain Masters. Also, you should still have relatives who are still alive." "I understand, Master." At this moment, Xiaoyang's face was filled with sadness. "Second Mountain Master, if you're going to send junior brother Xiaoyang away, why don't you send me away too? With my strength, I'm afraid I won't be of much help in the 9 mountains. Now that the 9 mountains are facing a great crisis, if anything happens to you, junior brother Xiaoyang and I can guarantee that the legacy of the 9 mountains will continue. If there is any danger, with my strength, I can protect junior brother Xiaoyang." At this moment, Guwudi seemed to have thought of something when he heard this. His face was filled with excitement and joy as he spoke. Greedy and cowardly, Xiaoyang was very disdainful of his words. He could not hide the shame in his eyes. At this moment, the first thing that came to Guwudi's mind was not to fight the enemy with his fellow disciples, but to escape. As a fellow disciple of the 9 mountains, and a Tao disciple at that, his actions were truly shameful. "What you said makes sense. The more people that leave, the more hope there is." Hearing this, the second Mountain Master sighed softly. However, his gaze was still fixed on Guwudi as he said, "However, you must swear on your Tao heart that you will not hurt Xiaoyang in the future." In his heart, he still had some doubts about Guwudi, so he kept his guard up. After all, Guwudi was a supreme. It was too easy for him to deal with Xiaoyang. Hearing this, Guwudi had no reason to refuse and quickly agreed. At the same time, he breathed a sigh of relief. He had done what Gu Changa had told him. His life could be considered to have been saved. Fan. Chapter 476. The void in front of them blurred as the second Mountain Master led Xiaoyang and Guwudi away. Outside the universe, where the 9 mountains were, a golden light appeared in a vast space. Then the three of them walked out. In an instant, they left the cloud tomb and tore through the universe to arrive here. The Empyrean Abyss and Sky Deer City are in the distance. Judging from the current situation, even the Sky Deer Mystic Lady has surrendered to the upper realm. When you reach Sky Deer City, be careful. I wonder if the Sky Deer Mystic Lady has any informants. The second Mountain Master sighed and told them what they needed to pay attention to. After that, his expression turned resolute. He tore through space and turned into a golden light, returning to the 9 mountains to resist the upper realm invasion. "Master, you must be careful." Xiaoyang couldn't hide the grief on his face. He could only watch as the second Mountain Master disappeared into the distance. Soon he was out of sight. He clenched his fists, hating himself for being weak and powerless. He could not protect his eldest senior sister and the 9 mountains. "Let's go. Otherwise, when the upper realm army comes, neither of us will survive." Compared to Xiao Yang's grief, Guwudi was much calmer and did not seem to be grieving. After leaving the 9 mountains, we'll go our separate ways. Don't worry about me. Xiao Yang frowned and looked at him. He was still disgusted by the cowardly Guwudi. Little junior brother, now is not the time to be impulsive. The 9 mountains are doomed. If anything happens to us, then who will continue the legacy of the 9 mountains? Can you bear to see the second mountain master's efforts go down the drain? Guwudi shook his head, his words earnest and heartfelt. He still remembered Gu Changa's instructions and was very cautious. If he completed it, even if he went to the upper realm in the future, he would have a foothold. The 8 desolates and 10 regions would be conquered by the upper realm sooner or later. If the 9 mountains resisted stubbornly, it would not be long before they were destroyed. At this time, any smart person would know what to do. Moreover, his life was still in the hands of Gu Changa. The mountain master, Xiao Yang's relative, he muttered softly in his heart as a vicious look flashed across his face. If it weren't for Master's face, do you think I would be with a coward like you? Xiao Yang's eyebrows were tightly knitted together. He could not hide the ridicule in his words. However, he still remembered his master's instructions, so he did not bother with Guwudi. Then, the 2 of them turned into divine rainbows and headed towards the Empyrean abyss. They had a token from the 9 mountains, so when they arrived there would naturally be experts from the 8 desolates and 10 regions coming to receive them. However, when he thought about how even the Heavenly Deer City's Heavenly Deer Mystic Lady was in the upper realm, Xiao Yang's heart became foggy and heavy. As the protector of Heavenly Deer City, the Heavenly Deer Mystic Fairy had unknowingly surrendered to the higher realms. The cultivators of the 8 desolates and 10 regions probably didn't know about this yet. He didn't know how to explain it to the cultivators of Sky Deer City, and he couldn't guarantee that they would believe him. On the other side, the terrifying battle in the 9 mountains gradually came to an end. Many mountain lords fought with Gu Changa, moving hundreds of millions of miles to the depths of the outer realm. They displayed their most powerful techniques in countless years, but they were still no match for him. They all coughed up blood and exploded. The terrifying gray fog contained a monstrous, murderous aura that covered hundreds of millions of miles. It seemed to have blown over from a distant latitude, enveloping heaven and earth and the universe. This part of the universe was completely covered. Gu Changa's expression was cold. In his white robe, he still looked otherworldly and otherworldly in the universe. However, there seemed to be a monstrous demonic aura surging behind him, like an endless Wangyang. Are you still going to resist now? His expression was casual as he chopped down with his palm. When this palm appeared, it immediately covered the universe. It was as if the sun, moon, and stars were all spinning within it, including everything in the universe. Above his head, the intertwining black and white image spun, pouring down boundless black and white chi. It seemed to be evolving the 6 paths of life. 6 immortal doors appeared, emitting dazzling brilliance as they stood in the depths of the universe. This was a shocking scene. All of the attacks landed in front of him, but they were all blocked. They could only erupt with ripple-like ripples. Boom! This palm chopped down like an immortal heavenly sword that could cut down the boundless sun and moon. It was peerlessly powerful. Don't fight head-on. The expressions of all the Tao enlightened ones changed drastically. They were all injured and covered in blood. Their expressions were solemn. The Emperor's weapon floated above their heads, pouring down boundless laws and order like a galaxy. His strength is a little unimaginable. Even if we join forces, we're still not his match. The 3rd mountain lord's body shook violently. He was in disbelief, and his body was full of terrifying injuries. A dazzling sword appeared in his hand as he tried to block this attack. There was a terrifying black aura lingering around his arm. It contained an indescribable corrosive power that couldn't be dispelled. Just now, when he was hit by Gu Changa, He felt as if his body was about to collapse. That was the ultimate destructive power. Too weak. You can't even break through my defense. What right do you have to fight me? However, Guchanga continued to walk toward them. His expression was indifferent, as if he couldn't feel the attack. The Taishan Buddha shrouded him, making him invulnerable. No move or divine ability could land in front of him. I'll fight you to the death. The third mountain lord's expression was somewhat ferocious. Dazzling light spread out from his body. That was the light of a Tao enlightened one. A terrifying golden, sacred mountain vaguely appeared behind him. It could cover the universe, and its aura swept through billions of creatures. It was his strongest monarch art. As soon as it was executed, a blinding glow burst out from it. This is the moment. When the other mountain lords saw this, they also shouted loudly. Their hands moved, performing the strongest emperor technique and releasing the most dazzling light. The emperor's weapon behind them also became dazzling. It was as if an ancient god was awakening. Divine light overflowed and overflowed. At this moment, they caught a flaw in Guchanga's defense. They had to work together to attack. Otherwise, they wouldn't have a chance. In an instant, a monstrous light rushed out and pierced through the sky. This was the law of the Emperor realm. It was also the divine chain of order that they had nurtured throughout their lives. Along with this explosion, it was as if the entire universe was being destroyed. Primordial energy soared into the sky, destroying this part of the universe and even penetrating the other worlds. Countless creatures and cultivators trembled under this fluctuation. They felt as if their souls were about to collapse. They couldn't withstand it at all. This was the aura of a Tao enlightened being. It was peerlessly powerful. In the upper realm, it was also the foundation of the imperishable sects and supreme orthodoxies. Once it appeared, it would be respected by all races and suppress everything. This kind of fluctuation swept through the heavens and the earth. It was enough to make countless stars tremble. Even supreme beings had to kneel down in fear. This is a battle of Tao enlightened beings. What exactly is happening there? It's not just a Tao enlightened being. Could it be that a supreme expert from the upper realm has killed his way here? Didn't they say that the boundary monument sea hasn't dried up yet? Billions of li away in the various planets of the 8 desolates, 10 regions. Some ancient existences sensed this fluctuation. Their faces were filled with shock, but more than that, they were overwhelmed with shock. They woke up from their secluded cultivation. Their bodies were surrounded by majestic and terrifying auras. They appeared in the sky and looked into the distance. Their expressions were extremely solemn. At this moment, apart from the 8 desolates, 10 regions, even some ancient existences in the upper realm's ancient worlds, near the boundary monument sea, sensed everything. Their gazes pierced through heaven and earth, as if they were going to land there. For them, now that the upper realm had invaded the 8 desolates, 10 regions, the surrounding worlds were affected. The places where they were at were naturally no exception. What's happening there? There are actually so many Tao enlightened beings fighting. On the shore of the boundary monument sea, the experts of the imperishable sects and supreme orthodoxies from the upper realm who were stationed here felt a heartfelt fear. The boundary monument sea hadn't dried up yet. The Tao enlightened beings of the factions behind them couldn't cross over yet. Therefore, if the Tao enlightened beings of the 8 desolates, 10 regions attacked, they were still very cautious. In the depths of the universe, facing such a terrifying attack, a giant hand that blotted out the sky extended from the front. Guchanga's expression was still cold. He directly raised his hand and slapped forward. The golden light was resplendent as if it was made of divine gold. Immortal chi and chaotic chi curled up and surged, extending from within. At first, it was the size of a small mountain. Then it was like a boundless sky. A terrifying aura exploded. This was especially true for the mountain master who was facing Guchanga. He felt it the most intensely, and his expression changed drastically. He could not believe that Guchanga was unscathed under their combined attack. Instead, she was slapping him with her palm. Rumble. This palm's aura was too terrifying. It was boundless. It was as if the heavens and earth were closing in to suppress him. Break for me, he suddenly shouted. The golden battle armor on his body released a brilliant light, as if a deity had descended to the world. Then the golden light erupted. His face turned red, and an unparalleled aura emerged. The long spear swept horizontally, making woo sounds. That expanse of golden light was like a great army galloping, about to descend into this universe. This was the most powerful attack of a Tao enlightened being. It could battle the heavens and shake the earth. However, the giant golden palm was surrounded by endless scarlet, multicolored light. Natural laws surged, and it contained boundless divine power. It was as if an unrivaled immortal was attacking. This place seemed to be boiling with chaos. The universe was pierced through, and all the cultivators in the endless distance trembled. They were all forced to retreat, their scalps numb. His body trembled violently, as if he was about to explode. Endless bloody mist erupted, and bloody light flooded the world. Even with several people working together, they are still not his opponent. In the distance, a streak of golden light appeared. The void was torn apart. The white-robed second mountain master rushed over, witnessing the scene before him. His expression was incomparably gloomy. He didn't expect Guwudi's words to be true. The 9 mountains were facing such a terrifying crisis. In another direction, the heavenly deer mystic lady was also fighting with several mountain masters. The shock waves were similarly terrifying, engulfing half of the universe. However, unlike this side, she was obviously not a match for the 3 of them. She was at a disadvantage, and her clothes were stained with blood. However, her moves were fierce and powerful. She was like a peerless female immortal. Her skin was as white as jade, intertwined with hazy brilliance. Second Mountain Master, you came at the right time. Let's work together to kill him. This kid's strength is too unbelievable. Seeing the second Mountain Master arrive, the other Mountain Masters were also shocked. They felt hope and hurriedly spoke. They were all injured. Their originally terrifying auras were now weak, and their bodies were covered in blood. Even the third Mountain Master, who was usually at odds with the second Mountain Master, was now in a weakened state. His injuries were terrifying. They had no choice but to ask for help from the second Mountain Master. In terms of strength, the second Mountain Master was slightly stronger than the third Mountain Master, other than the incomparably mysterious Mountain Master, who is the most powerful person in the 9 mountains. What is your identity in the upper realm? To reach this level at such a young age? The second elder's expression was extremely solemn. This was the first time he had seen such a terrifying young man. He had fought against so many mountain masters of the 9 mountains with his own strength. Moreover, he had the upper hand. He seemed to be very relaxed, and there were no signs of injuries. If it had been a little longer, perhaps everyone would have been bathed in blood today. Moreover, he realized that the 9th Mountain Master's aura had disappeared. This could only mean that before he arrived, the 9th Mountain Master had already died. Are you all here? Actually, I've been waiting for you for a long time. Guchanga did not reply. A faint smile appeared on his face as he looked at the second elder in front of him. Since he had rushed here, it meant that his plan had succeeded. More than 20 years ago, the 8 Desolates' 10 regions guardian clan was wiped out, although most of the clan members had died at that time. However, there were still survivors who escaped. Xiaoyang was only one of them. He still planned to find the last guardian clan through Xiaoyang. This clan's talent was quite extraordinary. Not only could they summon ancient heroic spirits, apart from that, they could also reverse yin and yang and reshape their Tao fruits. To him, this would be quite useful. Therefore, Gu Changa arranged for Gu Wudi to be a chess piece by Xiao Yang's side at all times. You've been waiting for me for a long time. What is the meaning of this? Seeing Gu Changa's expression, the second mountain master suddenly felt that something was wrong. The feeling this young man gave him was too terrifying. It was impossible to use common sense to understand him. Naturally, I was waiting for you to arrive so that I could catch all of you in one fell swoop. A faint smile appeared on Gu Changa's face. As he finished speaking, a pitch-black bottle appeared above his head. It was like a bottomless black hole, pouring down boundless black light. All of the terrifying fluctuations were devoured by it. At this moment, it was as if the entire universe had been swallowed up by this bottle. Only boundless darkness remained between heaven and earth. That rumor! How could it be? Seeing this scene, all the mountain masters were horrified. The second mountain master was stunned at first. Then his expression changed drastically. Suddenly, he seemed to have understood something and was somewhat frightened. They wanted to escape, but suddenly a large halberd with billions of strands of demonic chi appeared in front of them. It swept across the sky, and the universe in front of them seemed to be split open. It was so powerful that even the fragments of the long river of time danced in the air. A mountain master's face was filled with shock. His entire body glowed as he unleashed the most powerful technique he had ever used in this life. However, he could not dodge it at all. All the divine powers, Dharma artifacts, and techniques exploded and collapsed under this halberd. Then his entire body was cut into pieces. A bloody mist spread between heaven and earth. Run! The weapon in this guy's hand is a world-destroying weapon. The second mountain master's voice was trembling. He reacted and hurriedly turned into a divine rainbow, wanting to tear through the universe and escape. The other mountain masters also understood, but it was too late. A terrifying black fog surged from every inch of the void at the edge of the universe, as if it had taken root in space. This great battle swept beyond the universe. Countless stars exploded and turned into ashes. The galaxy exploded, and the Milky Way rolled in reverse. Countless rules and orders danced chaotically. Heaven and earth were in chaos. Fragments of the long river of time were faintly discernible. It was chaos. Since ancient times, the effects of emperor battles were incomparably vast. Even the surrounding universes were affected. Some small worlds exploded, and countless creatures suffered an unexpected calamity. Many mountain masters unleashed their most powerful strength. The emperor's might was vast and mighty. The entire universe was almost pierced through. It was a scene of devastation. Terrifying giant hands ran through heaven and earth, and some even slapped into another universe, shocking billions of creatures. Accompanied by the most powerful chains and angry roars, everything finally returned to peace. This universe was incomparably damaged. Terrifying aftershocks from the battle were everywhere. Blood and bones splattered everywhere. Even the imprints of heaven and earth were shattered. Many broken emperor weapons lost their former divinity. In the end, they were scattered everywhere and turned into scrap metal. Apart from the mountain masters, almost all the powerhouses of the 9 mountains have been dealt with. Everything was silent. On a broken star in the depths of the universe, a white-robed beauty landed. Her face was flawless. Her figure was tall, otherworldly, and holy. Her hair flowed with radiance, giving people a feeling of perfection. However, her current state wasn't very good. She had suffered heavy injuries, and her clothes were stained with blood. At this moment, when she spoke, her expression was difficult to hide. If Gu Changa hadn't gone to help her after dealing with the mountain masters here, she might have suffered even more terrifying injuries. Although she was strong, she was no match for the 3 Tao attainments. She had been at a disadvantage. Today, she saw Gu Changa use a technique she had never seen before. It made her feel truly terrified. Even the 3rd mountain master was split in half by his 4. 9 halberd in the end. He broke into pieces on the spot, shocking everyone. This was originally destined to be the result. Guchanga sat there cross-legged. He didn't open his eyes when he heard the Empyrean dear mystic maiden's words. A terrifying aura as vast as the sea appeared on his body. The entire universe seemed to be changing as he swallowed. The star regions dimmed and the Milky Way surged. From afar, there was even a large blood-colored cocoon around him that was a dense and terrifying chi and blood. This was a shocking scene. The stars in the sky and the endless river of stars shot out billions of rays of light and gathered here. At this moment, the essence of all the Tao attainments had entered Gu Changa's body. Every pore was shining, as if it was a vast and boundless ancient world. Inside, countless gods were kowtowing and chanting ancient scriptures. Divine light was resplendent as they all bowed. At this moment, Gu Changa opened his mouth and roared, causing the stars in the universe to tremble. Countless creatures prostrated on the ground out of fear, feeling fear. Rumble. The sky trembled as if a vast sea was roaring. Endless brilliance was swallowed by Gu Changa. He seemed to have turned into a black hole that could devour the heavens. All the laws, rules, and order in front of him collapsed and surged in. Gu Changa's cultivation also broke through because of this. His blood, skin, flesh, lungs, bones, and hair were all reflecting chaotic energy. Compared to before, they were much more powerful. Such a terrifying scene lasted for half a month before the universe finally calmed down. No creature or cultivator dared to come and investigate. The momentum of the fall of the Tao attainments was incomparably shocking. There were still terrifying phenomena in this world that hadn't disappeared. A drop of the blood of the Tao attainments was enough to penetrate a small world. The remaining power was enough to kill any creature. The fifth heaven of the quasi-emperor realm. I'm a few steps closer to the nirvana path. Gu Changa got up and opened his eyes. His aura returned to silence like a deep sea. He looked at the nearby second mountain lord, whose cultivation had been sealed. There was a terrifying wound on his body, and he had almost been cleaved in half. He walked over. As Xiao Yang's master, the second mountain master, couldn't die at this time. He had other value, so Gu Changa spared his life. Chapter 477. The second mountain master was not in a good condition. His aura was weak. There was a terrifying wound that almost tore him apart. The destructive power within it was destroying his life force. As an enlightened cultivator, his life force was so strong that it was indescribable. Even a drop of blood could rebuild his body and create a new life. But now he had fallen to the point where it was difficult to recover from his injury. He had been witnessing the changes in Gu Changa in the past half a month. From the initial shock to the current shock, it could be said that his state of mind had undergone an earth-shaking change. So this is the reason why you have such terrifying power at such a young age, the second mountain master watched as Gu Changa walked towards him. He could not hide his fear, but he still spoke. He did not know why Gu Changa killed everyone but him. Now, the 9 mountains were in great trouble. Almost all the disciples were dead, and even the mountain master had died. How could the rest of the disciples survive? He could even see the destruction of the 9 mountains. All the buildings and islands would be reduced to ashes. This made him feel regret and anger. At the same time, he felt regret and a deep sense of helplessness. If he had realized Gu Changa's ambition earlier, things might have turned around. With the 9 mountains' immortal seal in hand, the 9 mountains could become an indestructible fortress. If Gu Changa wanted to break in, it would not be so easy. Thinking of this, the second mountain master did not look kindly on the Empyrean deer mystic fairy, who followed behind Gu Changa. He could not understand why the Empyrean deer mystic fairy, who was in charge of guarding Sky Deer City, was so close to Gu Changa. She even allied with Gu Changa to attack the 9 mountains. If not, how could they have fallen into her trap? As the Empyrean deer mystic fairy, you colluded with the people from the upper world to attack the 9 mountains. Are you worthy of your status? Are you worthy of Sky Deer City and the billions of cultivators in the 8 wilderness 10 regions? The second Mountain Master's face was cold and angry. However, the Empyrean Deer Mystic Fairy did not care about him. It was as if she did not hear him. She smiled gently at Guchanga, who was beside her. Can young Master Gu believe me now? For the sake of Sky Deer City, 12, you are truly heartless. Guchanga only smiled and did not answer her question. After all, Master gave me Celestial Deer City before he passed away. I will protect it no matter what price I have to pay. The Empyrean Deer Mystic Maiden smiled faintly, but her eyes were fixed on Guchanga, as if she wanted to see the change in his expression. However, Guchanga's expression didn't change much. She couldn't see anything from it. This made her feel a little disappointed. He was still as hard to figure out as before, and it was impossible to guess what he was thinking. Cooperating with Guchanga was tantamount to asking a tiger for its skin, but she really had no other choice. Even the 9 mountains, which were guarded by numerous Tao enlightened experts, were wiped out by Guchanga alone. How could Celestial Deer City stop him? You have fallen into a demonic trap. If you want to protect Celestial Deer City, you should ally with us and resist the invasion of the upper world, instead of surrendering to them. Why aren't you waking up? The second Mountain Master immediately guessed what was going on. He couldn't help but shout angrily. This made him even angrier, and he even hated her for not fighting back. The Empyrean Deer Mystic Maiden's actions were clearly demonic. How could she ally with the upper world to attack the 8 wildernesses and 10 regions to protect Celestial Deer City? The upper world was greedy. How could they let Celestial Deer City go? What do you know? The Empyrean Deer Mystic Maiden frowned, and a cold look flashed across her eyes. How can the 9 mountains stop the upper world's army? All these years, you've been hiding in the cloud tomb, not daring to show yourself. This time, when the upper world invaded, you tried to seal the mountains, ignoring the 8 wildernesses and Celestial Deer City. What right do you have to criticize me? If she had other ideas, she wouldn't have done this. This was the slim chance of survival that could be glimpsed when one was in despair. The second Mountain Master's expression froze. He did have plans to give up on the 8 wildernesses and Celestial Deer City to seal the mountains in order to protect the 9 mountains. However, before he could do that, Guchanga sent an army to kill him. This was not the reason why the Empyrean Deer Mystic Maiden betrayed the 8 wildernesses and Celestial Deer City. It seems that even now, you still haven't thought it through. The 9 mountains have been reduced to ruins and have been erased from this world. And the Empyrean Deer Mystic Maiden is much smarter than you. Seeing the second Mountain Master's expression, Guchanga couldn't help but shake his head, as if he felt sorry for the second Mountain Master. As long as the disciples of the 9 mountains still exist, the inheritance of the 9 mountains will still exist. It's impossible for you to destroy the 9 mountains. The second Mountain Master's face turned pale. However, when he thought about how he had sent Xiao Yang and Gu Wudi away at the last moment, he heaved a sigh of relief. They were the last hope of the 9 mountains. As long as they could find the Mountain Master, the 9 mountains would reappear in this world. Even if he died now, he wouldn't let down the ancestors of the 9 mountains. Oh, is that so? Are you still counting on that useless disciple of yours, Xiaoyang? Until now, could it be that you still don't understand why I killed everyone, but spared your life in the end? Hearing this, Guchanga laughed, not hiding the mockery in his words. He knew what the second Mountain Master was thinking, but did he really think that nothing would happen if he sent Xiaoyang away? It was a pity that Guchanga had already foreseen what he would do and was scheming against him. What do you mean by that? When the second Mountain Master heard this, his expression froze. Something was wrong. That familiar feeling of unease came over him again. As a surviving member of the Guardian family, why do you think I would let him go? Guchanga smiled faintly, but his eyes were still cold and emotionless. What could it be you did this on purpose? At this moment, the second Mountain Master couldn't believe his ears. His heart trembled and his expression changed. Gu Changa knew about Xiao Yang's identity? How did he know? Other than him, no one else in the 9 mountains knew about this. Gu Wudi was also arranged by you? In the end, he thought of this possibility. His face was full of regret. Why did he agree to Gu Wudi's request and send him away with Xiao Yang? All of this was part of Gu Changa's plan. The guardian family? Hearing this, the heavenly deer mystic fairy was also shocked. She couldn't help but look at Gu Changa. If Gu Changa hadn't said it, she wouldn't have known that Xiao Yang was a surviving member of the guardian family. As the guardian of the heavenly deer city, she naturally knew about the tragedy that happened 20 years ago. It was said that the entire clan was annihilated. Hundreds of people died tragically, and only a few managed to escape alive. The guardian family had very few people to begin with. After this tragedy, they were almost wiped out. In the past 20 years, the guardian family was almost extinct in the 8 barren 10 regions. Not a single one of them could be found. Xiao Yang was a surviving member of the guardian family? How did Gu Changa know about this? Could it be because of the purple mirror in his hand? The heavenly deer mystic fairy remembered the purple mirror that Gu Changa took out. It seemed that he had used that secret treasure to deduce this matter. This was truly shocking and unsettling. With such an artifact, who knew what it would be able to deduce? Could it be that the tragedy of the guardian family 20 years ago was also related to you? The second Mountain Master suddenly stared at Gu Changa. His eyes were bloodshot and he looked ferocious. Of course it has nothing to do with me. But it has something to do with the family behind me. Gu Changa shook his head slightly. He didn't mind answering his question. While he was speaking, an enormous ancient warship descended from the sky. It was surrounded by thick celestial fog and stained with blood. It seemed to have just killed its way over from an army of thousands. Many terrifying soldiers stood on the ship. They were like demonic shadows, bringing with them a vast and powerful murderous aura. It was the army that killed their way into the cloud tomb. Young Master, according to your orders, the 9 mountains have been completely wiped out. Many of the survivors have also been killed. A tall and sturdy supreme being clad in golden armor turned into a divine rainbow as he spoke respectfully to Gu Changa. Hearing this, the second Mountain Master, who still had a glimmer of hope, was defeated. This is the second Mountain Master of the 9 mountains. Lock him in the dungeon and send people to watch him closely. Gu Changa nodded slightly. He wasn't surprised. The news of the 9 mountains being wiped out by him would spread quickly to the cultivators of the 8 wilderness's 10 regions. This was definitely a heavy blow. In their hearts, the 9 mountains had a superior status, even higher than Sky Deer City. At this time, once the news of the 9 mountains being wiped out spread, it would cause countless forces in the 8 wilderness's 10 regions to panic and lose morale. As for the upper world, the other forces and orthodoxies would definitely take advantage of the chaos to send their troops and try to break through the Empyrean abyss and arrive at Sky Deer City. Without a doubt, in the next few days, the news of the 9 mountains' destruction shook the entire 8 wilderness's 10 regions, just as Gu Changa had predicted. This was because the battle between the Mountain Masters and Gu Changa was too shocking. Even the universe where the 9 mountains were located was pierced through and shattered. It was a scene of devastation. Shattered Tao laws and great Tao imprints were everywhere. Chaotic qi overflowed and flooded all directions. Living beings with weaker cultivations didn't dare to step into that place. This was because, in addition to the terrifying battle, there were many broken weapon fragments, broken limbs, and remains that contained extremely terrifying energy waves. The slightest touch could blow a person into smithereens and destroy their body and soul. That place had become a forbidden land, a forbidden zone for living beings. It was also because of this that the cloud tomb that shrouded the 9 mountains was destroyed. Only then did many experts notice the location of the legendary 9 mountains. When they rushed there, they found traces of a terrifying battle. Mountains collapsed, riverbeds were broken, and terrifying rifts stretched across the world. Corpses were everywhere. Palaces collapsed and turned into ruins. It was no longer as transcendent and mysterious as before. The 9 mountains had been wiped out. This news swept through every corner of the 8 wilderness's 10 regions in an instant, like a terrifying earthquake. The cultivators and living beings who knew about this were all stunned. Their bodies were cold, and they couldn't believe it. In their eyes, the 9 mountains, Sky Deer City, and the Empyrean Abyss were all barriers to the 8 wilderness's 10 regions. Moreover, the 9 mountains were more transcendent and mysterious, and at the same time more powerful. Now, they had been wiped out unknowingly. How could they accept this? Many people felt a sense of despair. This time, the invasion of the upper world would be even more terrifying and violent. The 8 wildernesses, 10 regions would be broken through. This could be said to have shaken the 8 wildernesses, 10 regions. All the cultivators and living beings felt uneasy. Then, many forces began to guess and deduce, trying to reconstruct the scene that had happened in the 9 mountains. They wanted to know how the 9 mountains had been wiped out and how many powerhouses the upper world had sent. Judging from the waves that came from afar, there were many enlightened cultivators fighting. The waves swept through the heavens and earth. However, the boundary monument sea had not dried up yet. How did the enlightened cultivators of the upper world cross over? In the end, this kind of deduction naturally didn't find anything. Just the waves that were extremely chaotic. Even the rules of heaven and earth were in chaos. They could not see anything at all, not to mention the broken rules of heaven and earth. In an instant, the bugle horns sounded and war drums beat, sweeping through millions of miles. Many sects and clans in the 8 wilderness's 10 regions began to mobilize their armies and rush to the Empyrean Abyss outside Sky Deer City. They sent their elites, planning to fight the upper world there. Compared to the previous battle at the shore of the Boundary Monument Sea, the area affected this time was clearly much wider. For the 8 wilderness's 10 regions, this was an extremely critical and serious time. They realized the seriousness of the matter. This was because the Empyrean Abyss could not stop the upper world. Sooner or later, they would find the correct route. They might as well take advantage of the fact that the Boundary Monument Sea had not dried up and launch a large-scale counterattack, wiping out the upper world's vanguard army. Unlike the 8 wilderness's 10 regions, the upper world had many orthodoxies stationed in the Boundary Monument Sea. Although they were shocked by the destruction of the 9 mountains, they were more than happy. The 9 mountains to the 8 wilderness's 10 regions was no different from the claws of a beast. Now, the beast's claws had been removed. To them, this was naturally a good thing. As for the longevity Gu clan and Gu Changa, who had destroyed the 9 mountains, their fame had reached an unprecedented peak. Before this, no one would have thought that Gu Changa would take this opportunity to lead the longevity Gu clan to find the 9 mountains and destroy them first. The strength of the 9 mountains was unquestionable. Even in the upper world, there were few orthodoxies that could compare to them and had so many enlightened cultivators. The strength of an ordinary imperishable orthodoxy was not even a third of the 9 mountains' strength. However, the longevity Gu clan only needed to send a large army to destroy them easily. The commotion caused by this was even more shocking than when the Purple Mansion was destroyed. The depth of the longevity Gu clan's foundation was terrifying. Of course, in this battle, many forces were only guessing that the longevity Gu clan had sent many enlightened cultivators. After all, as far as they knew, it was impossible for Gu Changa to achieve such a feat by herself. Although Gu Changa was powerful and overpowered his peers, making the older generation gasp in admiration, he would never be able to do such an unbelievable thing. After that, many orthodoxies in the upper world heard about this and sent more troops here to gather and cross the Boundary Monument Sea, preparing to launch a large-scale attack. Many young powerhouses, including the Heavenly Phoenix Maiden, Six-Crown King, the successor of the Human Ancestors Hall, rushed here because of this opportunity to attack the 8 Wilderness's 10 regions with the forces behind them. During this period, many things happened in the upper world. Many geniuses who had never appeared. Among them were ancient freaks and descendants of the immemorial immortals who had been sealed for a long time. However, compared to Guchanga, they all seemed dim, making people feel that they were born in the wrong era. Meanwhile, at the peak of the endless sea that bordered the upper world and the billions of lower worlds, the Demoness in red appeared. She gathered all the demons in the heavens and established the Demon Mountain. Her fierce power covered the universe and intimidated the world. Chapter 478. The reappearance of the She-Devil in red in the upper realm shocked everyone. After the battle at the Divine City, the She-Devil disappeared without a trace. All the orthodoxies who participated in the Demon Extermination Conference returned with heavy losses. Very few survived. Many cultivators were guessing where the She-Devil went. Some suspected that she was also severely injured and was recuperating somewhere. Some said that the She-Devil was actually eliminated after that battle, which was why there was no news from her for so long. There were all kinds of rumors, and there were many different opinions. The She-Devil's construction of the Demon Mountain at the peak of the Endless Sea was like a meteorite crashing into the deep sea, causing a huge uproar. Some cultivators saw with their own eyes that at the peak of the Endless Sea, endless demon chi surged and covered the moon. Everything within a radius of millions of miles turned into darkness. Stars fell from outer space and floated there, turning into star islands shrouded in chaotic fog. It was extremely terrifying. Such a phenomenon shocked everyone. Many orthodoxies even sent powerhouses to investigate, trying to find out the She-Devil's motive. If she only wanted to build the Demon Mountain, that would be fine. However, they were worried that she would be so fierce that she would start a massacre again. Now that the upper realm was at a critical juncture of conquering the 8 Desolation 10 regions, they could not spare much manpower to attack the She-Devil. Moreover, after the Demon Extermination Conference, the She-Devil's terror was deeply rooted in the hearts of many orthodoxies in the upper realm. No one was willing to provoke her. The Demon Mountain stood at the peak of the Endless Sea, with majestic and ancient palaces rising from the ground. The Heavenly Palace descended, and the Divine Tower sat there. It was hazy, like the burial ground of all living beings in ancient myths. Demons gathered there, and that place had turned into a demon realm comparable to the demon burial abyss. Demon chi filled the sky, covering millions of miles. Many peerless demons obeyed the She-Devil summons and went into hibernation. Her ferocious aura shook the heavens, frightening all the cultivators and living beings who passed by. However, the She-Devil seemed to have regained much of her consciousness. Many orthodoxies were worried that she would start a massacre again, but seeing that she did not do anything, they gradually relaxed and focused on conquering the 8 Desolation 10 regions. Today, the upper realm was not peaceful. Especially after the destruction of the 9 mountains, Guchanga's name spread throughout the heavens and caused a huge commotion. Many supreme Taoism orthodoxies and imperishable sects were shocked by this. At this point, Guchanga had already become a young, invincible legend in the eyes of countless cultivators in the upper realm. He was only in his early 20s, yet his cultivation was already unrivaled. Attacking a supreme being, leading an army to destroy the 9 great mountains. Many rumors swept through the air, making the younger generation tremble in despair. They couldn't even see his shadow in the slightest. For the older generation, Guchanga's name made them feel even more fearful and inconceivable. Some people even felt that after witnessing the birth of a legend, Guchanga would definitely make a strong mark in the history books of the later era. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to describe such limelight as unparalleled in the world. In the many lower realms, there were also countless creatures chanting his name. It was rumored that chanting his true name could protect his true spirit from destruction. In the eyes of many ancient existences, his age could already be ignored. The younger generation that had fought with Gu Changa before, such as Six Crown King, Heavenly Phoenix Maiden, and others, although their talents were strong, compared to Gu Changa, they were far from enough. The gap was like a natural chasm, and it was difficult to see his back. In the eyes of many cultivators, the only younger generation that could be comparable to Gu Changa was perhaps the inheritor of the demonic arts who had escaped from his hands many times. However, the inheritor of the demonic arts had already disappeared for a long time, not as rampant as before. In the eyes of many cultivators, the inheritor of the demonic arts probably knew that he was not Gu Changa's opponent now, so he chose to keep a low profile and avoid encountering him. Boom! At this moment, vast ancient warships swept through the heavens, densely packed, covering the sky dome, casting down endless black shadows, crossing towards the place where the Boundary Monument Sea was located. The ancient bugle horn sounded, leading a large army of the upper realm to attack wantonly. These ancient warships carried a mighty aura and could travel through the world passage. It was incomparably terrifying, opening up everything in the chaos. Many powerful beings of the lower realm felt this aura, and some could not help but tremble. An obviously larger and more ancient warship was surrounded by immortal chi, and palaces were everywhere. There were divine mountains, immortal islands floating in the air, and silver waterfalls like silk. It was like an ancient continent. Unlike the other ancient warships, this ancient warship had many young faces. In addition to the current generation's geniuses, there were also some ancient freaks who had just been born. For example, the descendants of the primordial immortals had terrifying auras, and their blood chi surged into the sky. They had their own mansions. There were powerful followers and servants at the door, and they were stronger than ordinary powerhouses, their strength reaching the Saint Realm. True Immortal Academy, Tao Heaven Immortal Palace, Sky Demon Tower, Sage King Hall wore immortal manor. Many forces that nurtured the younger generation were now gathered here. These living beings and cultivators could be said to be the most outstanding young generation in the upper realm, and could be said to be a gathering of stars. In this crusade against the 8 Desolates' 10 regions, these young people would participate. According to past practice, before the passage of the Empyrean Abyss was stabilized, the younger generation of both sides, or the older generation, would fight first. The ultimate powerhouses who decided the final outcome would not easily make a move, because before the 8 Desolates' 10 regions, the precepts of heaven and earth were not complete, and it was at the point where the space barrier between the two realms collided. The great Tao was chaotic, and many ultimate powerhouses could not unleash their peak strength. In the past, because of this, many ultimate powerhouses died in front of the Empyrean Abyss. However, this time, all the orthodoxies of the upper realm moved together, and their momentum was shocking. In front of the Boundary Monument Sea, there were already ultimate powerhouses who manifested their Dharma bodies and left. Sister Xian, we meet again. At this moment, on a mountain peak shrouded in crimson light and immortal mist, a tall, slender, and beautiful young girl was cultivating cross-legged. She wore a wide-sleeved, flowing immortal dress, and she was so beautiful that one could not find any flaw in her. Her body was glowing, and every pore seemed to be glowing. It was as if there were female immortals chanting ancient scriptures. Her skin was snow-white and flawless, and it had a sparkling luster that could be broken by the slightest touch. Her entire person had a celestial aura, and she was very cold. However, the space between her eyebrows was as cold as ice, and she gave people a feeling that she was not to be approached. Not far from the young girl, there was a big red bird. It squinted its eyes and sized up a silver-haired young girl who was walking towards it. "How many times have you deliberately come up to me?" When Gu Xian heard this, he opened his eyes. He seemed to be very familiar with the silver-haired young girl in front of him, but more than that, he was slightly impatient. "Didn't you say that we were fated to meet? How can you say that I deliberately came up to you?" The silver-haired young girl giggled when she heard this, and she gave people a very innocent feeling. She had a proud figure, and her curves were exquisite and curvaceous. She had a delicate and flawless face. Her skin was as white as porcelain and as delicate as jade. She was not inferior to Gu Xian'er at all. Moreover, her eyes were like light red colored glass, and they were very magnificent and beautiful. Her fluttering movements were very moving, and it was really hard to find a reason to dislike her. On top of her head, there was also a pair of inconspicuous red horns, which showed that she was not a human. The two of them looked to be about the same age. "Tell me, why are you looking for me?" Gu Xian'er glanced at the silver-haired young girl and said lightly. The silver-haired young girl in front of him was called Yan, and behind her was the reclusive celestial tribe of the Yin clan. Their foundation was terrifyingly strong, and they were one of the best in the upper realm, enough to be ranked at the forefront. However, because their bloodline was very strong, there were fewer people, and it was somewhat similar to the Great Void God tribe. However, compared to the Great Void God tribe, the reclusive celestial tribe was more mysterious and low-key. In recent years, only 1 or 2 of their people had traveled outside. This time, when the upper realm launched an attack on the upper realm, the Yin clan naturally wanted to intervene and get a share of the pie. That was why they sent their people out to participate. However, Gu Xian'er and Yan didn't get to know each other here. Instead, she met Yan when she left Peach Village and went to Transcendent Island to cultivate according to the instructions of her masters. She was trying to break through the boundary of the same realm. At that time, when Yan found out about her identity, she was very interested in Gu Xian'er and shamelessly clung to her. After that, the two of them explored a few mystic realms and ruins together and also fought for the rare items in the auction house. After a while, they became familiar with each other. "Can't I look for you just to see you? You're saying that I can't look for you if I don't have anything to do." And Yan rolled her eyes and went to sit beside Gu Xian'er very close to her. Gu Xian'er glanced at her and moved to the side, saying, "Stay away from me." "Humph, what a heartless guy. Forget who was the one who was almost smashed to pieces by that quasi-supreme beast. If I didn't activate the array at the crucial moment, I'm afraid grass would have grown on your grave." And Yen saw her look of disdain and was a little annoyed. She snorted and nagged. Gu Xian'er was not angry at all. She only said lightly, "Don't worry. Even without you, I could have survived that day. The life-saving items on me are no less than yours." "That's right. I almost forgot who you are. You're the little princess of the Gu family. How could you lack life-saving items?" And Yan's expression changed very quickly. In the blink of an eye, she was smiling. "Besides, Gu Changa, who is currently in the limelight in the upper realm, is your cousin. I heard that he treats you very well. How could you lack treasures?" Hearing this, Gu Xian'er's delicate brows slightly furrowed. "My life-saving items were not given to me by Gu Changa. I'm lucky that he didn't steal them from me." When Gu Changa was mentioned, there was some resentment in her words that could not be hidden. However, in front of Yan, she maintained her usual fairy-like appearance and did not show the slightest bit of anger. Hearing this, Yan had a surprised look on her face. Her sparkling and translucent eyes were wide open. "Didn't the rumors say that Gu Changa treats you very well? Why would he steal your things?" She seemed to be in disbelief and was very curious. It seemed that this was the first time she had heard this. Besides, the rumors said that Gu Changa is so and so. "The rumors were so amazing that I thought they were all true," Gu Xian'er snorted and said, "Rumors are just rumors. Everything has to be seen with one's own eyes. Speaking of which, why do you like to talk about that guy so much recently?" And Yen smiled and said, "I'm just curious. I'm so close to you. I hear all kinds of rumors about Gu Changa every day. It's said that even the 9 mountains were destroyed by him. Besides, aren't you his cousin?" I couldn't help but ask. Is that so? Gu Xian turned and looked deeply at her, as if to see through her purpose. Okay, actually I just heard that this time when we go to attack the 8 Desolates 10 regions, we'll be fighting with the Heaven's favorites there. I'm a little worried that something will happen. Isn't Gu Changa over there? If something happens, I want him to help me. You also know that I was born not long ago. My battle experience is pitiful. How can I be a match for the savage 8 Desolates, 10 regions, Heaven's favorites? And Yen seemed to be unable to stand her gaze. She shook her head and confessed. Don't worry. Seeing that you and I are familiar with each other, I won't leave you in the lurch when the time comes. Seeing that she was so honest, Gu Xian did not ask any more questions. I'm relieved to hear that. I'll take this opportunity to meet that cousin of yours. Okay, I won't disturb your cultivation. I look forward to the day when you suppress Gu Changa. And Yen saw her promise, and a smile appeared on her face. Then she got up and said goodbye. She seemed very happy and skipped away. After she left, Gu Xian frowned. She waved her hand and called the big red bird over. Big Red, why do I feel like she approached me with an ulterior motive? She asked uncertainly, but no matter how much she thought about it, she could not figure out why Yen approached her. When the big red bird heard this, it cast a sidelong glance at her and nodded its head, as if telling her to be more careful. Then why did she approach me? Gu Xian frowned, still unable to understand. In terms of status, Yen was the princess of the hidden immortal clan. She was not any weaker than her. Could it be that what Yen said was true? That she only wanted her to help her during the battle? Or to get close to Gu Changa? But Gu Xian felt that things were not that simple. But since she couldn't figure it out, she didn't continue to think about it. She continued to cultivate. Her body emitted rays of light as she prepared for the upcoming battle. On the other side, after leaving the mountain range, Yen returned to her abode. The innocent look she had in front of Gu Xian had disappeared. Her face was expressionless. Miss, is it really okay for you to do this? In front of her was an old servant. His body was stooped, his eyes were sunken, his cheekbones were high, and there were horns on his head. It was difficult to hide his aura. There is no problem. From what I have found out, Gu Xian is one of the people closest to Gu Changa. In some ways, Gu Xian is more like his exclusive property. Gu Xian's understanding of Gu Changa is much more realistic than the rumors. This is the best proof. If Gu Xian wasn't so important to him, how could someone like him show his true face so easily? As long as I have a good relationship with Gu Xian, I will naturally be able to enter Gu Changa's line of sight and get in touch with him. And Yen shook her head. Her face showed a contemplative expression that didn't match her appearance. Now she was calm and reserved. Compared to her appearance in front of Gu Xian, it could be said that they were two different faces. Since Miss says so, then this old servant can rest assured. Gu Changa is very dangerous. If Miss wants to get close to him, you have to be very careful. You can't be careless. When the old servant heard this, he heaved a sigh of relief, and Yen nodded. Then she said with a slightly cold expression, Of course I know. Gu Xian looks like she doesn't eat the food of mortals. But she is actually very smart. She should have seen through some things. Speaking of this, she sighed, but she didn't make things difficult for me. If there weren't so many dangers and troubles, it would be good to have a friend like her. It's been hard on Miss all these years. First, Miss is getting more and more power. Her right to speak in the clan is close to that of the master. I think in a few years, the entire clan will fall under the control of First Mississippi. When that time comes, Miss, it will truly be difficult for you to make any progress in the clan. Hearing this, the old servant's expression was somewhat sorrowful, but more than that, it was heartache. All these years, Miss could be said to be living in the cracks of the clan. It could be said that she was walking on thin ice and was very careful. Not only did she have to solve First Miss's problems, But she also had to be vigilant against the other clans who were eyeing the inheritance covetously. As the master of the clan, her father turned a deaf ear to her and didn't care. If Mistress was still here, how could First Miss be so arrogant? The old servant's voice trembled. His words couldn't hide his sadness and anger. And Yen shook her head and said, "You don't have to say these words. I know all about it. And you don't have to be so disheartened. After all, this time, it wasn't she who sought her own death. She saved someone who shouldn't have saved and let me hear those words. So what if she has the blood of a hidden immortal? In today's upper realm, even if a true immortal appeared, it would be useless." As she said this, she couldn't help but sneer. She seemed to be very confident. Chapter 479. Soon, ancient warships crossed the sky one after another, crashing through the horizon. Surrounded by endless multicolored light, they passed through the vast and boundless boundary monument sea. Huge waves overflowed into the sky, continuously slapping over, as if they were going to shatter these worlds. The incomparably vast higher realm army stretched without end, covering everything. Their numbers exceeded trillions as they rushed towards the 8 desolates' 10 regions. Outside the realm abyss, a great fog overflowed into the sky, enveloping the sky. Countless sounds of battle rang out. Many ancient warships stopped here, casting down shadows that covered everything. Their numbers were uncountable. The higher realm army approached, arriving before the realm abyss. Woo-woo! The bugle horn of the 8 desolates' 10 regions sounded, the sound shaking the heavens and earth, containing incomparable power, causing the world barrier to tremble. Kill! Kill! Great armies rushed out from the great fog. Among them were fortresses stood tall, like majestic divine mountains, chaotic chi falling down. Above the war fortresses, runes flickered, condensing into extremely powerful fluctuations. Dazzling radiance was incomparably brilliant, slashing out beams of light. The stars in the outer realms rustled, about to fall and shatter here. The higher realm army and the 8 desolates' 10 regions army erupted here. This was a chaotic galaxy in countless shattered universes. However, because of the great battle, lightning and heavenly fire were born amidst the destruction. Many universes in the surroundings were rumbling and trembling because of this terrifying momentum. Many higher realm orthodoxies sent their armies forward, trying to take advantage of the 9 mountains' destruction and the 8 desolates' 10 regions' morale to launch an expedition. However, to the disappointment of many higher realm orthodoxies, the 8 desolates' 10 regions didn't lose their battle chi because of this. On the contrary, many powerhouses were affected, disregarding life and death, continuously fighting, causing many higher realm orthodoxies a lot of trouble. Meanwhile, outside the realm abyss, inside the longevity Gu family's ancient worship, many knights were waiting solemnly, not joining the other forces to attack, waiting for the higher realms' reinforcements to arrive. Within the palace, Gu Changa's silhouette was blurry as he sat cross-legged. Chaos chi permeated the air, and there seemed to be 3,000 ancient worlds revolving around him. Countless gods were faintly discernible, shining with silvery light, eternally indestructible. A drop of true blood appeared in his heart. It seemed to illuminate the myriad worlds of the heavens, crossing the river of time and collapsing the order of the world. It turned into an aura like a vast sea that was absorbed by him strand by strand. An unimaginable drop of forbidden blood! Seeing all this, the Empyrean maiden was very shocked. She could not help but feel a sense of fear from her soul. She did not dare to get close. She could feel how terrifying Gu Changa was at this moment. That aura was deep and cold, as if it could devour and destroy everything, bringing endless darkness to the 557 heavens. And this drop of unimaginable forbidden blood seemed to be of the same origin as Gu Changa? Yes, that was the feeling of the same origin. Otherwise, with Gu Changa's current strength, It was impossible for him to get close to this drop of forbidden blood. Not to mention the current Gu Changa, even the legendary immortals were far from enough in front of him. Who exactly is he? This made the Empyrean maiden's expression even more complicated. She did not dare to guess further. She did not expect to see all this with her own eyes while guarding Gu Changa. Originally, Gu Changa letting her guard meant that she had gained some trust from Gu Changa, which should make her happy. But seeing this scene made the Empyrean maiden regret. Some things were better not known. The more one knew, the better one would be. While the Empyrean dear mystic maiden was in a complicated mood, Gu Changa opened her eyes in the palace, and the terrifying phenomena around her disappeared. How long have I been cultivating? He did not care about the Empyrean maiden's complicated expression. He got up and asked casually. 7 days, the Empyrean maiden replied. She walked over naturally, picked up the robe on the bed, and helped Gu Changa put on. He actually spent 7 days to stabilize it. Gu Changa frowned, but when he thought about how he had broken through to the 5th heaven of the quasi-emperor realm in one go, he was relieved. How are the battles between the upper realm and the 8 wilderness 10 regions? He was quite interested in the battle at the Empyrean Abyss. Although the longevity Gu clan had not joined in, many orthodoxies could not hold back and had sent their troops to attack. There are victories and losses, but most of the 8 wilderness 10 regions have lost miserably. The Empyrean maiden said with a complicated expression. As the guardian of the Empyrean maiden city, she was now in the upper realm and was even reporting to Gu Changa about the current situation. If the 8 wilderness 10 regions knew about this, it would definitely cause a terrible commotion. But until now, Gu Changa had not sent anyone to spread the news. Instead, he held her as a trump card. The Empyrean maiden knew his intentions, but there was nothing she could do. Now, the 8 wilderness 10 regions were showing signs of retreat before the upper realm army arrived. She could even foresee the tragedy that would follow. I gave Lin Wu half a year. Do you think he can do it in half a year? Gu Changa suddenly smiled. He was not surprised to hear about the situation of the battle. The Empyrean Abyss and the 8 wilderness 10 regions would not be able to defend themselves. Even without the Empyrean maiden, many orthodoxies would be able to calculate and establish a stable passage. This was also the reason why many of the 8 wilderness 10 regions armies had descended here to counterattack the upper realm. They were planning to cut off all means of retreat. Lin Wu's will is firm and his Tao heart is unshakable. His beloved is in young Master Gu's hands. No matter what choice he makes, he will definitely take her into consideration. The Empyrean maiden shook her head. Is that so? Gu Changa smiled and did not comment. At this moment, a Gu clan expert suddenly appeared outside the palace and reported respectfully, Young Master, the Dharmakayas of the various orthodoxies have arrived. They invite you to come with them to discuss the war against the 8 wilderness 10 regions. These Dharmakayas were the patriarchs, old antiques, and living fossils of the various imperishable sects and supreme orthodoxies. They had lived for a long time and were all enlightened beings. However, only one Dharmakayas had arrived. They invited Gu Changa to discuss with them. They no longer treated him as a junior, but as someone on the same level as them. Are they planning to cross over? Gu Changa nodded. He looked interested and said, You may leave. I understand. Then he looked at the Empyrean maiden and smiled. Maiden, do you want to come with me? Young Master Gu, you can go alone. I'm an outsider in the upper realm after all. I can't participate. The Empyrean maiden shook her head. She did want to hear about the upper realm's plan to attack. However, she also understood that it was not appropriate for her status as a prisoner. Aren't you my concubine? When did you become an outsider? Gu Changa stared at her with interest. The Empyrean maiden was stunned. Then her eyes sparkled. She suddenly smiled and said, Young Master Gu, are you trying to trick me? There are no outsiders here. I'm not your concubine. Unless you want my body, however, before she could finish, Guchanga had already torn open the space in front of him and disappeared. The Empyrean maiden was not worthy of his life and death. At this moment, in a void space that looked like a shattered universe, terrifying demon godlike figures stood there, shrouded in primal chaos, covering the heaven and earth. A terrifying aura surged in this mysterious space. It was oppressive and made one's soul feel like it was about to shatter. Many Dharmakayas of the upper realm's strongest cultivators were gathered here. They were discussing many things. Their emotions surged like a vast ocean, causing the stars to tremble like dust. Before the upper realm's army arrives, we shouldn't act rashly. The 8 barren 10 regions are probably gathering people to prepare for a large-scale counterattack. A veteran enlightened being said slowly. He was famous thousands of years ago and had a lot of prestige in the upper realm. Could it be that we are just going to wait for the 8 barren 10 regions group of ants to jump around? As long as there is injustice in the 8 barren 10 regions, I will feel uncomfortable. Why do we waste so much time in this cultivation realm? Isn't it all because of the 8 barren 10 regions? Another enlightened being interrupted. His face was extremely cold, his entire body wrapped within a layer of dim light. He came from the 10,000 archaic clans, an old ancestor of a clan. He had light green scales on his body. On his head were 2 resplendent dragon horns that flowed with a terrifying world-destroying aura. Right now, his words carried killing intent. This type of emotion hadn't been displayed in millions of years. We definitely won't let the 8 barren 10 regions be complacent for much longer. Even though we cannot take action right now, having the younger generation kill their younger generation is not a bad choice. I believe the 8 barren 10 regions will definitely accept the challenge. They won't dare lose face like this. Now that Guchanga has wiped out the 9 mountains, it is precisely a good chance to attack the 8 barren 10 regions' morale. A enlightened being said indifferently. The stellar streams above his head trembled, undergoing great changes following his will. It was obvious that he had a plan in mind and would not stop attacking the 8 barren 10 regions just because of this. His words caused the eyes of the other Tao achievers to narrow. They seemed to have thought of something and smiled. Just then, outside of this space, there was a sudden ripple. Guchanga walked over and appeared just in time to hear what they were saying. That's a good idea. According to our usual practice, since we still need some training, we'll let the heaven's favorites from the 8 barren 10 regions use it to train our troops. He nodded slightly with a smile on his face as he agreed. Seeing Guchanga's arrival, many enlightened beings couldn't help but feel shocked. If Guchanga didn't tear apart space and purposely create a disturbance, they wouldn't have been able to sense when he arrived. Even though they were only enlightened beings right now, such methods shocked them greatly. Their speculations about Guchanga's strength also made them wary. That's what I was thinking. Since the old guys from the 8 barren 10 regions are afraid of death, the young ones won't be able to resist. This is also a good way to weaken their morale. The 8 barren 10 regions are used to peace. How can their heaven's favorites compare to our heaven's favorites who have been fighting and killing along the way? Since even Guchanga had said so, the enlightened beings discussed and felt that this was the best method for now. The 8 barren 10 regions would definitely agree. If they chose to retreat at this time, it would definitely shake their morale. Now that we can't come here with our true bodies, we can only leave the overall situation here to young Master Changa. With you here, we'll be more assured. Then the enlightened beings nodded and said solemnly, "Then it's decided. I'll send a letter of challenge to the 8 barren 10 regions." Guchanga's eyes flashed when he heard this. Then he smiled. Boom! He reached his hand into the space and immediately grabbed billions of stars. The aura of the great path flowed and gathered into an endlessly brilliant brush. It was the word battle. As his brush landed, the word instantly broke through the space and flew toward the 8 barren 10 regions, sky, Deer City, with a terrifying whistle that shook the heavens and the earth. This was the word of the great path. It was written with the laws of the heavens and the earth. Every word and sentence contained great majesty. Buzz! Soon, the dazzling word tore through the sky and was reflected in the emptiness abyss. It blew away the monstrous fog and brought with it endless divine chains of laws. All the cultivators were shocked and their hearts trembled. This is the Lord's aura. In the depths of the battlefield, a terrifying figure was shrouded in thick fog. He was like an immortal god of war. The waves he emitted made the sky tremble. It was so powerful that it was boundless. Just the aura alone was enough to make all the cultivators' expressions change. They almost couldn't breathe and trembled from the bottom of their souls. This was the power of a sub-emperor. He looked down on the heavens and the earth. Just his emotions alone could cause changes in the heavens and the earth. He rarely spoke and was filled with endless majesty. However, when they felt this aura at this moment, they couldn't help but show respect. In Ada's hands, the immortal killing gourd's surface swirled with bloody radiance. Strand after strand of smoke pierced through the sky dome and was devoured by the gourd's opening. All of the corpses, the life matter within, including the source energy, baleful energy, killing intent, blood, and other things, could all be used to nurture the immortal killing gourd. Wave after wave of cultivators from the 8 desolates, 10 regions came. Without a doubt, they all died here, buried here. The great army of the higher realms stopped in the sky dome outside emptiness abyss. As far as the eye could see, their numbers exceeded several trillion. Their power was tremendous, making the world change color. As for the cultivators below the Saint Realm, their numbers were even greater. Their corpses dyed the great desert red. The scene was incomparably cruel. The plains, mountains, abyss, all of the terrain was trembling. Sounds of fighting sounded. They weren't that loud, but they were world-shaking, as if the entire world was going to collapse. Of course, for the immortal killing gourd, this was the best place to nurture it. We clearly know that this battle is dangerous, but our 8 desolates cultivators are fearless. So what if you have a declaration of war? In the distance, the voices of the 8 desolates, 10 regions experts were extremely cold. Terrifying fluctuations were similarly terrifying as they confronted each other in the distant outer space. Those who achieved the Tao wouldn't easily engage in great battles. However, right now, many cultivators who were fighting against the higher realms' great army all shivered. Many of them even felt a chill run down from head to toe. At this time, the higher realms released the word war. Could it be that they were planning to carry out a great final battle? Moreover, from this war word, they felt a type of terrifying killing intent that was unmatched. Just a single strand of fluctuation was enough to make many experts explode. Many cultivators and creatures felt uneasy. After all, once the great final battle began, it meant that they would face the full force of the higher realms. At that time, Heavenly Deer City might very well be broken through, the 8 desolates, 10 regions falling. Everyone would die. However, soon after, behind Emptiness Abyss, a group of old monsters appeared. After observing that war word, they came to a conclusion. Their expressions were extremely ugly. The higher realms are planning to send out their younger generation to fight against us. This is a declaration of war. An ancient family's old monster said, his expression extremely heavy. Does the higher realms want to let us know that even the younger generation can suppress us? In that instant, many people reacted, becoming extremely furious. This was especially the case with the 8 desolates, 10 regions, younger generation. They were even more furious, truly wishing they could rush up and fight against the higher realms. However, the older generation still calmed down quickly, their faces becoming a bit pale. They understood that this was the higher realms' overt scheme. Regardless of whether they accepted or not, for the 8 desolates, 10 regions, it would still be a heavy blow. The higher realms' younger generation was clearly much stronger than the 8 desolates, 10 regions. This battle might be extremely difficult, to the extent where they might even have to send out heavenly talents from other generations. Then the majestic 8 desolates, 10 regions great army began to withdraw, returning to the war fortress, hiding within the heaven overflowing great mist in emptiness abyss. After a round of discussion, the 8 desolates, 10 regions most powerful experts appeared, accepting the declaration of war outside emptiness abyss, agreeing that half a month later, the 2 realms would come here to train and fight. Chapter 480. Ancient warships swept across the sky, heading towards the Empyrean abyss that was shrouded in endless fog. Behind them was the mighty army of the upper world. Many beings from the upper world's orthodoxies had already gathered here, and they were communicating with the orthodoxies that were previously stationed here. The vast fog was vast and mighty, as if it came from another world, accompanied by loud and rumbling sounds. This place was made up of many broken universes, and there were also various chaotic storms of the Great Path. It was extremely dangerous, and there was the danger of dying. If one did not have the correct route, even those who had achieved the Great Path would not dare to set foot in this place. At this moment, ancient warships and heavenly ships stood in the sky, and endless rules, divine chains fell, covering the universe like ancient and immortal divine mountains and continents. On these ancient warships were all sky prides and powerhouses from the upper world. Their chi and blood surged like furnaces, and no one dared to underestimate them. From time to time, there would be spatial fluctuations and figures would turn into divine rainbows and fly away, rushing to the encampments of their respective clans or orthodoxies. Greetings, young lord. Many knights were wearing battle suits, holding weapons such as heavenly spears, battle spears, and long sabers. At this moment, they were all in front of Guchanga, and their expressions were extremely respectful. However, there was more awe and fanaticism. Behind them were the young sky prides from the longevity Gu clan. There were also the disciples of the Taichu divine sect. They were all the best of their generation, and it could be said that they could not find an opponent in the same realm. Conquering the 8 desolates and 10 regions was a rare opportunity for them to gain experience and improve. Now that Guchanga was here, they were more at ease and did not have to worry about their lives. How many people from the Gu clan have come this time? What about my mother's side? Guchanga nodded, and his gaze swept across the dense, endless, and torrent-like army behind him as he asked, "Young lord, there are 30 million soldiers from the clan, 10 million from the mistress, and 50 million from the affiliated orthodoxies. Among them, there are 9 quasi-emperors, 30 supreme, 100 quasi-emperors, and countless saints and immortals." The powerhouse who just reported said, respectfully, "Due to the boundary monument C, it was very difficult for those who had attained the Tao to cross over. Hence, only their avatars were sent over." Guchanga nodded. His gaze swept across the younger generation once again. Everyone was looking at him with a fanatical and reverent expression. His brows suddenly furrowed as he realized that there seemed to be someone missing. "Where's that guy, Gu Xian?" he asked. "Young Lady Xian is not with the clan, but with True Immortal Academy," the subordinate reported. "True Immortal Academy. Is she planning to represent the True Immortal Academy to fight against the 8 desolates, 10 regions?" Guchanga raised his eyebrows. He wasn't worried that something would happen to Gu Xian, but when he saw that she wasn't in the crowd, he thought that she had left the tribe and gone to fight alone. That guy actually didn't come to see him. First, when he rushed here, it seemed that his fat guts were itching for a beating. The border of the realm void abyss was very large, and it was shrouded in a boundless fog. From time to time, one could hear the deafening roars of terrifying, vicious beasts coming from within. All the clans and orthodoxies had set up camp here, covering a radius of hundreds of thousands of miles. Waves of terrifying auras could be seen spreading out, shaking one's heart and soul, shocking everyone. Inside the True Immortal Academy's encampment, Many elders were explaining the matter this time to the disciples, as well as what they needed to pay attention to. After all, the environment of the two realms was different. The prodigies of the 8 desolates 10 regions, and the prodigies here could be said to be completely different. There was a huge difference in the way they cultivated and the methods they honed. However, many elders were still very relieved, because the disciples who could enter the true Immortal Academy were all well-known figures among their peers. In the upper realm, they were already revered among their peers, and in the 8 desolates 10 regions, they were even more undefeatable. The 8 desolates 10 regions place more emphasis on unearthing the power of one's bloodline. They call our supernatural powers the blood arts. Guxian stood outside the crowd, cold and proud, her delicate brows slightly furrowed. She listened very seriously. She attached great importance to many matters regarding cultivation, and would not slack or underestimate them in the slightest. Not far from the true Immortal Academy's encampment, many of the older generation were also explaining things. From her direction, she could see that side clearly. Sky Demon Tower, War Immortal's Manor, Sage King Hall. These forces were the same as the true Immortal Academy, nurturing the most outstanding prodigies of this generation. Many young existences could be seen here, forming their own circles. On the true Immortal Academy's side, Heavenly Phoenix Maiden, 6 Crown King, and Human Ancestor Hall's Saintess Wang Zijin were the leaders, and many disciples followed behind. For example, Jiang Chu Chu Yumingkong and the others had their own matters to attend to, so they could not leave and could not come here. Therefore, Heavenly Phoenix Maiden and the others were practically the leaders of this generation's true Immortal Academy. For example, Gu Chang'e had not appeared in the true Immortal Academy for a long time. Of course, his identity and strength had reached a level that the younger generation could not compare to, so it was the same whether he appeared or not. As for Sky Demon Tower side, this generation's young existence, called Sky Demon Sovereign, was their leader. It was rumored that he was an ancient freak, possessing the fiend immortal bloodline, his descendant. His power was astonishing, many followers following him. As for War Immortal Manor, it was actually a bit similar to Human Ancestor Hall. However, it was different from Human Ancestor Hall, only having a single human ancestor. War Immortal Manor existed specifically for nurturing war immortals, requiring the sex disciples to be revered among their peers, possessing heaven overflowing combat strength unmatched. Otherwise, they wouldn't have the qualifications to be called war immortals. Meanwhile, the last war immortal, it was rumored that he had reappeared in this world a while ago, but was killed by Gu Chang'e in Heaven Water Realm. This matter triggered a great commotion. No one knew if it was true or not, but it also made War Immortal Manor develop quite a bit of resentment towards Gu Chang'e. However, Gu Chang'e's identity, status, and strength were there in the end. War Immortal Manor could only endure, grit their teeth, and swallow their anger. This generation's War Immortal Manor inheritor, known as Little War Immortal, also appeared in various places during this period of time. Very few people had seen his true appearance. It was rumored that he had fought with 6 Crown King, but no one knew who won or lost. Because of Gu Xian, and Gu Chang'e's relationship, War Immortal Manor's inheritor also developed quite a bit of enmity towards her. Apart from this, Sage King Hall's inheritor was also very powerful. Although he wasn't well known, it was rumored that he had once accidentally stepped into the tidal flats of time and fought with an ancient young true dragon, obtaining a great opportunity. These were all people that couldn't be underestimated. These are all people that I want to defeat one by one. When Gu Xian thought of this, quite a bit of fighting spirit appeared in her heart. She couldn't defeat Gu Chang'e, but if she couldn't even defeat these young supreme beings, then that would be too unreasonable. She might even incur Gu Chang'e's disdain and ridicule. Meanwhile, just as all kinds of thoughts flashed through Gu Xian's mind, a great commotion suddenly sounded from not too far away. Many cultivators and creatures looked over in shock. It's young Master Chang'e. It's really him. What is he doing here? Could it be that he's here to encourage us? Someone exclaimed, and his face was filled with surprise and shock. He even found it hard to believe that Gu Changa would actually come here personally. However, some people thought of Gu Changa's identity. He was also a disciple of Immortal Academy. There didn't seem to be anything wrong with him coming here. Of course, some people instantly thought that Gu Changa's arrival here had something to do with Gu Xian, who was outside the crowd and couldn't help but look at her. With that person's temperament, it was almost impossible for him to come here to see Gu Xian. After all, Immortal Academy was the same to him whether it existed or not. Why are you all looking at me? Why is this guy always so high profile? Gu Xian wasn't used to the feeling of suddenly being the center of attention. Although her expression was still cold and aloof, she couldn't help but mutter in her heart. At this moment, in the places where the Sky Demon Tower, where Immortal's Manor, Sage King Hall, and other forces were stationed, there were young people with solemn expressions. They focused their gazes, and divine light shone in their eyes. All kinds of techniques were used to see the young figure clearly. He just walked over from the sky, and it was incomparably hazy. It was as if there was endless divine light shrouding his body. 3,000 ancient worlds surrounded him, and countless gods were kowtowing, and the vast sounds of the world and worship were heard. This scene made everyone solemn. Many of the older generation were shocked, and they actually had the urge to kneel and kowtow to this young man. This was obviously because his Tao had reached an unfathomable and unimaginable level. What terrifying strength! Perhaps it has already surpassed the supreme level. However, as I expected, Gu Xian is very special to him. In the distance, a tall girl with silver hair had a strange look in her eyes. She stood on the mountain peak and looked at the scene. The Upper Realm and the 8 Desolates' 10 regions would train and fight in the Upper Realm's Void Abyss in half a month. Once this news spread, it quickly stirred up great waves in the hearts of many cultivators and creatures of the 2 realms. For the 8 Desolates' 10 regions, this news was like a bolt from the blue, directly smashing into many people's heads. They were stunned and couldn't react for a long time. It was because this meant that when the time came, many of the younger generation and older generation would fight on the battlefield. That was to disregard life and death, and there was no return. Because of this, the ancestors fought to the death with the Upper Realm, and it could be said that they suffered great losses. For 1 out of 100 people to return was already not bad, something worth rejoicing over. Many of the cultivators who participated died miserably on the battlefield, unable to return at all. Even their corpses couldn't be found. Some of the Upper Realm clans would even eat the creatures of the 8 Desolates' 10 regions as food. Their methods could be said to be cruel. However, this matter had already been decided by the powerful cultivators of the 8 Desolates' 10 regions, and even the letter of challenge in front of the Void Abyss was accepted. Even if the others wanted to refuse, they couldn't. Of course, there were those who were greedy for life and afraid of death. However, at this time, there was no lack of hot-blooded young people who couldn't wait to charge into the battlefield and kill all of the invading Upper Realm cultivators. The older generation had long seen through all of this. The Upper Realm was only using this opportunity to stall for time, waiting for the rest of the army to arrive and then launch the final battle. Therefore, regardless of whether the Upper Realm won or lost, the Upper Realm would benefit in the end. The 8 Desolates' 10 regions had no other choice from the beginning. If they refused the challenge, it would be a huge blow to their morale. We can use this opportunity to fight with those despicable fellows from the Upper Realm. Let them know how powerful we are. Let's see who dares to invade in the future. Yes, after accepting the letter of challenge, we have a legitimate reason to fight with the Upper Realm. I've cultivated for so many years, waiting for this moment. Inside the majestic Tianlu City, which was like an ancient, divine city. Many stars floated up and down, and the Milky Way fell. It was incomparably vast and magnificent. At this moment, white fog filled the air, and colorful clouds enshrouded the pavilion. A group of young men and women were gathered together, discussing matters. Their cultivation levels were very high, and they were outstanding. Their bodies were surrounded by astonishing rays of light, and their eyes were brilliant, far surpassing their peers. Among them were this generation's geniuses, and there were also ancient freaks who had been in hibernation in the previous era and had only awakened in this era. After hearing the news from the front line of the upper realm's void abyss, everyone was excited and did not feel discouraged. On the contrary, they were excited and could not wait to kill their way over. They had wanted to go to the battlefield for a long time. However, the families behind them felt that they were too weak, so they had been allowed to stay in Tianlu City and not go to the front line. Now that the upper realm had issued the letter of challenge, it was time for them to strike. Everyone was rubbing their hands together, extremely excited. They had been waiting for this opportunity. Do you guys think we'll meet the rumored leader of the upper realm? I really want to fight with him in the same realm. A young man with an extremely tall and sturdy body, like the black tortoise, suddenly spoke. His expression filled with confidence. His name was Xian Tian, and he had the bloodline of the black tortoise. He was the descendant of the black tortoise battle god clan. His strength was considered top-notch among his peers, and he had never tasted defeat. In the 8 Wastelands 10 regions, there were 4 major clans with mysterious bloodlines. These included the Black Tortoise Battle God clan, the Dragon Blood Battle God clan, the Vermilion Bird Battle God clan, and the White Tiger Battle God clan. Legend had it that their ancestors were transformed from real divine beasts and had the strength of immortals. Although their bloodlines had gradually thinned out due to the passage of time, they were no longer as strong as they were in ancient times. However, in the 8 Wastelands 10 regions, they were still a well-known clan with a respected status. Xian Tian, you should ask Lin Wu about this. He has seen the leader of the upper realm with his own eyes. Lin Wu should know very well how strong that person is. However, if that person were to strike, I reckon it would be the older generation of the Supremes from our world. The opponent's strength is not something that we can contend against. She begged for fresh flowers. Hearing this, many people looked at Lin Wu with a strange expression on their faces. Lin Wu sat alone in the corner and was very quiet. He did not say a word. Ever since the last time he escaped from the Boundary Monument Sea, he seemed to have suffered a huge blow. Many people felt that he had lost the vigor and confidence he had in the past. He was a little dejected. Some of the strongest people had checked his body, worried that he had been hit by some kind of spell at the Boundary Monument Sea. Later on, they found that he had only suffered a huge blow and his Taoist heart was slightly damaged. Or it was because he had personally witnessed the clan members that he had brought their being annihilated, and he fell into self-blame and guilt. It was a pity that such a good young seed was destroyed, just like that. In many people's opinion, because of Lin Wu, the 8 Wastelands 10 regions' supreme treasure, the immortal slaying gourd, was lost and obtained by the upper realm. His sweetheart was also taken away, and no one knew whether she was dead or alive. This made him feel guilty, and he could not walk out of the shadow. During this period of time, Lin Wu had also fallen from a dazzling and unparalleled young genius to such a dispirited state. It was truly depressing. Brother Lin is the successor of the Dragon Blood Battle God clan. How can he fall so low? This time, the upper realm has issued a challenge, and it's our chance to avenge our humiliation. Seeing Lin Wu like this, Xian Tian could not help but shake his head, seemingly a little disappointed. Once upon a time, he had thought of Lin Wu as a strong opponent. However, he did not expect Lin Wu to be like this now. The other geniuses had different expressions. Some felt pity, some were gloating, and some were indifferent. There were many young geniuses in the pavilion, and many of them were not weaker than Lin Wu. They came from all over the 8 Wastelands 10 regions, and they were all elites. They were invincible and had the ambition to dominate the younger generation. Today, they were gathered here to discuss the war of the 2 realms in half a month's time. However, unlike the confident and high spirits of the younger generation. Some of the older generation who had come into contact with the upper realm had heavy expressions. The entire Sky Deer City was shrouded in an atmosphere that foreshadowed the coming storm. Zero, the older generation, had the most contact with the upper realm, and they knew how powerful and terrifying it was. Especially when they were in the same realm, they had an innate advantage. Since even the young are like this, why should we be afraid of a bunch of old bones? We'll accept this battle. It's time for us old bones to be put to good use. It's better to leave the future to the younger generation. Boom! However, at this moment, in the depths of Sky Deer City, auspicious clouds rushed into the sky, and immortal chi gushed out. A large group of old antiques and old demons who had been in seclusion appeared. Their essence chi surged like a tsunami, forming a terrifying domain. This was definitely a group of super experts who had been cultivating in seclusion. Now that they heard the words of the younger generation, they all showed up in high spirits, ready to fight against the upper realm. Many young experts suspected that their chi and blood were not as strong as this group of old antiques. They were too vigorous, like giant furnaces that could melt everything in the world. This also made many people see hope in this. Then ancient warships and war fortresses rose into the sky, breaking through the space barrier and leaving Sky Deer City, carrying many young and old people who are going to participate in the war. There are still a few months left. Lin Wu was in the crowd and his mood was heavy. He even felt a little hopeless. Gu Chang'e had given him half a year to find the core of Sky Deer City's formation. However, until now he had not found the slightest way or method. On one hand, he did not want to become a sinner. On the other hand, he did not want Lulua, Sky Deer Mystic Fairy, and the others to be harmed. He was caught in a dilemma. Could it be that, in the end, he had to give up on one side? No, there must be a way. Lin Wu's expression was a little ferocious. He had no time to fight against the upper realm. However, at this moment, his eyes suddenly focused as he noticed a person not far away. It was a beautiful and slender woman. She was dazzling as she stood in the crowd like a moon surrounded by stars. Many of the prodigies around her were very respectful to her. That woman beside Sky Deer Mystic Fairy that day, why is she here too? No, she should be Sky Deer Mystic Fairy's disciple. When Lin Wu saw her, he thought of something and suddenly felt a little excited. He suddenly thought of a solution. He did not have to be the sinner of the upper realm. Are these the young generation of the 8 Desolates, 10 regions? They don't look like much. On the other side, there was a man in a suit of golden armor, which made him look like a god. He was accompanied by a few old antiques, and was sizing up the young prodigies. It was Gu Wudi, who had escaped from the 9 mountains. Now he was in high spirits, and many of the old antiques were in awe of him. Path chosen, the young generation today has cultivated for too short a time. If they were given a few hundred more years, they might not be like this. An old antique, next to Gu Wudi, could not help but smile bitterly when he heard this. But it was more of a pity. In terms of cultivation time, the young generation of the 8 Desolates 10 regions was too short. The chances of winning this battle are not high. Gu Wudi seemed to sigh when he heard this, and there was some pity on his face. The old antiques fell silent as well. Although the 9 mountains behind Gu Wudi had been destroyed by the upper realm, his identity as the successor of the 9 mountains was undeniable, and they had to respect him. Moreover, Gu Wudi only looked young, but his actual age was about the same as theirs. There's no choice. The upper realm is coming aggressively. We have no choice in this battle. When the time comes, I hope Path Chosen can lend a hand. The old antique sighed. Gu Wudi's expression was a little strange. He looked at Xiaoyang in the distance and sneered in his heart. The 8 Desolates 10 regions would be breached sooner or later. After escaping from the 9 mountains, he was still worried that the 8 Desolates 10 regions would have some powerful methods to turn the situation around. However, after these days, it seemed that with these people, even the 9 mountains were not as good as them. If they did not have the geographical advantage, they would have been conquered by the upper realm long ago. This made him feel even more relieved. Submitting to Guchanga was probably the best decision in his life. Fan,